imagine suffering in that thing through? How many miles did we drive this week? It's about 800?
Collective 800, about 860 miles.
Azim Sheikh goes a little bit quicker, 10:03 at 139 miles an hour. Now his dial, because he's running a 10:0 and we subtract a tenth, his dial will actually be 10:0. Ziltner, 10:59 at 129 in that little roadster. Ricky Dorn in the left-hand side is in the 2020 Mustang. Kevin Augustin is in the 14 Chevy SS. Those are cool little cars. Have you ever driven one of those?
I haven't driven an SS. It's one of those cars that's on my list of cars that I'd like to own at some point in my life. It's a very, very cool car because it's four-door, sleeper. You know, it's the step before your Cadillac, say, CTSV or something like that. You can hop it up and make them really, really quick.
A friend of mine has the PPV version, Police Pursuit Vehicle. Yeah, it's pretty good. Finally, we see an O light out of someone. That's Kevin on the right-hand side in the Chevy SS, who goes 10:72 at 132. Ricky Dorn. Run groups A and B. We need you to lane 3. Run groups A and B, lane 3, as we run out the cars from the Quick 40 and Street Machine Eliminator. Fedden Barisa on the right-hand side, 10:20 at 116. Kevin Senko, 10:86 at 126. KJ, is there an advantage here to running right down in the 10.0s, or would you rather be a car in the 1050s?
That's a good call. I mean, it depends on whether or not these guys actually bracket race. They could be, quote-unquote, playing the game right now. You know what I mean? You want to lay back, qualify somewhere in the middle of things.
How many of these guys have been sandbagging all week so that they've got a little bit in the can if they end up needing to run it out?
I think in this class especially, I would suggest that a lot of them did do that or would do that, but you know, we just don't know. You think that that's...
Hey, that doesn't really give you a lot of room if you're not an experienced bracket racer.
You can get burned, absolutely, David. If you're not experienced at it, if you don't know how to play the big end, basically, you come up on that stripe, you might have to dial yourself or literally slow down.
Frank Veneziano on the right-hand side in the 21 Shelby GT500. That's Kim Helm in the 2010 Camaro on the left. Veneziano, once again, is not going to get a time. Kim Helm, 10:22 at 126.78. All the time out here, we see people leave before the tree is even activated. I think that might be part of the fact that they know this is time trials rather than drag racing. We know that reaction time doesn't matter. Maybe they're just trying to get out in front of the other guy for their mental space, or I don't know what.
You got to understand that if they do leave before the tree is activated, they don't have a time slip you have to turn in.
And that can be really critical right now when we are in a 1-hour window of running the Quick 40 and Street Machine Eliminator. You got a 1-hour window. So if you didn't get a time, you're going to want to hustle back. If you want to improve your time or change your time, you're going to want to hustle back. And once you get that slip in your hand, you're going to want to hand it in stat. Parts that have been ordered are in race control room for Chad Garut, Austin Matthews, Joseph Ocone, Trevor Miller, and Ryan Michkowski. All of you have parts that have been 10.
It's 300 off right now, so there's not too much that he has to back it up. That perfect 10-0 would be ideal.
It depends if he wants to play the game of getting the full 1/10 of a second off, or if he wants to be in a 10-0 so that he can get a 10-0 dial. Yeah, there's a lot of game in this. Nick Delano on the left-hand side is going down in the Challenger. Devin Noyes in the 1970 Duster on the right. The Duster goes 10:39 at 132. Nick Delano, 10:98 at 125.
I need to speak louder, David.
Or hold the mic right up to your voice like Brian Loans.
I'll try. I don't yell, but I'll try. Nice little Chevy too out there, David.
I was about to say which one because there's two Novas, but technically the 72 would not be a Chevy 2, it would be a Nova. Only a 68 in that body style. 19 at 133. The opposite side, 1061 at 127.26. You know, Cage, I learned my lesson doing this a few years ago. I was calling reaction times during the actual bracket race.
The radio was on, people were winning.
Exactly, yeah.
That was an old Palmdale trick. LACR, Los Angeles County Raceway in Palmdale, California. That was a very, very, very clever way to get intelligence on the other guy, basically. Turn the radio on, the announcer would shout out the reaction time. It's like, okay, I got 6 in the bag, 5 in the bag.
Right.
I'm good.
Do the quick math in your head, stand
Absolutely.
on the brakes, whatever.
Yep.
I mentioned Brian Loans briefly as we entered the show. Thought it was a pretty good line. Today's when winners are crowned, and that's why Brian's not here. Brian, of course, is the anchor on NHRA on Fox. So he has moved on to the NHRA national event where you can see him on actual TV. Brian's been a friend for a long time, and it's actually our 20th anniversary because we met at Hot Rod Drag Week the very first year. He was a Cub reporter for Competition Plus.
Wow.
Yeah.
And what brought him into our fold?
I immediately recognized him as being a really good guy. He saved our bacon on the last day, helping us out with some stuff with the AccuTime system, I think, that they had there. And he started writing for us. I had seen his blog post on Competition Plus, and I knew that the guy had sort of the same jam that I did as far as what he was interested in. He was deeper into drag racing than what I was. We both have a great love of history of this whole sport, and so I guess we just hit it off. I hired him to do some freelance stories, and here's the greatest story that I will tell on Brian now that he's not here. We tell this every year because, you know, I have the ability. I left Hot Rod Magazine for 1 year to go do Car Junkie TV. It was a really early streaming video venture, and it was the wrong time. It was 2008, which was right when the economy collapsed and it was all over. But I had hired Brian to do stuff for me there on Car Junkie TV, which also had a blog roll. He borrowed a Roush Mustang to do a road test on the thing, and this is the first job he's ever done for me on this. It's a brand new company, I'm running it. And he calls me one day and he says, I wrecked the car.
I wrecked the car.
And I'm like, that's what I said. And I'm like, you're joking. I'm not joking. It's like, Brian, you're joking. I'm not joking. And so he had spun it off the road and just bumped it into a tree. And so that was my introduction to Brian as an automotive journalist.
Pretty solid to let you know that it happened, though, and not be joking.
Oh, yeah, well, what else could he do? I mean, he knew I was going to get the phone call from Roush if he didn't break the news.
Exactly.
Josie Kirker on the right-hand side, 16 years old, running the 57 Chevy Bel Air. Clinton Taylor in the left in that 80 Chevy Malibu. Josie, 1028 at 133 miles an hour. Clinton, 1043 at 131. In the Marauder, interesting car. It is the stock 4-valve in that thing. It's got a Whipple on top of it.
As it should.
And they've having transmission troubles with it. What's the trouble that would have
that transmission? Probably I want to say maybe a 407
That sounds right. Ryan Palmer on the right-hand side in the 87 Grand National, which goes 1068 at 126. And the Marauder, which has been in the 10s, rolls 1108 at 123. David Studley has got the 79 Malibu in red out there. Keaton McGill's got the 67 Nova. Street Machine Eliminator, your lanes close at 11:50. Street Machine Eliminator, your lanes close at 11:50. Got questions down on the ground. Sean Fling is your guy today. A and B lanes are open. A and B run groups are open. David Studley goes down with a 1034 at 127.78 miles an hour. Keaton McGill having difficulties. That's not going to make him happy. 1185 at 85 miles an hour. And we were given the wrong time, which makes sense to me right now. Street Machine Eliminator is going to close at 1050. Let's be more clear about that. 1050 for Street Machine Eliminator. I don't want to miss the sound of David Gallamore's 71 Chevelle on the line. Listen to it. It is a Ford Barra in that Chevelle. Sweet. We forgot about it until yesterday. Jody Koyman on the left-hand side, 1087, and the Barra pushes the Chevelle to 1083 at 115. Yeah, what a freak show that is.
The second coolest Chevrolet out here. Of course, the first one would
be the Boss 429
exactly,
power
yes.
Nova. What's the coolest Chevette out here?
The coolest Chevette out here has that kind of a Mercedes-Benz diesel engine in it.
Yep. Paul Llewellyn in the Corvette on the right. Tim Grabiak, who's out here with the rest of his family in the 68 Camaro. Once again, the correction, lanes close at 10:50, 10:50 for Street Machine Eliminator, and A and B group is open. May come to lanes.
I wonder how many Street Machine Eliminator guys said, "Oh, happy day" when you made that first announcement.
Getting a time on this run, Cage.
Once again, man. Once again, David. This is something. Again, now, I don't know if...
Oh, wait. Look, we got big end numbers on here. We just didn't get progressives.
No progressives.
So a 1021 on the right and a 1105 on the left. Steve Eden in the right-hand side. He was in the all-motor class earlier this week, and we came to him and said, why are you in this class? And he didn't really have anything that would qualify him for it, and so here he is in Street Machine Eliminator, running 1038 at 128 with his big block Nova, and Isaac Poe on the left-hand side went 1080 at 127. That was that 70 Plymouth Satellite powered by a Hellcat. Rick Callahan's Charger, Ian Strecker's Mustang. Once again, if you have ordered parts, they are in race control. Chad Garut, Austin Matthews, Joseph McCone, Trevor Miller, Ryan Michkowski. Now we saw a guy trying to get close there, and he got an 004 red.
Pushing for that reaction time. Of course, trip zeros is the best thing you can do out here.
1032 at 133 versus 1040, 132 on that last pass. All right, we're starting to see people make laps. Second round out here for the Chevy SS of Kevin Agostin. Mike Turner in the 70 Dart Swinger on the other side. We did have 1 hour for the top 40 Street Machine Eliminators to run before they hand in their time. Second runs trying to improve their number.
There you go. I don't think Kevin's going to be on the same numbers, but I slowed up just by a tick, I believe.
1085, 131 out of the Chevy SS, and 1103, 120 from the left-hand side. Ken Senko in the Grand Cherokee. This was a real eye-opener to me the first time I saw it a few years ago. David Lips in the right-hand side in the Hellcat.
He's sitting on a 1086, 126.
1025, 136 on the right-hand side. We got no time for the Grand Cherokee. Also back for another lap in his 21 GT500, and that's Chris Nelson on the other side in the Corvette. 1046 right, 1118 left. All right, I feel comfortable at this point that everybody here is going to get the laps that they want to get because we're seeing a lot of cars making second rounds.
Coming back through,
yeah. Sean Gilbert's on the right, Chris Vanderwalker on the left. Charger and a Challenger. There's a lot of these out here. I like the names of the colors on these things. I believe that one is Destroyer.
The gray.
Yeah, the gray.
Right,
it's like a Destroyer. The Destroyer, 1037, destroying Vanderwalker, who went 1075.
David, are you a long roof guy?
Oh yeah, for sure. I've got a 71 Chevelle wagon currently.
Okay.
I've had a bunch of them. How about you?
I dig them, but I don't know if I would own them.
Okay. You know what I actually am is a suburban guy.
Well, I know that.
Yeah.
I know, and a barn door suburban guy.
Only.
Only.
Yeah. No, there is no tailgate suburban. Those are dead to me.
They're fugazi.
Fugazi. Josh Felix in the 72 Ventura, Martin Villeneuve in the 67 Belvedere wagon. I do like the wagon when it has the 545 cubic inch big block in it.
Oh, well, yeah, there's that.
That has merit.
Certainly.
I think that's how big it is. He told me the size of that Omar stroker, and it wasn't a familiar number. You know, it wasn't a typical stroker size for the Omar, like a 472 or 440.
Your big block could be like a 512.
Yeah, easily 512 low deck 400 usually. 1022 for the wagon and 1003 brushing the line. Can I move over? Devin Noyes in the 70 Duster. Man, these guys are cutting 425s, 339s, half a second lights.
That's
Watch
right now.
Watch the magic later.
That's right now, exactly. A little bit later, it's going to tighten up.
1039 on the left-hand side, 1061 in the right for the Nova.
I'm thinking this out. If I was in the same position, I think maybe I would. Like, let me just go down. Let me just go down right now. And then when I am quote-unquote racing in the Eliminator, you know you have to do that because if you lose, you're out.
See, I suck badly enough that I would be, especially since there's a 500 Pro tree, which is a little bit unusual. And we're doing the Pro tree, which means all three ambers light at the same time because it's more like flashlight drags or an arm drop to me. And the reason that it's a 500 is because we knew that we were going to do this bracket race. We knew we had a bunch of people who weren't that experienced. And the longer the time in between the amber and the green, the less likely you are to have a terrible reaction time or red light.
And nobody's pro-perfect down here anyway.
Certainly not me. As Loans is back at NHRA headquarters verifying on this live feed.
Exactly. He's making sure that we're saying the right things.
No, he's just confirming our incompetence. Yeah. He just wants to assure himself that he was in fact necessary these past 4 days.
There's nothing here at all.
Right, KJ? You want to try this guy's name? 63 all of a sudden.
Exactly.
Yeah, 958 in the other lane, Ken Cuddle. So we are apparently into our A and B cars, mixed in with the Street Machine Eliminator Quick 40.
It's interesting in so many cases where that B just does not get pronounced at all.
Chris Mary's been battling for that 850 number all week in the Mustang on the left-hand side. And not close enough, 8512 at 161. Joe Fritz in the same class goes 989 140. Way off pace for the class, but perhaps a good personal number for him. Not everybody is here trying to win. The street race small block power outer class is huge. It's 40-some odd cars.
40-some odd cars, David, and so many of them are down in that 851, 852 range, making it a really, really competitive class.
But the crazy part is an 852.34, you're a back runner.
Oh yeah, you're in the back.
Yeah.
But just the, I look at it as the ability to run that close, to be just 200 or 300 off.
Look at William Jordan here in the right-hand side. He's currently number 3 in Unlimited. And what's interesting is that his average is only 1123, and he's in Unlimited. Obviously, he's had difficulties throughout the week that have put him down there. He had a 16-second time one day, and that's the issue. Glenn Sheely in the left-hand side, he is currently your leader in, oh no, he's number 2 in all motor small block. Jordan goes down 909 153, and Sheely 888 with a 6, naturally aspirated in that Corvette.
That's flying.
Mark Cicino is waiting for Josie Kirker to stage beside him. He's going to be another car who has just changed over to a Pro Charger.
Pro Charger tuned with Holly EFI. He had Rick Stanky showing him the way initially, and it seems like Mark has gotten to become quite proficient with EFI tuning through the Holly Dominator system. I know that he's out there helping Frank Romano with that as well. Mark gets off first. At the stride of 862, Cicino to 1029 in the other lane with Josie Kirker.
I mistakenly said that Glenn Sheely in that 62 Corvette that was up here was actually second in class. I'm wrong. He was leading all motor small block, and that 888 that he just ran almost certainly secures his position at the top of that class. One thing I will warn you about is trust nothing that comes out of my mouth as far as winners and things like that. I am not the official word. I'm doing quick math in my head, and I am looking at data to make these statements. We will find out tonight at the Gear Vendors Party who our actual winners are. As David Studley goes down to the right-hand side, 10.007 in that class, where 10.000 is the quickest that you can run, and Joe DeCoyman on the left-hand side goes 10.86 at 121.
I had a feeling somebody was going to run 10 hard in this session. I had a feeling that that was going to happen. Now we'll have to see how that plays out when eliminations come up. There first, 1051. Tim with a 1093 with a 5, 123 miles an hour. Right lane Chevy. Steve Eden in the left lane. 1038 for Steve. Keaton with a 1061.
All right, I do finally have the official results in my grubby little hand here so that I can officially tell you that coming into this morning, the bump spot was 10.9775. We had said roughly 1080. I would give that a roughly 1080.
We'll track drag now, David.
That's the live screen. You can see Drag Racer TV walking over here with the camera to look at the staging lanes under the tower. Back of the tower on this place says, "Only the strong survive," and that's certainly true here at Drag Week. The station wagon with the crazy zoomies coming out of the fenders, that's pretty strong.
That's really cool, man. I talked to these guys a little bit earlier in Drag Week. It's a Le Mans wagon, G-body, of course. The more popular model would be the Malibu, Chevy Malibu, but this is its sibling, the Le Mans, in the way that they've modified that front to put the air dam
on there.
Exactly, the air dam on it, and then the inlet to feed the Pro Charger. That's a Pro Charger blown car, and for the drives, they remove the supercharger off the drive.
Yeah, they take the belt off, change the tune. Very common deal here at Drag Week for guys running superchargers. You can't do that as efficiently with the Roots. Have you ever seen a Roots blower run without a belt?
I haven't, but the belt doesn't come off. The whole charger comes off. They remove the drive. It's a crank-driven supercharger.
Oh, yeah. Oh, it's a crank-driven.
Exactly.
Oh, okay.
Charger off.
I see. That's why it has the center inlet there in the front. See, thanks for the intel. There's a lot of stuff that KJ has figured out all week in the pits that is information that doesn't always trickle up here. I was about to say uphill to the tower. Might be downhill to the tower. And that's one of them.
Yep.
Now, if you swing over to the right, you will see Randy Seward's car that is leading. Wow, look at that. Remote control. These guys are great. This guy is leading the Street Machine small block power adder class, which is effectively an 850 index. And he has run 850s. Let's have a look at what happened to him yesterday, because honestly, I don't think he got that number yesterday. Randy Seward, yeah, yesterday he handed in an 851, so he went 8502, 8504, 8507. Bad day yesterday, 851. His average is still 8507. Depending on what he runs here, it's going to determine whether he ends up with an 850 average or not. Now, the guy right behind him is Brian Acton, who you'll see in a dark gray Chevy Nova. He's got an 851 average. So 8507 and 8513 seem like very, very close ETs to you at home. In the world of this particular class, that's a mile apart.
Absolutely. That's light years apart. But I have to recognize here how Brian, in a sense, has fought his way back up. Brian, in the first 2 days of Drag Week, talking to him and Jay, they were struggling, admittedly struggling. But now they're sitting number 2 behind Randy.
Well, and meanwhile, we had Bill Schwartz in that Chevelle, who was right up at the top of the list. He's fallen back to a 4th or 5th. Chris Mary has moved up. It's one of our most competitive classes. Austin Matthias, Ryan Makrowski, Trevor Miller, you still have boxes in the race control. Stefanski, in what I have just learned to be a crank snout driven pro-charged 81 Le Mans wagon. Is it a big block Chevy?
It is a big block Chevy.
Yeah, judging by the way the zoomies are coming out of the fenders, you can see how they're not paired in the middle. They're separated, so they could either be an LS or a big block Chevy.
It's a big one.
The two most popular engines of Drag Week by far. Randy Seward on the left-hand side. Watch that Mustang for an 850. The live feed right now, is looking at Stefanski in the wagon.
Randy is the Iron Man at this point. We talked about that a couple of days ago. Randy has participated in this type of a contest, since the middle 2000s.
And he did that Pony Express where he circumnavigated the United States in the thing. Oh man, that's looking like a nice pass for Stefanski.
Absolutely.
He gets out with a 1:20 short time. He goes down 7:24.193. And Randy's way off his number with an 8:52. Stefanski will solidly hold his lead with that 7:24. His best of the week, a 7:22. Couple more Street Machine Eliminators coming here. Now we've got both, you know, the fast cars and the Street Machine Eliminators sort of mixing together, pass for pass. Christopher Vandelrocker on the left, Ricky Dorn on the right. Ricky Dorn, 1081, 131. And the 21 Charger, 1085, 127. The 10-second Grand Cherokee has returned to the start. Ian Strecker in the right-hand side in the Mustang. He's going to be backing out. I suppose that's the better option than rolling the beams and not getting a time at this point. And you get 11:01 out of the Grand Cherokee this time, 125 miles an hour. The bump coming into today was 10.977. Makes his buy. You know, let me talk about that for a second as he goes 10:32 at 1:34. An interesting play here is, you know, that you can't have a reaction time slower than 1 second, or we add the time over 1 second to your ET.
That's right.
Now, the other thing that you'll see, though, is guys will go up here and they'll roll the tree, or they'll go deep, or sometimes the tree isn't activated, they roll down. At Drag Week, we actually let you back up from a fumble. So if you're next to another car that's distracting you, or you don't want to go down next to him, you could honestly roll the beams a little bit, back out, give the other guy a bye, and then you end up getting a bye. It's not a guarantee, but it tends to be the way that it works here at Drag Week. Street Machine Eliminator lanes close in 5 minutes. 5 minutes for Street Machine Eliminator. And once you're done, get your time slips in quickly. Big Block Bob is on the starting line with his wintergreen 1972 Nova. Martin Villeneuve back for his third lap. I think he might be looking for a 9 just to say that he did it, but that's not going to happen because junk just fell out. The Nova is going to go
Big Block
9:23 at 1:48.
Big Block Bob's car runs pretty hard, man. I was down on the ground and watched it the other day, you know, and you guys were talking about the wintergreen or frost green color and everything, but, you know, it don't got to be pretty, you know what I'm saying? And that thing really does run very hard.
I don't mind it. Loans is the guy who was going, you know, Wrigley's on that thing.
He had his GoPro on the fender to try to capture the lane that is the lane on the other lane. And as it drove past me, I kind of leaned down into it. So when he reviews all this footage, he's going to see me with his GoPro.
Okay.
Stuart Barada here in the left lane. David's from our neck of the woods. He's from, I believe it's Huntington Beach, California, one of the beach cities.
Kyle Tocher, right-hand side in the Mustang. Red lit so bad he saw the future, as Brian and I often say. Barta goes down 895 at 159.
Have you ever, in your competitive drag racing, David, have you ever had like the yits or the jitters that bad that you just blatantly just red lit?
You give me too much credit assuming that I've ever done competitive drag racing. Basically, what I do is match race guys on my TV show. I mean, I have not entered an actual drag race in many, many years. Treadle here in the right-hand side is going to be your leader in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. He's been good for mid-sevens. Oh, and he's going to do it again. 493 to the 8th, 762, 183 miles an hour for the Firebird. Our buddy JC from Strange on the other side is slowing down a bit with his Pro Charger, otherwise bone stock F-150 as he goes 13.00. Man, Josie Kirker's going for mileage on this thing. 57 Chevy making, I think, her 4th lap this morning. Paul Llewellyn also flogging his garbage out here, that 01 Corvette.
And it's interesting, Josie is, you can say, safely into the show.
Wow, Josie goes 1040 at 133. And in the right-hand side, Paul's Corvette, 1024 at 133. TJ Linebaugh currently 4th in the competitive 850 class. His average is 853 in that wagon to this point. Tim Grabiak is in the left-hand side in his Street Machine Eliminator car. TJ getting a slow roll right out of the hole. That's not going to do him any good. He continues to meander down track, a second off his pace, 9:55, but still 154 miles an hour. Grabiak goes 11:71, coasting to a 92. Street Machine Eliminator, your lanes are closed. Street Machine Eliminator, your lanes are closed. Please get your time slips in quickly, especially if you are on the quick 32 or the quick 40, because we need to build those ladders for the bracket race happening later today. While you're there, if you want to sign up for the stick shift shootout, make sure to do that as you hand in your time slip. Zach is back. No for Marauder with the Ripple 4-valve in it. That Marauder, was it the only Panther platform that came with the 4-valve?
I'm going to say yes.
I think so.
Correct.
Yeah, there's definitely never one in a Crown Vic. Chris Ryder on the left-hand side, 1045, 129.
We have a racer in need. That's Fidan Barisa. He's got a 2015 Ford Mustang competition orange car. He needs a leaf blower. He needs a leaf blower to try to cool his clutch down. He's going to be doing the stick shift shootout a little bit later, so he does need a leaf blower. If you have one that he can borrow to cool down his clutch, please see Fidan Barisa. He's in the second lane of the pits in the middle.
As our all-motor big block class leader, Frank Romano's in the right-hand side in the 55 Chevy. Bill Schwartz in the left-hand side. He was a heavy breather in the 850 class. Oh, man, that is not good for Romano. He does not get a hold of the track. Schwartz is going to drive away from him. Romano's smart enough not to continue to flog the car as he goes 10:59, 137. Bill Schwartz goes too quick, 8:49 at 161. He cannot hand in that time slip. Stick shift shootout, guys. The drivers' meeting is at the Hot Rod Motor Home at 11:30 a.m. Stick shift shootout, the drivers' meeting, which is mandatory, is at the Hot Rod Motor Home at 11:30. Right, Brian Acton on the left-hand side, currently number 2 in that 850 index class. He goes 5:45. That could be too quick. It's not. He's right on 8:51 with an 159 miles an hour. Treadle's Camaro 990 at 137.5. Kane and Hall, this is a very cool father and son team that we've seen for several drag weeks. They came out here one year with a completely low buck operation. They've got a new combo in it now. It'll surprise you to know it's an LS with a turbo. Who saw that coming? And it's a fresh combo for them this time. They've been improving all throughout the week, tuning on this thing, sorting out the combo, and finally, on this pass on the last day, going 987 at 135, a little slower than they have. Josh Norris in the right-hand side, he goes 998 with a 2, which is impressive for an all-motor small block.
It's interesting you cite low buck operation to start with. What I hope to do later on today is get down in the pits and talk to some people about the cost of doing drag week. Not necessarily from your car perspective, but just doing this thing for 5 days, being on the road, the fuel costs, hotel costs, et cetera, et cetera. What do you have to set up as a war chest to come out and do this? I think that's something people watching the live feed would be interested in. Hope to have them.
There's no cost of glory, KJ. Randy Bellahard knows that very well, as he is the leader in his class, which is going to be street race, a big block power adder with a genuine Pontiac power with nitrous on it, 858 at 157 miles an hour. Should be enough for him to clinch in that class. No, this is not cheap at all.
Not at all. Not at all. There is a window.
Here's an important run. Les Smith is coming up. He is one of 5 different competitors who stands a chance to get in the Hot Rod Magazine 200 mile an hour club today. He has run as fast as 210.35 miles an hour at Milan yesterday. So if he completes this lap, he gets in the Hot Rod Magazine 200 mile an hour club.
If he completes it at what mile an hour?
Doesn't matter. He has to run 200 miles an hour any day of the week except for the first one and complete the week.
Very good.
That means he has driven all 890 miles of this competition. And here he comes. He's at the top of Unlimited. He did run in the 6s yesterday. His average is 727. He just wanders out of the hole with this car. He's going to move a little bit over to the left at the big end. I'm thinking he's out of it at 706, 210. So there's your 210 if you were looking for that number.
That's good money.
He will later on get verified by the Hot Rod staff as a new member of the Hot Rod 200 mile an hour club.
And that club, if you don't have the rundown on who's actually in it right now, you can go to hotrod.com. Mike Galimi wrote a story that describes the Hot Rod Drag Week 200 mile an hour club and all of its members. It's a very exclusive club. Right lane, Monte Carlo, Jim Weiser. Left lane, Pete Chongris. Second gen Camaro in the left lane. Gets away first. And 672 in the 8th, 571. Top end, 894. 1058 with a 2, Pete Chongris.
Craig Douglas on the left-hand side, currently 4th back in Pro Street Power Adder. I was completely over the moon yesterday when this thing finally ran 7.999 at 170 miles an hour. Now he is running against Jason Nishim, who is in that Ford Mustang in the same class, and he's down in the 8th. So watch for a 7-second time out of this Dodge Dart. Craig Douglas. And as I'm fumbling through my data here, I failed to notice, #amateur-announcer, that someone chucked a hood off at the big end. So we're cleaning that up right now. You know, while we're taking a quick pause in the action, I did get news, and this is a biggie, especially for people on the live feed who ask me relentlessly. Mike Finnegan has thrown in the towel.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Blasphemy is not going to be here for his final run. I'm sure he's in the pits having some fun, hanging out, and watching Wayne Baker, who he has been dicing it up with all week long. Wayne Baker, that rusty-looking altered wheelbase Nova, he's been running 879 and 880s all week. Finnegan having shown an 870 3 times. He had one terrible day with, I think, a 936, something like that. That took him down. Mechanical failure ultimately took down Mike Finnegan. But, you know, it's not over till it's over. You don't win a drag week class until you show up and break the beams. And we don't know what's going to happen to Wayne Baker. I don't know if he's on property. I don't know if he's in the lanes. But he's going to come up here and do everything it takes to actually win class. And unfortunately, Finnegan will not get the stamp of completion and the gold star for Drag Week 2024.
That's really too bad. Craig Douglas in the left lane.
And you get the quickest pass we've seen out of the Dart, 790 at 173 miles an hour. I asked him for the 799 yesterday. I got it this time, 790. Folks on the live feed, we are seeing some of the heavy breathers pulling into the burnout box now. As on the line, we have a class leader in Super Street, small block, power adder, and it is Dave Deal. This is another car who, if he completes this pass, will be certified as the Hot Rod 200 mile an hour club entry. He has gone 201.64. He's also had a tight race in class against Jason Bergeson.
He also had one of the tightest races ever in Roadkill Nights history.
And he gets out pretty clean. He goes for the 8th mile, 491 at 154. The big end, 739 at 199 miles an hour. So he squeaked in his 200 mile an hour pass yesterday to be qualified for the Hot Rod staff to certify him for the 200 mile an hour club. David Hembry here on the left-hand side is currently your leader in street race small block, naturally aspirated with a 950 horsepower LS under the hood, tunnel ram deal. And of course, that's Alex Taylor on the right-hand side. This pass means so much to her. This could be the overall win or number 2, depending on what happens later in the day with Bryant Goldstone. She goes 455 to the 8th, 682 at 217 for Alex Taylor. Right on pace with what she's done all week long. That has been an impressive performance. Left-hand side, David Hembry slows down a bit, 936, 148. Probably enough to lock up the class, but once again, trust nothing that comes out of my mouth. You will see the official results this afternoon on HotRod.com, and we will also announce them at the Gear Vendors Awards ceremony. Dennis Taylor out there, congratulations.
$255s, David. How about that? 56. I'm sorry, 56 and a 55. In the left lane, stick shift cars, the 56 of Andrew Starr. The top end gets there first, 938 with a 4. Cody Helger, 9.91 mile an hour. 9.91 is the ET. I'm sorry about that. 9.91 ET.
Andrew Starr there on the left-hand side in that 56 Chevy, probably just secured his number 2 finish in Pro Street, naturally aspirated. We see Chad Garut on the left-hand side, low buck entry here with a small block Ford on nitrous. He's been running in the mid-9s. I like the very optimistic parachute hanging off the back of the car.
Goals, David, goals.
Jay Dolishall in the right-hand side in the Nova. You spoke with him earlier this week in staging lanes.
Yeah, Jay's out there having fun. Well, actually, look at this. Didn't get off the line very well, David.
He's not having fun right now, Cage.
No, there's no fun in that.
No. He's watching a nice pass by Chad Garut, though. 969, 142.
Now, a slow walk like that, if you're a speculator, do you suspect anything wrong? Just make a lap? Do you think just maybe take a hit?
I've seen him do that a couple times this week. I think they will come back and give that another shot. Looking at times this week, or times today, clearly Alex Taylor at the top of the list with her 682. Les Smith went 706. Stefanski in the wagon 724. Dave Deal 739. This is proving to be the quickest and fastest drag week of all time as Jamie Jarvis comes up in his gasser class car on the left-hand side. Brian Krakowski on the right in the 95 Mustang GT.
That 95 GT is Ford-powered 427 Windsor.
Love to hear it.
96 millimeter turbocharger under the hood with a stick, so he'll be in the stick shift shootout as well.
Well, hopefully when he finds his way home, he might find an LS at the side of the road he can throw in the trunk and install that later on. That's what happens. He goes down 923 at 160 miles an hour. Jamie Jarvis is still sitting on the line. This might be that game I told you about where you can take a second crack at it if you don't like your stage or whatever. If I was running Drag Week, I would stage clear back in the next county. You know, I would flicker that bulb like a Christmas light. It would look like one of those twinkle, what do you call them, the icicles that you get. That
oh yeah, Christmas time. A couple of drivers from down on the ground, that's happened a couple of times that I've seen at the various tracks we've been at. Just that little bit of a flicker. It was a short time on that. We got some steam.
Oh
coming
man,
off
we
that.
are
Steam off the
laying
right
some
front.
smoke on this thing. That is not looking good. Fortunately, he's out of it. 633 to the 8th. He still goes 991, 136. That's not really a definition of out of it. Did not look good, but he did complete his journey at Hot Rod Drag Week, the 20th running of this event, which has always been presented by Gear Vendors Overdrive. By always, I mean roughly the past 18 years.
18 years.
Something like that.
Just missed 2.
They were not here the very first year. I looked up in Hot Rod Magazine last night, but they've been with us since year number 2 and quickly moved up to be the chief supporter of this event and other drag and drive events. Do you know how many drag and drive events there are?
I was told there are close to 40, or are there 40?
I think there's 40. I haven't kept my finger on that pulse because why would I?
I just can't keep up, man.
Yeah, I can't keep up. That's really what it comes down to is there's a lot of these things going on. Many of them are over weekends rather than full weeks. People ask me how I feel about it, having started this whole thing. I think it's great. It's a new tier of drag racing that anyone can get involved with. Even more than bracket racing, I feel anyone can do this because you don't have to be a driver to make this happen.
It's just you in the car and you and your buddy or your family member or something like that, getting out and really going on an adventure. It's just a racing adventure. Track's going to be down for a moment. For you on the live feed, we're going to go to some commercials, so stand by.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
And we are back out of commercial, and you did not miss a single car going down the track. Thanks to the itchy trigger finger of Warren Evans managing our live feed over here. Got it perfectly.
Smack the post.
Gregory Black in the right-hand side, Bob Perry in the left. Hey, you know what? If you have a blue Corvette that is parked in impound with an Ohio plate that starts HWT and ends 5511, get out of Keith Turk's impound area and do it a little bit more prettily than what we just saw out of Gregory Black. Is prettily a word?
Prettily.
More prettily. Be more pretty about it.
Prettily.
Because that was not awesome. He only went a 186 or 184 60 foot, but still went 998. Bob Perry on the left-hand side, 962, 138.
Is your vocabulary of words that you made up big, or is it just, you know, a couple of words like prettily and maybe 3 others?
Oh, I've got plenty. Yesterday, someone said to me, "You pronunciated that wrong."
Pronunciated.
How do you like that? You pronunciated that wrong. I put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Pronunciated. I'm going to use that.
We have packages for gear vendors and Leroy Edwards. Packages are here, and you can come pet the dog and see Michelle if you come on up here to get your package.
It's Leroy, the master mechanic Edwards. I wonder what he needed and what he had shipped here.
Vinny Barbone. Where'd he go? Corey Pant goes down 10:02.131. Yeah, I was sitting here going, I don't see this car on track. I'm too busy making announcements, and the Monza apparently got pushed off to the side. Hashtag not Brian Loans. Ken Cuttle is in the right-hand side, the 1970 Chevelle SS. Left-hand side, Mike Ogilvie in the 68 Camaro. This thing's got a big supercharger on it. This is the car they had planned to put a 1071 on it for the drive, or for the racing, and a 671 for the drive.
Swapping
Remember,
blowers.
we
Wow.
were discussing that earlier today. That's a guy trying to do it with a Roots. Man, hang on. We got some good cars coming up, and good cars on the track. An 012 light out of Ogilvie in the red Camaro. He goes to the 8th mile, 586, and the quarter mile, 918 at 147. The right-hand side, Cuttle, 10:07.130. C groups to lane 1. C groups, find your way to lane 1. And once again, I am going to grind you guys in Street Machine Eliminator. You got to get your time slip in. Tanya has issued a deadline, and you don't mess with Tanya. I've seen what happens. Look at Keith. It is 11:30. You've got to get your time slip in by 11:30 to be in the bracket race. Time slip, 11:30. Now, one thing I have seen in the past is even if you are outside the quick 32 by 1 or 2, if somebody else doesn't show up, they will bump you into the ladder. So it is behooving you to hand in your time slip ASAP. Michael Mayone on the right-hand side. This is the car that borrowed a Power Glide from Richie Crampton one day, took it back out, changed his transmission, kept going. 860 at 163.
A Richie Crampton Glide. That's a nice loan right there.
All right, this is an important one on the left-hand side. Wayne Baker. This is the car that has been duking it out with Mike Finnegan all the way, although from Wayne's perspective, he would probably say, no, I've been leading.
Yeah.
Not duking, but leading. He's been 879. He's been 880. If he completes this pass, he will secure his finish on the top of the A gas category. He goes to the 8th mile, 563, and he's out. Or he's not out of running, he's just out of the 8s. 902 at 125. That's still going to lock him down with Mike Finnegan having dropped out with Hemi parts scattered. Just think, he left a trail of Hemi parts from National Trail all the way
Full
out
circle.
and back.
Full circle.
If you got
Mike.
lost on the way, you could have just followed.
Full circle Finnegan.
Push
from
rods,
now on.
rocker arms, spark plugs, water pumps, starters, etc. Ooh, Evan Erkwitz in the left-hand side.
That's a bad Nova right there.
And
I'm sorry,
Glenn
Malcolm.
Hunter in the right, about to attempt to secure his position as the leader of Pro Street Power Adder. And Erkwitz in the same class. Erkwitz on the left-hand side is third in class. Glenn is leading it. Oh, Glenn gets out and gets way sideways, but he's going to stay in it. He's going to drive that thing all the way down. Glenn is going to go 792, 195 after an epic pedal job. Evan Erkwitz, 826 at 171. What would have been the motivator for him to stay in that pass? Maybe he just wants to pack it up.
Just want to pack up, man. I'm done.
He knows that he's got it locked in. He wants to be in the highlight reel. It's probably what that was about.
That wiggle put him in.
Mike Delaney in the left with the Trans Am. Dan Dinan. Yesterday we saw a very interesting launch out of this thing when it broke, or was it the day before that? Might have been the day before. No, it was yesterday. Yesterday he broke a rear sway bar mount, and it really showed you what a rear sway bar anti-roll bar can do in drag racing.
Oh, the car just twisted up when he left the left leg come up, and he carried about, what, 60 or 70 feet.
I remember in the very early days of fastest street car racing, there was a Malibu who did that, and his guys would say, it leaves like a shark.
Well, I'll tell you what, me and Mike Alimi know exactly that car and that driver and who was driving the car. That's Todd Testerman's Malibu.
That's right.
And
As Dinan goes 999 and Delaney 989. You're right, Todd Testerman.
And Bobby Nardone was the driver.
Okay.
They're both from New York, both from our area. We might have met on the street a few times, you know.
Do you remember It Leaves Like a Shark?
Leaves like a shark. That was something else, man. That was really something else.
Steve Brack out in that 850 class on the left-hand side. Eric Birkatvit in the right-hand side. 859 for the pickup truck. Birkatvit 944. Once again, Stick Shift Racers, the mandatory drivers meeting is at the Hot Rod Motorhome at 11:30. Stick Shift, Hot Rod Motorhome, 11:30. Be there. Jay Grabiak in the left-hand side. I think he's in about third in A gas. This thing is going to be entertaining to watch go down. Jeff Oppenheim, he's been here for so many years. I'm going to see an 870. No, wow. I was going to say 879. Now I'm going to say that it's going to go about a 936. Grabiak goes down. 986, 132, and I whiffed it. That was a 990, 151 after the pedal job out of the hole from the El Camino.
Pedal job with good speed, 151 mile an hour despite the pedal.
Here's a guy who's struggled for the past few days, Neil Torbett in the right-hand side. This thing kept backfiring and dying on the line.
Lenko stick in that truck there, too. That's really, really cool to go this far, 890 miles, with a vehicle that has a Lenko planetary transmission in it.
Another pop out of the hole. I'm thinking that came out of the truck.
I think it was on the Mustang side.
Was it?
Yes.
I was too busy reading the next text that I will give you. 952 for the truck, 915 for the Mustang. Here's an interesting announcement. I'm going to read it verbatim because I don't quite follow it. The person who took the electric scooter with Sickward and UFO stickers on it to meet Mike Turner in his pit at the end of the staging lanes to swap for the one they left in its place. He has the black dart swinger. All right, I don't know exactly what's going on there, but somebody's playing musical chairs with scooters out there, and it somehow involves Mike Turner and a black dart. So
that could be a make it right thing.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
That could be a make it right
it
thing.
It could
right
be.
there.
C group to the lanes. C group. I think you're in lanes. Brian Anders in the left-hand side. Now, this is that little Chevette that fell uphill by having a tube chassis that prevented him from running in a slower class where he really belongs, and he ends up in Unlimited, and he is going to end up in number 2 overall in Unlimited, depending on what he decides to do right now as he watches Mike Lyons go down in the Grand National to a 963 at 148. Chevette's going to hang out. All right. Okay, do you want to set up a Zoom call with this guy and explain it to him?
Like, look, dude. There's look, dude. Real quick, going back to that fastest street car, David, it's amazing how things do come full circle. We were there. We were at that event and had no clue, no fathom that we'd ever actually meet each other, get to know each other, become boys. You know what I'm saying? It's like really pretty crazy every time I think about that. We drove down there from New York, and what we witnessed was just so overwhelming that we drove back 18 hours to New York and nobody said a word.
Yeah, just like, what did we just see?
What did we just see?
Memphis, Tennessee, 1992.
Yes, sir.
Really the explosion of all of this. Not the first fastest streetcar type event, but the explosion of it. Brian Anders goes through without explosion. 1071 out of the little Chevette. Yeah, that first fastest streetcar shootout was another event where the Hot Rod Magazine staff sat around and said, yes.
That was next level.
Win.
Yes, indeed. No one had ever, in my opinion, seen anything like that before as far as an organized spectacle.
And they didn't get the coverage, the scale of Hot Rod until that moment. It's really the lineage of what turned into Drag Week. Assassino goes down with an 861, 160 in the Champagne Express. I saw he defaced your microphone yesterday.
No, that was planned. It was planned. He asked me would I do it. Of course I'd do it. Mark Assassino is a good guy. The Champagne Express is a good car. So for a few hours, I guess you could say, the Live Feed had a co-sponsor.
Yeah, there you go. And I was happy to see him back at Drag Week after a few years. I saw him in the pits on day one. I didn't even recognize him. I'm like, dude, what, you stopped dyeing your hair, or what changed?
Where'd you go? You lost about 40 pounds also. You know, you got a little slimmer.
I didn't. Fred Simmons Jr. in the 99 Camaro. He's going to get ahead of Voiles, who seems to just be making a safety pass.
I don't know. Is it going to make it to the other side?
I was wondering the same thing. He might have wanted to just take the beams and back out, because, yeah. All right. What do you want to talk about for 20, 30 minutes while we finish this pass? Fred Simmons, 923 at 150.
David, you know I'm not a Mopar guy, but plum crazy purple is a cool color.
Yeah, plum crazy is pretty good. The thing I like about it also is that the modern cars, while using a different paint, formulation, are almost exactly the same color as the old school plum crazy. Finally, he gets off the big end so we can send these guys. Billy Gebhardt on the right-hand side. He's got the big block Mopar under the hood of this thing. And yesterday, it popped and kind of died at 1,000 feet. Today, he's going to tear the tires off of it a little bit at the starting line as Ronnie Santucci does a little bit of the same thing on the left-hand side in his Duster. Santucci, 951. Gebhardt, 947. Santucci clearly getting there first after a epic hole shot job. You know what? Not that there is anything related to actual drag racing going on here, with the exception of the bracket race and the stick shift shootout today. This is time trials, so red lights don't matter, side-by-side wins don't matter, it's time trials. That's actually why KJ and I were talking about the different strategy for how to play the staging, how to play the tree. It's different than if you're actually trying to win a round. Bill Schwartz goes down there and he's not going to win this round. He just pops out of the hole. He's going to back it up. This is a guy who was right at the front of the Street Machine small block power adder class early in the week. He's going to get a nice view of Brian Acton going down at an 8:55.5 in the same class. He goes 158 miles an hour. Schwartz is going to gather it back together and try again. You know, the very first winner of Drag Week, which came right through here in 2005 at National Trail, I think that he averaged 8:38, something like that.
That's an unlimited car?
And that was an unlimited car.
Holy
that was a
smokes.
tube chassis,
Wow.
big block nitrous car.
Wow.
And also Max Carter at the very first fastest street car shootout, 8:30.
8:30, yep.
And now we've got street cars that have driven 890 miles doing it routinely.
Isn't that crazy?
Schwartz, 2/10 off pace, 870 at 158.
And think about it, just laps around Memphis and how many cars got hot doing that.
Yeah, when we started doing the laps at the road course at Memphis for the fastest street car shootout in the second year, I remember you had to do 30 miles and then you had to stop and start the car again.
Start the car, yeah.
We killed so many cars that way. They
Yep.
couldn't crank again.
Isn't that crazy?
It was humiliating, actually. Josh Norris gets out with a red light that doesn't matter to his ET, but a nice little wheel stand out of his naturally aspirated Nova. The all-motor class, which is for naturally aspirated cars with a little bit more suspension modification than what you see in street race. He goes 995. Once again, mind-blowing to me that a naturally aspirated small block would run 990s. You think of the big numbers coming because of the advent of turbos in the class, but horsepower has gotten easier with the naturally aspirated stuff as well.
Naturally aspirated to make that power, but in this venue, sustain.
Right.
That's the big deal there. To sustain is incredible.
I think what has changed there over the past 20 years of fastest street car racing is going to be much better cylinder heads available to the public on sort of a bolt-on routine basis. And also, there's been so much development in cam lobes.
Absolutely.
And how they open and close the valve and valve springs themselves. I think guys have also learned as they go. Things like a titanium retainer tends to feather edge itself with a bunch of miles on the street. I think people are more attuned to keeping an eye on that stuff than they used to be. The early days of this, you'd have guys come out with either straight up street race cars or straight up race cars.
Pretty much. That's what it was. But they call them street cars.
Yeah. Dale Gebhardt on the left. Man, the Gebhardt family has been here with Mopars for such a long time, and they've been so great that one time we gave the Spirit of Drag Week award not to just one person, but to the entire family. Warren points out, as you can see on our camera on the live feed, that he has a bumper sticker that says, "Been there, wrecked that." He is about to wreck another week at Drag Week by laying down a mid-8-second time, laying destruction to the field of gremlins and attempting to earn their spot at Drag Week. 8:56 at 1:59. Jason Bergeson on the right-hand side, 7:72.
You're a Grammy guy. You happy to see that?
Oh, I love the Grammy. I've got the Hemi Grammy and the Caddy Grammy.
The Caddy Grammy.
The
I
Caddy
remember that
Grammy
one.
needs to become the any Grammy. I want to put any engine I have. I've got a 650 horse Cleveland. I'm thinking it looks good in the Gremlin.
Now, that Cleveland was going to go in the Dragoneer initially, wasn't it?
That was going to go in my Jeep Commando, which I bailed out on. I currently have a Dragoneer that is a ProCharger LS. But yeah, the Caddy Grammy is currently a steaming pile of parts. Actually, it has cooled off too much to be called steaming. Rob Sinker in the right-hand side. He's got that 84 Grand Prix. This thing actually has Pontiac power, Cage. It goes 917 at 146. Kyle Uhls in the left-hand side, 960, 140.
Couple of cars out here, a couple of Pontiacs with Pontiac engines in them, David.
Brian and I have been talking about it all week. We've seen more than we have in a long time. We're kind of used to the Mopars coming out now. That was a big thing a few years ago, is all of a sudden there was a streak of those guys. But now the Pontiac guys are coming out in force.
Well, I don't know if it's a trick or anything like that, but a Pontiac with a Chevy head seems to be in the big power cars category seems to be the ticket. Chevrolet head, the cannon valve head on.
Oh, yeah, the cannon valve big block Chevy
Correct.
with a Pontiac
Yes.
head, old school pro stock stuff.
Yep.
Vinny Barbone, man, this thing has made a lot of laps on a fairly stock 5.3 with a turbo in that little Monza. Brian Hansen goes down on the left-hand side, the Nova, 956. Barbone, 962 at 147 in the Monza. You know, I kind of come around to the Monza, too. Remember when that was every super gas car?
Back in the day, big tire, jacked up a little bit, and just running 990 with a box. That was the turnkey super gas car.
Man,
I almost had one of those, David, back in the day.
Everyone almost, Warren almost had one.
I almost. I went to look at a Monza. It was. I went out to Queens, New York. There was a paper called, kind of like the Recycler in California, in Los Angeles area. There was a paper called the Car Buyer's Market, and it was a really big newspaper-style buy and sell thing for cars, parts, etc. And I saw a Monza. I forget. I think it might have been like a 76. I'm not certain, but I went out there with the OG, with my dad. He took me out there, and I had the cash to get it. And I looked at the car, and straight and clean, it was running. But my assessment was, I'll never change a spark plug in this thing ever, so I didn't buy it. It looked like the maintenance was going to be just too nightmarish to mess with, so I left it alone.
And so he became a Ford guy because it's so much easier to do that with a 351 and a Maverick.
Well, you know, there's that. But if you shave the shock towers, you could shave the shock tower, cut it, and then plate it. That made sufficient room for spark plug changes.
Did you buy back the Maverick? KJ,
It's-
earlier in the week, found his original
I did.
Maverick.
I found my Maverick. Well, actually, my buddy Kelly Herring in Phoenix, Arizona, sent me a text with a photo of a gold Maverick. And when I sold my Maverick, I had the same exact car, exact color. I sold it to somebody in Phoenix. So the odds of it being my Maverick were very, very strong, straight and clean. And it really looked like my car. So Kelly and I had text back and forth. I told him, if it is my car, and the price is what he thought it might be, just go ahead and buy it. So I'll know when I get back home. I haven't heard from Kelly yet.
Oh, so you still don't know that it's your actual car?
I don't know yet, but for $500, just buy it and I'll figure it out.
Yeah, that makes sense. Tell you what, I'll give you this. If you buy it for $500 and it's not your original car, I'll take it.
If I buy it for $500 or I won't say any price, but you know Mavericks are kind of near and dear to my heart.
Okay.
They really are.
How long you been my brother? You're going to try and make a buck off me? Is that what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say, David. you know Mavericks
He
are
was
near and dear to
working
my
it
heart.
out. I was like, I'll recover your cash. He's like,
You know, David, you
Freiberger.
understand something here, Freiberger. That we might have to, work that out, man. I don't know if I'll give it to you for even money, but, you would do the same thing to me.
Don't you owe me money from the swap meet?
Do I owe you money?
I think you might.
How much do I owe you?
Even trade on the Maverick?
That's it. Nah, dude.
Nah, dude.
Nah, dude. No way in the world. But if I get this Maverick, hopefully, and people that know my old Maverick, or if it's my old Maverick, I will make it the same car that it once was. I thought about putting a Coyote in a Maverick if I ever got another one, but I think we'd just keep it push-rod engine, 351 Windsor, a little bit of nitrous, drive it around on the street. Be something to bring out here.
Yeah, because the Coyote and the Maverick, you can change those plugs really easily after you reconfigure the entire front suspension of the car.
But I think there's stuff out there for that.
Yeah, there is.
And, you know, that would be worth doing, too. I mean, it's really cool. There was one that was racing in NMRA. I forget the racer's name, and it actually did very, very well in the Coyote stock class. But that was just bitching, man. That thing was really cool. And there was one at SEMA, too. Did you see the one that was at SEMA where I think there was a turbo Coyote in it, a turbocharged Coyote in it? So it's possible. But they're just really cool cars. A lot of people didn't think that back in the day when I did mine. They're like, why are you doing a Maverick? They're so ugly. But you figure a fastback roof.
They're great.
Very lightweight. And they're just not the 60-whatever Mustang that a lot of guys were doing when I did my Maverick. That's really why I did a Maverick.
They're close, though, dude. Unpopular opinion, I think the Maverick's are really good. It's a little smaller than a Nova or a Duster. You would get the grabber model that had the little boop in the back, little wing on the trunk.
Yeah, the trunk.
Had the
trunk
cool
tail.
hood on it. The downer was you could get the grabber with a 6-cylinder. It wasn't a performance package. It was an appearance
It
package.
was an appearance deal. It was
Yeah.
an appearance deal. And do you know what the ground root is for me liking Mavericks?
Ground root of you liking Mavericks.
The ground root.
They're
Why do I like
Fords.
them? No, not
Oh,
that.
yes, I do. Yeah. Big Gladys.
Big Gladys.
I
That's
got
right.
it.
It's
Big Gladys.
Big Gladys. Big Gladys is my mom. She's like 4'10", but she's Big Gladys. When I learned how to drive car, I got my license in Big Gladys's Maverick, so that's it.
Well, I hope you get it back, just like we're getting back to action here on the track. We just had to brush it up a little bit, make it pretty and good and sticky and all that junk. You're going to see Stuart Barada coming back on the right-hand side, Jason Willis on the left. The stick shift shootout drivers meeting is happening right now. What that means is if you're not there and you have a stick shift car, you're kind of a loser. So you want to show up at the drivers meeting at the Hot Rod Motorhome right now. Barada in the right-hand side theoretically was third coming into this game today in modified power adder. However, I did get the news that the number 2 guy, Clark Rosenstengel, is out.
Wow.
So right there, you are very likely seeing your number 2 guy in class as he goes 882 at 158 miles an hour.
Wow.
Randy Bellahar making another lap. This thing came up here and went an 8:58-ish earlier in the day, but he's back with his nitrous Pontiac leading his class. Maybe he's going for the glory run right now. You will see that here. People will make a safety run, and then they'll come back and throw the whole toolbox on it. Maybe there's no nitrous jet left in the system on that deal. And on the right-hand side, you've got our guy Frank out of New York. Frank Romano with the 55 Chevy. You remember he smoldered the tires last time he came out, so he's going to try and hook it up with his stick shift big block Chevy. Brian Loans is in the chat. Uh-oh. Be cool. Be cool, KJ.
Good thing we can't read it.
Be cool. Yeah, good thing I'm not paying any attention to
Good thing
that.
we can't read it. What's the chat?
And he goes 845 at 159. That's not the whole toolbox. That's like the good-smelling old Craftsman screwdriver of tune-up. Not the whole thing. And Frank, 1087, 133.
Brian Lones is in the chat like we're supposed to care.
Yeah.
So?
Chad Garut in the right-hand side. He's also back. I think he's going for a personal best. This is another nitrous car. They are pushing it back. That could be his personal best, actually. No, he has been 950s this week. It's a nitrous car. I thought he might have jetted the thing up for a glory run at the end. Perhaps he did, and he was testing it on the street out front. Now this is what he gets. John Ferrone is coming up now. This is another car that stands to qualify for the Hot Rod Magazine 200 Mile an Hour Club. Once again, you have to run 200 miles an hour any day other than the first day and complete the event in order to get in the 2 Club.
I believe this car has taken the long way down every drag strip we've raced on thus far.
Absolutely, and nonetheless, he is second overall in Pro Street Power Adder. His best number so far this week, a 753 yesterday at 199. He ran his 201.82 second pass day 2 in Indy. The 572 big block Chrysler. Ferrone engines out of Australia, having built the engine, made billet Predator type heads for the thing. It's of course twin turbo.
David, you've taken cars over to Australia, and you've worked with people who have brought cars from Australia. What's the basic or the ballpark cost involved with doing something like that?
When we sent our Land Speed Racing Camaro to Australia to race at Lake Gardner, and this of course involved Keith and Tanya Turk, who owns the car, and also Steve Atwell, who was in here a couple days ago talking to us, an original drag weeker, it was 20 grand back and forth. Wow. All right, Ferrone gets out pretty clean, and he gets out of control. He's got the wheels way up at half track. He's going to get out of the thing. Yeah, and by clean, I mean it was only a 279 60 foot. It was a 948 at 191 miles an hour.
Oh, my God.
Now, I'd have to do the math to see where that puts him in class. He'll probably be back. We've seen him make multiple laps over the past few days.
That 191 power actually came on at about the 8th mile.
Apparently, we do have the King Booger Eater in the comments now. All right, Chris McNeely on the right-hand side. Here is another class leader. He is going to be in street race, big block, naturally aspirated. This thing currently has a 914 average. His best run of the week, 909 with a 1. We'd love to see an 8 out of it. That's Chris McNeely on the right-hand side as Bob Ruppel. Big Block Bob is in the left-hand side.
Big Block Bob.
Big Block Bob. Looks like McNeely's on a good run. 587 to the 8th is not going to get him in the 8s. Nope, 920 at 144.77. And Ruppel on the left-hand side, 1036 at 130.
Imagine introducing yourself as Big Block Bob to someone.
I'd have absolutely no difficulty with that.
Big Block Bob.
I'll be Big Block Dave.
Who are
Hey,
you?
but not right now because there's a gremlin on the starting line, which,
Grammy.
man, it is hard for me to see the left-hand lane through all of these pop-up tents and fans, and some guy's got, like, I don't know, a pinata out there or something. What is that?
That's a fan that's spinning right now.
Okay, yeah, I can't see the left-hand lane. A and B groups, you are closed. Lanes are closed for A and B groups. John Powell's in the right-hand side in the S10. He goes 11.95 at 120, and the Gremlin 12.41 at 111. I think that's roughly the quickest time I've ever had out of one of my Gremlins. I will not take the Hemi Gremmy down the quarter mile. You should see
I
this
don't
thing.
think you should. I wouldn't recommend it, David. I mean, you know, I've seen the car. Actually, I saw it when it was presented to you
Yeah.
at Roadkill Nights.
That was the all-time bro moment when Finnegan rebuilt the Hemi for me, stabbed it in there, 700 horsepower, and that's how I know. It would be like driving a 700 horsepower lifted CJ5. That's what it's like going down the drag strip with my straight axle street freak of a Gremlin.
How was it on the street and the little bit of cruising that you did with it? How was it on the street?
Oh, it's great. Finnegan and I drove the thing on the highway from Roadkill Nights in Detroit all the way down to St. Louis for the start of Drag Week a couple years ago, and we did burnouts for distance and donuts. I freaked him out doing donuts in that car because it is a rollover waiting to happen. Drivers, in order to buy your T-shirt that says I survived Drag Week, you must show up with a time slip at the merch trailer. If you have not completed Drag Week, you do not get a I Survived Drag Week shirt. You know, that was not a thing for a couple years, and I'm glad that they've got it back.
Exactly. I co-sign that all the way. You have to earn that. I mean, you know, that's sure, money might buy it, but you have to earn that. You have to earn the privilege to buy it.
I think the best shirt we ever did was the one with the big Drag Week logo, and it says, if you haven't survived Hot Rod Drag Week, then please shut up.
Exactly.
That was the best.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it. That is the couch riding booger eater statement of T-shirts. That's what that is.
Well, this is the statement in all drag and drive. Again, it's the first competition of its sort. As we talked about earlier, there are about 40 now, but this is the one that defines the whole space, in my opinion.
It's the Bonneville Nationals of Drag and Drive. It is the NHRA Nationals of Drag and Drive. It's where it all began. It's where they all want to win. 10:58 at 127 on the right-hand side and 11:76, 116 on the left. Garut is back with his, I hope, pilled up Mustang. In the left-hand side, we're having a look at the CTSV. What's it saying? Sheriff's Aero Squadron, PD. All right. When I ask later on at the drivers' meeting how many people got tickets during the week, I'm guessing it's not that guy.
Not that guy, and I'm wondering if we shouldn't have shown that license plate. So if there's no nitrous jet in this Mustang right here, David, it's either going to go very, very, very fast, or it's going to blow up right there in front of us.
Or pop and die.
Pop and die.
I've seen that happen. You know, you think nitrous goes lean and kills motors, but if you put way too much nitrous in there or no fuel at all, they tend to just shut off.
I'd accept that. I'd accept that.
957, 141. And the Cadillac in the left, 1157, 120.
I had one blow up in my face up at Palmdale once.
You taco the butterflies around the throttle shaft?
The butterflies, every piece of rubber, the vacuum plugs around the carburetor blew everywhere. It was just an absolute mess.
Neil Torbett has been a left side of the bed guy. Or, sorry, a right side of the bed guy the rest of the week. All of a sudden, we see him on the left-hand side, swapping positions. You know how when you're in the hotel room and one side of the bed's all sagged out, so you move to the other side? This is the drag racing version of that.
That's the equivalent.
He's trying to see if he can, like, get a little bit better rest at the starting line in the left-hand lane.
Truck-on-truck crime.
And our buddy JC on the right-hand side with the Pro-Charged F-150. Neil Torbett's going to get down. He goes 625 to the 8th and a 951 at 149.46.
So the smoke off JC's truck. Don't know if that was off the tire or off the truck itself.
1341 out of the pickup truck. Only 108 miles an hour.
That's a pretty cool test bed, you know, that JC's experience is testing Pro Chargers with their towing.
With towing? Is that what he's doing?
That's why he's dragging a Mustang behind him. He has a Mustang on a trailer going the distance with a car being towed to see how Pro Chargers will do with that engine platform towing. Yes.
Thanks for the news. I was not aware. Once again, KJ Jones, educational and informative. Okay, on the left-hand side, we've been looking at this Chrysler 300C. It is all-wheel drive with a turbo. David Morahan on the right-hand side in the 68 Camaro 896. And there you go, your turbo Chrysler 300C, 1099 at 122.
He said, I got your CTSV right here. Randy Seward in the left lane.
Seward's coming back. He went 852 earlier, obviously wanting to improve that number. Mathematically, I think he's still at the top of the 850 index field.
Lazy off the front.
549 to the 8th. That's going to be slow again. 851 at 160 miles an hour. And by slow, I mean by, 18,000.
18,000ths of a second.
Right-hand side, 1256 coasting to 87 miles an hour. Both The Chevette and the El Camino are back. It's interesting how guys think to themselves, you know, I haven't flogged my junk enough to make it break the rest of the week. I'm just going to go ahead and make 17 laps today at the very end of drag week. That's what's happening now. Jeff Oppenheim, our past Spirit of Drag Week winner on the right-hand side. Brian Anders. Curiously, number 2 in Unlimited in this Chevette. Doesn't look like an unlimited car, but it ends up landing in class because of some of the ways he built the suspension or chassis on the thing. Oh, Oppenheim goes deep accidentally.
Left a little bit out of the groove also, David.
Yeah, and this is also typical performance out of Anders the past couple runs. Something's wrong with that thing as well. Oppenheim goes down at a slow 9:16.153. See, now this is what a drag racing Chevette looks like. That's what I've been waiting to see.
Well, didn't Magnante build something with a big block in it once? It actually did pretty well.
He did. I'll tell you that story. He goes 28 seconds at 65 miles an hour. He would have been better off taking the tree and backing out to get a 20-second number. Yes, Magnante built the Bad Seed, which was a Cadillac 500 parked in the front seat of a Chevette that he strapped himself into. And famously, when he was working for me at Hot Rod Magazine, I yelled at him for street racing the car with a big Hot Rod logo on the side. And so I was like, dude, I know you think this is cool, but you can't do that.
No, sir.
Yeah. I became the jerk in that scenario as that story is replayed on the internet time and time again. Bob Perry in the right.
Knocks the tires out.
Yeah, he did. Mike Delaney on the left. Pickup truck, 1019 at 136 as Delaney goes 998, 135. You always got to love Steve Lemieux with his Pontiac GTO stick shift. His dad is 83 years old and is riding along shotgun for his 5th drag week in this thing, which is super cool.
Do you think, Pops?
Bill Shore's on the right-hand side looking for an 850 to finish up his week. And he's wagging the tail. Kind of a strange-looking handling problem there.
Yep. Seems to be moving with every gear change.
885, 158. Lemieux, 1165, 118 in the Pontiac. How many laps has Steve Brack made this morning in the S10 pickup truck?
I don't know how many this morning, but overall, he's one who does make a lot of laps. Last year, I noticed that truck coming around and around and around and around during a session, so he's not scared to run it hard, to flog it.
This is a speed parts torture test, especially if you're bolted to Mike Finnegan's car. That's Luke Van Allen in the right-hand side in the Camaro. 849 out of Steve Brack, 1032 from the Camaro. Just now, I get a text from Finnegan that says, we are out, towing back to National Trail right now. He just informed me of that. It's like, Finnegan, that's old news. Did you hear that on the live feed?
He must
Everybody else has known this.
Exactly. Old news.
Michael Sweeney's Challenger, 1159. 117. Now let's go to the information from Keith Turk, who says this: no, meaning 0 trailers in the pits. Even after you turn in your time slip, you can take your car to your trailer, but you cannot bring your trailer to the pits. So to be clear, no support trailers in the pits until the Fat Freiberger has sung.
Until it's over.
And that's a gruesome moment that you'll want to tune out. Hopefully that's the time when the internet goes down and the live feed crashes. Warren says he can arrange that. It won't save you from it. You'll still be in the room. Tim Baptista in the Chevelle and Dean Bunting in the Challenger. Baptista, 1063, 126 miles an hour. Bunting, 1206, 112. So once again, no trailers in the pits. You cannot go get your trailers out of the trailer storage zone and bring them into the pits.
David, if you were doing drag week and you towed a little utility trailer behind your car, what would be your top 5 pieces of equipment or parts to complete Drag Week with?
What would I bring along with me on Drag Week? Well, I mean, I always go through the litany of stuff that breaks, which is, here we go, electric fuel pumps, roller lifters, and hence camshafts, transmissions, torque converters. That's all the stuff that goes. Drive shafts is fairly common. You see a lot of alternators really mess people up.
Alternators, rocker arms.
Rocker arms, valve train's a biggie. I would have 4 of everything on valve train, and I'd throw in the towel if it went past that.
Fairmont wagon on the left side. Information is not on file here, so we don't even know who that is. It's a mystery, David.
I know, KJ. That's Nick Marshall.
Nick Marshall.
Yeah, duh.
The clairvoyance of David Freiberger, ladies and gentlemen. Sheer clairvoyance of David Freiberger.
As the wagon runs 947 at 143.55 miles an hour. I'm just going to go ahead and ask all you buy runs to go ahead and stage in the right lane so that I can see what's going on the starting line. Cody Helger is in the left-hand side in his Gasser Class 55 Chevy sedan. The most 2-lane blacktop looking thing ever, except for the actual 2-lane blacktop car.
What qualifies a 55 Chevy to be 2-lane blacktop eligible for your consideration?
Well, you got to bang gears and drive all over the track like this, and you got to make violence that sounds a lot like a 962 139 quarter-mile time. But of course, it's also the black primer, the big block Chevy, the big old ugly mailbox on the hood.
That hood's
got to
cool.
have the right wheels and tires, just the right radius on the back of the thing. That is the key.
You're a 2-lane blacktop aficionado.
That's actually Mike Finnegan. I'm not as big on 2-lane blacktop as he is.
Do you think he would know, or do you know what the ETs were in that movie?
I don't know. Do you?
I have no idea.
I have visited the abandoned drag strips where they shot that movie, and I've been to some locations in Flagstaff, Arizona where they shot it, but I'm just not, I don't know, I haven't memorized that one. I am much more of a Dirty Mary Crazy Larry guy.
That is your jam.
That's my jam. Chris Lewis, 1140 in the left-hand lane, 116 miles an hour. The right-hand side went 1102, 132. Ooh, lunch has arrived. Okay, this is always a thing, KJ. When the food comes in, that's when Lone starts to go hard.
Oh, no.
And he also criticizes me.
Criticizing you why? On your eating style? And that was really pretty vulgar.
He goes big. He goes big on criticizing my eating style.
Which one do you want? Take whichever one.
I'm on the Italian today, Brian, just so you know, so you don't miss it.
I will have the Italian.
And KJ's also gone to the Italian. It's a heads-up, side-by-side showdown with the Italian sandwiches. Brandon Tethero's in the boat getting a good look at Jeremiah Kirby going down with an 853, 157. The boat, if you've missed it this week, and how could you if you've heard of the internet at all, it is on a BMW chassis with a turbo on it, and that turbo's not really helping it do much better than 1530 at 103 miles an hour. But his drag week has gone swimmingly, and he will wrap it up and dock the thing.
Who else got it? Who else got it in the chat?
It's a given. It's a legal requirement. It was in my contract. Paul Mangelsdorf on the left-hand side. Have you eyeballed this one in your journey through the pits? It is an electric car. He's been camping out of it.
Yes. Paul is doing his thing, man. You know, you have your reservations and your concerns about electric vehicles. Of course, we all know about that, David. But that's really a cool car, man. And it runs 12s, dude.
1210 at 111 miles an hour. The other lane, 1171 at 119.
It was funny, during one of the drives, we saw Paul actually charging, just kind of sitting in the parking lot next to a charger, sitting in his chair there. And I'm thinking, okay, that's 45 minutes of his life that he has to give away before he can get going on drag week again.
Every day. Joe Ocone in the left-hand side in the Dart has been a 10-0 kind of guy throughout the week. How happy would it be if he goes 9s right here at National Trail on the last day? I did my happy dance yesterday for the milk truck, but I'm stoked for everybody who hits a personal best here at Drag Week, and it goes 10:14 at 1:32, despite Warren Evans predicting the future. Oh no, he's talking on the phone. Oh well, I'll still throw him under the bus and say that he was wrong. As is Brian Loans, who's not here. He's wrong too.
He's in the chat. He's going to fire back in 3, 2, 1.
Yeah, but I can't smell his breath over the chat, so it's not the same as him being here. It's easy to win a war with no opponent.
No opponent.
And it's easy to leave the starting line so far in advance of the light coming on that you don't get an ET. Man, that happens relentlessly here. Jacob Hansen. He's got the OBS Chevy truck, 1034 at 108. Uh-oh. Okay, Clay Milliken is in here.
Clay.
Don't you have better things to do
You
today?
would think. I think he's going racing somewhere in the Charlotte area right now.
They going to St. Louis?
No, is it Charlotte?
Charlotte?
Yeah.
I don't even. Oh, it is Charlotte.
Charlotte,
That's
yeah.
right. It is Charlotte. St. Louis is the next one.
Good to see you in the chat, Clay. Go fast, Clay. Another win, Clay.
U.S. Nationals winner. Absorbing flack. He's not a couch riding booger eater, just so you know. Tim Lawrence on the left goes 11:41. Doug Hall in the actual former NASCAR ride goes 12:57 at 1:10.
That's it. Decommissioned cup car. Pretty cool. Put door handles in it. Door pulls are in the side. No more climbing in the window.
Is that cool though?
I kind of give it cool.
You give it cool?
I kind of give it a little cool. I would like to see maybe a newer car be converted like that, but it's all good.
Clay, you're getting praised in the feed. Bob Ricci in the left-hand side.
Okay.
Andy Savakinas, who once offered to pay me $100 if I could pronounce his name correctly. 1170 at 115 miles an hour with a V10 truck. Left-hand side, 1054 at 127. Carl Capilla on the left-hand side. He has traded back and forth, I believe, for the second position in class.
That's pretty good. Got away.
Were you actually watching the track? Because it looked like something funky went down. Plus, we have no ET, and I see the red light. That's another leave before the tree is activated.
Yep.
Well, if you wanted to know what his ET looked like, I mean, it's typically a 1050 car. Let's go with that. Riley Grabiak in the 37 Chevy Coupe. She is leading the hot rod class, which is a class of 2. She's been in the very low 11s. And I think it might have gone 10s one time. If I can come up with my data quickly enough, I will inform you that she did go 1096 once. Riley goes 7-0 to the 8th mile. I always say 7-0 is 11-0, and yeah, it's close. 11:15 at 117 miles an hour. Mike Sullivan on the left-hand side, 13:52 at 99 miles an hour.
Good lap. Now, look in the right lane, David. The bed is gone from the truck. The little Toyota truck is now bedless. You would think they want to keep that thing on there.
Oh, no, he's chucking weight off of it. He's trying to get in the 11s with that thing. This is a 4.8 LS on a full-tube chassis little truck. That's why he has to run it unlimited. It has a Porsche transaxle in it. Guy's 24 years old. He built the whole thing himself at home. Look at the fender flares on the front. He's got matching ones on the bed. It goes on the back, obviously. It looks sort of like our new Roadkill Maserati, the way it's looking right now.
Has it been spinning tire throughout the week?
Yeah, that's the issue. And taking the bed off is not going to help that
Exactly.
particular situation. He does not go quicker. 12:31 at 111. But, man, that thing has been entertainment all week long. I love it. 10:34 at 130 in the other lane. Speaking of removing the bed, did you see our hotel rooms last night? Dude.
I stayed in our hotel room.
Oh.
I did see it.
Man, skank.
What was the problem?
Michelle's door had actual pry marks on it, like somebody was trying to break
Okay.
in. I had blood on the floor. Yeah, that was just from me cutting myself shaving, but I mean, the rest of the room was really bad. Mike Lyons, the 87 Grand National. Steve Cheatjack on the left-hand side in the Colorado. People say, oh, you get to travel for your job. It's so glamorous. 1022 at 146 for the pickup truck on the right-hand side. Went 983 at 148.49.
Going back to the hotel rooms, David, let's think back to Indianapolis. And you know I had a little mishap with an open mic. Everybody knows about that now. You and Loans had a good time with it. And that's
Let's
fine.
refresh everybody.
All right, so I slipped up on the mic at Indianapolis. It was late in the day, and someone, the crux of it is, someone asked me a very, very rhetorical question. Okay, I'm not going to call it a stupid question. It was a rhetorical question. And you know that my window, my threshold for that kind of thing is very small.
Okay.
It's very, very small. So last night, when you guys got back from dinner, someone asked, so is there a lot of plane noise in an airport that sits right in a plane in a hotel that sits right next to an airport? Is the plane noise bad?
And you said?
I couldn't. You know what? I'm trying to hold back on that now. I said, what do you think?
Did you say, what do you effing think?
That might have come through.
We'll just put a live mic on you at all times.
Is the plane noise bad? I'm only 400 yards from the airport, and I need to know if the plane noise is bad. Am I going to sleep tonight? And actually, this morning, it did ramp up as planes were coming in and out of John Glenn Airport.
Steve McNew in the left. Herbert White in the right. Okay, KJ, we're going to go to obscure references for $10,000 on this.
Yep.
Do you know the Herb White story from here at National Trail? As Herb White goes, 11:13, and his competitor on the other side, 11:01. Do you know the Herb White story?
No, what did Herb do?
Herb White is the name of the farmer who owns the property at the very, very end of the track. And this is a famously short track. And when they ran the Spring Nationals here back in the day, they would close Refugee Road down there, put a sand trap over in Herb White's field in order to catch any stray cars that would go down there. There actually was a funny car that went across the track and landed over in his place. So there's the condensed version. And Herb White just happens to be the name of this competitor who came out here today. The name of these two guys is Jared Fowler on the left and Kevin Adams on the right. Kevin Adams goes 12:69 at 106. Jared Fowler 12:18 at 111. Here comes the milk truck. This is the happiest part of my day. I was doing the happy dance yesterday. Loans was absolutely repulsed by it. I love the 65 Impala in the left-hand lane of Jeff Mink, but I can't help but look at the milk truck, which is going to carry the front end past the Christmas tree.
David, in the chat, Greg Montoya asked me how much horsepower will his car...
And there goes the ice cream truck right up on the back bumper, all the way to about 30 or 40 feet down the track. It goes 150 to 60 feet, and the milk truck, 1058, 124. That is a freak show. Jeff Mink, 993, 123. What were you hearing in the chat, Cage?
Greg Montoya, actually, I know Greg Montoya. He was asking how much horsepower will his engine pick up with a set of roller rockers. The answer to that is pay me for the box of roller rockers I had and find out.
What? He hasn't paid up?
No. Buy my
roller rockers?
Buy my roller rockers.
Well,
and
I
you
can tell you.
out.
What do you think the gain is by removing the friction of the fulcrum point on a roller rocker?
Is this an Engine Master's answer?
Yes. This is a Freiberger, having tested this 5 or 6 times, answer. Remove the scrub type stock small block Chevy rocker with the little ball and trunnion. Install a roller rocker. Do you make power? No.
There you go.
They do not make horsepower unless your stock rocker arm does not really have the 1.5 to 1 ratio that it promises, which is highly likely. And the other thing is a roller tip rocker does a great job of not messing up a valve stem, not wearing out the guides, but they don't actually make power. They give you reliability. Evan Erkowitz has shown us reliability driving the full length of drag week, and this time running 8:05 in his car on the right-hand side. Kyle Dennis in the 91 Mustang, 12:63. Yeah, we've tested roller rockers a bunch, and they are... If you've got a whole lot of valve spring pressure, if you've got a giant camshaft, you can get reliability out of them. but the friction reduction that you get from the pivot does not seem to make power in the realm of a typical street strip engine, the type of stuff I've tested throughout my career. Left-hand side goes down with a 1050 at 127 as we are getting the starting line smoked out by a pair of diesels. I wish the diesel smoke would clear some of these flies out of the tower.
Yeah, where'd that
What
come
is going on with that? 1197 on the right-hand side. Cage, tell us about the diesel program we're witnessing here.
These are 2 diesel-powered vehicles in the right lane. You have a Mercedes-Benz diesel engine in the Chevette, and then on the other side, a really cool 1500 series Ram with a big Cummins and actually a 6.7 Cummins.
And we were claiming nitrous oxide on this thing throughout the week, I think, when it was cleaning up and not smoking. But our understanding now is that they're just trying to tune it for no smoke. That memo has not hit Chevette Guy to this point.
No, Chevette Guy has no hope because that's a mechanical deal there. There's no electronics that can save that.
I cannot see the starting line from here, but I did hear tires tear. I'm guessing not from the Chevette. Slow 60-foot time for the pickup truck. It still goes 10:05 at 141. The Chevette starts to build steam at the big end.
Exactly.
Not this time. He goes 15:04, but look at the mile an hour, 116.
That's your steam there, 116 mile an hour.
If we pipe some of that coal smoke in here, will it kill off these flies?
I don't know what.
Is it one fly or is there a bunch of flies
I think it's like
in
one
here?
fly is just being very annoying. Bruce Gorney in this chat loves the soot. Let's roll some coal.
All right, we're going to go to a couple thank yous to our sponsors here at Drag Week, and KJ and I will be back in a moment.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD ProBuild Ignition Bundle. These packages include a ProBuild distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
All right, you guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Tremec. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man.
Yeah.
Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the in shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense and you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
All right, thanks to those sponsors who we were seeing on those pre-recorded commercials. We also, of course, want to thank gear vendors Overdrive. They've been here for so long. They've helped us out for so much. Rick Johnson, personally, thank you for 20 years of making Drag Week happen and for your support of other Drag and Drive events, honestly. We've also had huge support from Mickey Thompson Tires. And Jason's down here, been helping people out with tires the whole week.
J-Mo, he is the guy. Jason Moulton, he is my personal friend, but he is the guy at Mickey Thompson as far as being an ambassador and being someone to give you information and help you out here at the track.
And I am flying the Mickey Thompson colors on my t-shirt. I'll show you that if we ever come back to us here in the booth. Also want to thank, of course, Summit Racing for being here. It's just a natural that you would get help with speed parts being shipped to the drag strip after you break things. Tremec Transmissions is here. Of course, they're a big supporter of the Stick Shift Shootout. We've also got all of the Holly brands at Drag Week helping us out, and VP Race Fuels. So thank you to all of those companies for making this happen at the 20th Hot Rod Drag Week. Dalton Knopfsinger is up on the line. He's a street race small block power adder car. Andrew Taylor's in the right in his Firebird, which is in street race small block naturally aspirated. The classes are broken down here basically on the level of suspension modification and also by engine displacement and whether it's NA or boosted. Left-hand side, 990 at 139, and the Firebird, 1098 at 123.
When I was out on the ground, David, I was asked about that quite a bit. I think what we might do for next year is give a synopsis, basically, of all the classes and put that in hotrod.com so that people can become versed in what these classes are.
I usually spell it out more than I have this week. It's a simple thought process, but it's complicated to get through, and the rules have a lot of words. So just a quickie at a glance would be a really good idea. As Austin Baden goes down in his actually really cool-looking S10, 1007 131 for Street Machine Eliminator. Now, those guys have already run, and they should have handed in their time slip, so I'm thinking that the rest of the guys out here are making fun runs. That was a 1302 at 107 miles an hour in the left-hand lane. Tommy Dupree, another pickup truck. There's a lot of S10s here. Actually, there's a lot of full-size trucks, too. Oh, that is the guy from Summit Racing, Tommy Dupree. That's right. We appreciate them being here, helping you get parts red labeled after you frag stuff. George Wright, this is a Duster that threw the hood off of his car a few days ago. Not getting a hold of the track at all, doing a little pogo stick action, trying to throw the rear end out of the car here at National Trail. Tommy Dupree from Summit, 11:06.122, and the Duster, 12:28.127.
Speaking of Summit and Red Label parts, Leroy, the Master Mechanic Edwards. Leroy, the Master Mechanic Edwards, you have a package in race control. Leroy, see race control.
So many 55 Chevys in the gasser category. Here's another one Brian and I have been loving on the green paint the whole time. Are you in or you out on
I'm
the...
good with that. It's like an olive green.
It's
drab.
sort of a dirty antifreeze green is kind of where we went with that.
Okay.
But I love it. Ricky Edwards on the right-hand side has got the 2016 Camaro SS. The gasser is going to hit an 1161 at 115, and the Camaro 1242 at 114.
There we go, in the right lane. Jim Everett, 55 Chevy, gets away. Kuda in the left lane, chasing him down at this point. Right lane with the win. Not that there's a competition going on, but Jim Everett gets there first. Next pair in the Mustang, Kyle Totchner. Evan Ulls in the left lane. Kyle in the right. Little Fox Mustang, 91 Mustang. Versus 81 Chevy Malibu G-Body. Leave together. Evan should check out on this one. Evan's running away with it. At the 8th, Evan 681. Top end charge. Win light. 1066, 1413 in the Mustang.
Group D to lane 1. We need Group D racers to lane 1. We talked to Katie Clark here in the Explorer at the ice cream stop last night. What was it called? Like Mega Moo?
Mega Moo.
Worst mint chocolate chip milkshake I've ever had. Everybody else loved their food. For me, it was like gargling Lysol. Katie Clark, left-hand side, 12:55 at 109, and John Powell, 12:05, 119.
I think that the consensus enjoyed Mega Moo.
I know it. I know. I was off the plot on that. Wow. So is this car getting way sideways in the burnout box? That can often mean one front brake working, things like that. He has had big handling problems with this car throughout the week. It is a 63 Dodge, and look at it. It is a legit old school race car and reportedly a legit max wedge car. It is a steel fender car, not a lightweight, but it is a max wedge, and you can see a lot of information on this thing on Ryan Brutt's feed. He is the auto archaeologist both on YouTube and on Instagram, and he's got a good story about saving that thing out of a barn. Richard Hill goes down 1166 120 on the left-hand side, and the 63 Dodge 1288 at 112. It's got a big stroker, big block Mopar in it now.
What I always thought was cool with those Mopars was racers that would actually shift the transmission with the push buttons.
Yeah, that was cool. They tended to blow up, but that was cool. Those also have a transmission with a weird output yoke. It's not a slip spline, it's a flange, and they use a ball and trunnion thing. So sometimes you got to take the cable shift guts out of another torque flight and throw them into a regular slip yoke torque flight to be modern and cool. And by modern, I mean 60-year-old technology. Lazy out of the hole. The Malibu goes 1091. It seems like you wait a long time for a 10-second car these days, doesn't it?
It does.
I start to get bored.
It does seem like it's taking a while now. 11 seconds, you know, and slower cars, it seems like they just take forever. But that's not to detract from them. They're getting down the drag strip, you know. And then when you look at bracket racing, it doesn't have to be a fast car to win a race.
I saw an interview with Don the Snake Prudhomme one time. They were asking him about NASCAR, and his answer was, I get bored if a race lasts more than 6 seconds. So I always remember that. It was cool. Snake is a cool cat, man.
Oh, I'm jealous. You get to like hang out with him. You have hung out with him, literally.
Yeah, not frequently, but occasionally, yeah. James Dressler, 12:05, 112, and on the right-hand side, 11:89, 110. The boat is back.
The Jenny.
Wave bye-bye. And the electric car on the right-hand side. You know, I have no animosity on this electric car program at all.
0%.
I don't even hate guys who love brand new electric cars. That's fine. I just don't need to live it. Oh, he's getting so much closer to the 11s.
That would be cool if he does
12:044 at 111. That's awesome. The boat goes 15:23 at 101. Now, here's the thing. The electric car is not affected by weather at all. It's not like he can wait for cooler conditions and get the thing into the 11s. I guess he has to work on traction.
Traction, pretty much. I mean, the motor's going to do what it does. He can't really hop it up either.
The actual motor. One of my pet peeves is you're talking about a big block Chevy and you go, oh man, yeah, this thing's a blower motor. People are like, it's not a motor.
Engine and
it's
motor.
An engine. It's like,
motor,
okay,
yeah.
come on.
Yeah.
The vernacular trumps the actual scientific definition universally.
What do the cool kids say is when it comes to car guys?
The other
One-wheel
one-
peel, too, David. You see that one-wheel peel in the pickup?
Yeah. Pickup truck's back. Guess we should be focusing on that. Apparently you're getting a text, Cage. People are waving at you.
That was Charlie Krause and Kimball Hodge, my New York homeboys. Let's see what they had to say.
Oh, Cage. We've got Spieth in the left-hand lane. Once again, I cannot see that side of the track from here. I'm going to keep complaining about that until Brian Lones calls and tells me not to. That is a big deal run that's about to happen here. We got Steve Spieth on the left-hand side. He walked into the day number 3rd overall at Drag Week. We've seen him have his struggles a lot. It pops and dies on the line, and then all of a sudden it comes up and lays down a number. That number was 688 yesterday. He is in a battle for 3rd or 2nd position overall. He's very close to Alex Taylor. Alex Taylor made a good run early on. That is not a good run. Sideways, smoking out of the hole. He will definitely be back with that entry. That is the Nova that is loaded with Ford Boss power. It's like a Kazi Boss 429 style engine.
Major cool there. Major cool.
We'll just go ahead and park that thing on the chip for 5 or 10 minutes while KJ and I are having our Italian sandwiches.
That's a lot of time on the chip there.
Racers in the pits, if you have anybody in mind for the Spirit of Drag Week award, please see Keith Turk. We're looking for somebody who has been just a solid racer with a smile on their face, going through some aggravation, helping out other people, and exhibiting everything that we would like a Drag Week competitor to be. If you know that person, please tell the story to Keith Turk. The right-hand side says 10:52, 127.52 miles an hour, and Tim Lawrence on the left, 11:27, 1. As a reminder, D group should be up in lanes. D group. in action. Little gas pouring out of the back of Higgins Chevelle on the left-hand side. He's probably got one of those muscle car type gas caps behind the license plate that always pukes. 12:23:131. Steve McNew, 10:89:127. Speaking of always puking, KJ, what's your story about the horseradish shrimp? How did that go?
Oh man, that was a disaster. As you know, in Indianapolis, any visit to Indianapolis requires at some point a visit to St. Elmo's restaurant.
We were there.
And of course, that's the high-end steakhouse where meals are quite expensive. The steaks are magnificent, don't get me wrong. And they're famous for their shrimp cocktail.
Oh yeah, and I just eat the horseradish with a spoon.
The horseradish is the key term here. I ate the horseradish. Actually, I went there, PRI, many years ago. Didn't have much money, but I got to PRI, and the group I was with went to go to dinner at St. Elmo's. Okay, I went. I had to do some calculating and budget to make sure I could afford the dinner at PRI at St. Elmo's. Went ahead and ordered the shrimp cocktail and ate it with like a glop of that horseradish cocktail sauce.
Typically, you don't want to eat anything that involves glop.
Well, that's what I did this time. I learned my lesson in that I ordered my steak, and it was a relatively expensive steak. Didn't enjoy it at all because I had this glop still in me, and the glop coagulated with the steak, and I eventually went to the restroom and just chucked everything up. So you're looking at a $100 dinner that went down the toilet.
All right, that's fantastic. We've never had so much detailed information
You asked
about
for it.
Coagulation and regurgitation.
What's my nickname? Literal Cage.
Literal
Little
Cage.
Cage.
I thought it might be the Cliff's Notes version.
You asked for it.
Hey, Brian went to the corn for me. He went to the corn, as he can be counted on doing every single year.
Well, I didn't say
So,
I yacked it up.
I guess what I'm saying is what you just saw was not the lowest point that we've seen in the live feed
Oh,
so far
absolutely
this
not.
week. Not by a long shot. And they show this to children. As we go into these little breaks, guys on the MotorTrend, Mickey Thompson, Gear Vendors Overdrive live feed, go ahead and feed us some questions.
Actually, I have an announcement from Charlie Krause. He has the maroon-colored, I think it's a 70 or 71 Monte Carlo. Last night, he broke another rocker arm, and he reached out on Facebook for a little assistance, Racer in Need type thing on Facebook. And Bill Hoskin is with Street Race Channel. He's on YouTube. He's a YouTuber. Bill Hoskin drove to the hotel and gave Charlie a replacement. So we're seeing Charlie right now racing with a replacement rocker, courtesy of Bill Hoskin. If you look up, I think it is Street Racing Channel, or I don't know his channel, but he's out there on YouTube. Has some pretty cool cars. He has the G-Body Monte Carlo with a stick shift, the black one.
Okay.
Yep, real cool car, and several other cars. Malibu that he drives in Drag and Drive, and I think that runs 9s and makes it with no issues, etc. So good looking out, Bill, and I'm glad that Charlie and those guys are still racing.
C Group will be closed at 12:30. That's 4 minutes from right now. C Group closes at 12:30.
MB Diesel taking another stab at it, David. Have you ever driven or ridden in a Mercedes-powered, a diesel-powered Mercedes?
Oh, I have driven one, and I almost didn't live through the experience. It is the most excruciatingly slow vehicle I've ever been in. It's
slow.
Absolutely horrible. Which just goes to show you how cool the Chevette is, because it goes so much quicker than a factory Mercedes diesel ever would. Left-hand side, 10-12. I can't even see the Chevette from here. We got carcinogens floating towards the grandstands for the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Turn the fuel all the way up. It will make some power. That's
1488, broke into the 14s, 113 miles an hour. I have done some damage to Chevettes in my youth.
Now I need to know what you did to a Chevette, David.
Oh, you just jump them, as you do. There's not much left to do when you don't have you're too young to go to the drag strip, haven't even thought of it yet in your life, but your buddy has a Chevette that his mom bought new, and there's a great sort of natural ramp in a street nearby your house, what do?
Send it.
You go for height and you go for distance. This is a LS-powered Buick 67 Skylark, James Jekyll going down. 1025, 136 miles an hour.
Another pickup.
I do see Bryant Goldstone back there in the staging lanes. This is going to be a big moment to determine the overall winner and whether he sets a new record in class. This has been a big shootout this week between the top 3 cars, Goldstone, Steve Spies, Alex Taylor. Or in order as it stands right now, Goldstone, Taylor, Spies. Andrew Taylor on track, no relation, 1092 at 124 miles an hour, and Tim Baptiste on the left hand, lane 1050 at 128. Now David Witt, this is the guy who has been guzzling 55-gallon drums of energy drinks, and I get the impression he thinks that makes him unique here at Drag Week. No, that's everybody.
Brian Lones himself consumes how many?
Oh, he brings a super tanker in once every morning, but that's about it. Super tanker or Red Bull. He's moved to the Red Bull from the Monster, I've noticed. Mason Miller is in the 05 Silverado on track. 1333 from the Silverado, 1070 from the Monster Guzzling Mustang.
Monster Guzzling Mustang. You ever notice at the 1,000-foot mark and then the quarter mile, how sometimes it can take 2 and 3 and 4 seconds just to cover that fish?
Yeah, if you're looking at a 12-second car, it just feels like forever. You watch half a dozen 7-second cars out here at Drag Week, you get spoiled.
It's amazing.
You could almost tell your vomit story in the amount of time it's taken this guy to get down. 1379 and 101. Left-hand side, 72 Chevy C10. That's a quick truck. You don't drive around in a 1368 full-size 3/4-ton truck that often, do you?
Not at all.
It's pretty good.
The 68 Chevelle we talked about yesterday. This is the twin car. This is his car. Matt Beebe's 68 Chevelle, green, black stripe. He built and painted an identical car for his wife that she runs in 275 Drag Radio, Milan Dragway.
Very cool. We dubbed this car the 64 Dodge Trout yesterday when we were having our Sea Creature. Did you miss the whole Sea Creature thing?
Dude, I missed everything like that.
It wasn't that good then. We don't need to relive it now.
Okay.
1324 at 112 miles an hour on the right-hand side was 1143 at 119. Just to explain the joke a little bit, so there was the boat, and that tied into fishing, and that turned into fishing for Rambler Marlins and Plymouth Barracudas, and that turned into, I think the best thing that came out of it was the Studebaker Mollusk. The rest of it was pretty sub-average, even by the standards of Drag Week commentary. The Studebaker Mollusk. Yeah, the prototype car that was never actually manufactured in 1955, the Mollusk. 1336 at 108 for Frank Porco on the left.
I never heard of that. Never, ever heard of a Studebaker Mollusk. Did you know about it, or was that just Brian only?
Only Brian.
The brilliance of Brian Lones, folks.
No, he dug deep for that. Went very, very deep.
He really did. The Studebaker Mollusk.
Very deep. Here comes Scott Carlson in the actual 64 Dodge that was confused earlier in the week for the 63 Dodge with a max wedge in it. This one goes down the track a whole lot straighter. And with more alacrity, 1268 at 106 miles an hour, and Rick Branson's Camaro goes 1355 at 103.
Now, our 64 and 63 and 64 is differentiated by taillights and grill?
All the sheet metal with the exception of the roof line.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, that's back in the era where they still changed cars completely every year. 67, 68 Camaro is pretty similar, but 69, obviously completely different. 70, completely different again. I think that in the 50s, they were really hooked on that. Back when they did the big reveals of the new car for the year, it had to be something new. And that trickled up into the early muscle car era.
Got it.
Chandler Good in the 99 Mustang left-hand side, 1274. Nate Bender, 1379 at 101. As Sharon Bogardus comes back to the line in their small block Chevy-powered Hornet.
How's this for a day at school, David? 30 students are watching the feed right now.
Fantastic. Glad to hear it. I love it when we've got students doing that, even if it's an adult school. What a great way to kill an hour of class time than to watch this ridiculousness. You get gastrointestinal sort of information going on. 1212 at 117 on the left-hand side, 1287, 105 on the right. We're going to be able to show you students some really quick cars coming up here post-haste.
You think it forward and hope that they can eventually come out and be part of Drag Week at some point as they get older.
We've got 3 different teenagers here, 2 of which just recently got their license. One of them as recently as last week. Got an 18-year-old young lady out here racing her car. Love to see the teenagers here. We got Matt Fling out helping us run the staging lanes, but most important thing that you can be seeing right now is Bryant Goldstone in the left-hand side. They have had a bloodbath this week with this car. They have run in the 650s. They had a torched cylinder head as we were coming out of Martin, Michigan, and it was weird. It torched right through the end of it. And they had the engine out of the car. They got it welded up. They got it fixed. They got it back together. They went 650s yesterday. You were looking at the quickest car on property and an average over the past 4 days of competition. We need to see a 650 out of Bryant Goldstone, and he will very likely secure his win for the very first time at Hot Rod Drag Week. He is running in the Ultimate Iron category. Our overall winner this week will certainly not be in the Unlimited class. Now, Goldstone has had his difficulties on the track as well. We've seen him spin the tires. We've seen him back out. So this is not a sure thing right now. He has made the complete drive. This car has driven 890 miles. It's been through the abuse. The engine's been out of the car. So the question is this going to be a one and done for Goldstone, or are they going to have to work for it even harder? Now, as soon as he hands in his time slip, or as soon as he crosses through the lights and has the potential to hand in a time slip, he has completed the week. But that might not be good enough for him. He might want to go quicker. This is a past class winner. This is a Hot Rod Magazine 200-mile-an-hour club driver.
Brian Robbins with a little pat on the roof. Let's go.
Bryant Goldstone. On the other side, Sam Colilillo, the car that oiled down both lanes here on day one. Come on, Goldstone. Nudge her in. They sent the tree down even though he had not fully staged the car. Colilillo gets the green, but he's backing out, having the experience to know that something was hinky there. And they have made the decision to send Bryant Goldstone on a single. He's got one in. There's two. Nope. That is not going to get it. Some smoke coming out of the car, a little wiggle waggle down. He ends up rolling a 788 at 124. You know, that's the type of thing we've seen from him earlier this week. I think we can almost guarantee that he is going to come back for another shot at that. Because let me tell you, he is motivated to make sure that he finishes this deal ahead of Alex
stopped
Taylor.
down there,
He has stopped on the track. He's pulling up against the wall. Send somebody down. It's probably okay, but we'll go have a look at Bryant Goldstone's car. Boy, what a crushing blow if that's the end of the week, but I have absolute faith they will do everything in their power to make that happen and come back and give us at least a 650, 680, something in the sixes.
After what they've been through, David, I agree with you. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I think they're going to go and figure out what's going on and work on it. One of the things that we noted in Hot Rod social media, we caught up with Brian after his 650 run yesterday, and he said that the thing is actually running better than it has since he started Hot Rod Drag Week this year. So they'll probably get it sorted out, and in a sense, he doesn't have to be back, but he has to come back and make another lap.
He has to. And look at this. Bryant Goldstone, who just went down, who we're trying to get off the track. 6-time winner at Drag Week. 2012, he was in modified Power Adder. I believe he had the Chevelle at that point. 2015, all the way through 2023 in Ultimate Iron, and he won in 2015, 16, 22, and 23. So he is last year's winner. He has never won this event overall. He has done virtually every major week-long drag and drive that you can name in the United States. And once again, I just have faith that they are going to make this happen and put on a show for us. There's no way he stands on this number if there's any way around it.
I agree. That was a Buford T. Justice no way as well.
There's no way.
No way.
No way that you come from my loins. If you see any smoke coming out of the tower, that is the Hot Rod Brain Trust doing math.
On the ground looking underneath it.
All right, the smoke is cleared. We've done the math here in the tower, and this gets really juicy. Remember that Bryant Goldstone and Alex Taylor are in a deep battle to try and win this whole thing overall. Alex Taylor walked into today with a 4-day average of 6.85 seconds, and she ran 682 earlier today. So she is going to have an average somewhere between 682 and 685. Now, if Bryant Goldstone has to stand on the ET that he just ran, if they can't get that car back together and get it up to the line, his average will be 692. So that would mean that if he has to stand on this, his average would be 69312. If he has to stand on this run, it could hand Alex Taylor the overall win. If he can get it together and come back, then he can still take the overall win. A lot of drama in the last moments here of the last drag week of the 20th year, the last day of the 20th year of Hot Rod Drag Week.
It's incredible, David. You know, this is it's a pendulum swing, literally a pendulum swing that can get your stomach upset. You know what I mean? It's one of those deals where, like, whoa, we just don't know how it's going to finish until it's actually over.
All right, we have a little bit of a break here while our track ambulance is otherwise occupied. We will get back to action. I'm going to ask KJ Jones. In fact, I'll ask Mike Galimi, who's sitting right next to me in the tower, through the glass. It's almost like being at the zoo. A little bit of separation. When do you think the very first story on drag racing appeared in Hot Rod Magazine? Galimi has no idea. 1952. Not 1952.
This is a flyer. I'm going to say 1955.
Not 1955. The very first story about drag racing in Hot Rod Magazine was in April of 1950. And it was written by Wally Parks, who had only become the editor of the magazine about 7 months earlier. You know, we always say Wally Parks was the first editor of Hot Rod. He was not the editor for the very first issue in January of 1948. Pete Peterson and Bob Lindsay, who were the owners of Hot Rod at the time, they were editing the magazine, even though they never called themselves editor. They called themselves the publishers. And so Wally was hired in mid-1949, around the time that MotorTrend magazine launched. And then he wrote the very first story about drag racing in April of 1950. Now, obviously, at that point, drag racing had been a thing because his story included photos of guys racing on abandoned airfields, which is, of course, how drag racing really got to grow in the United States. Wally would obviously go on to found the National Hot Rod Association out of the offices of Hot Rod Magazine in 1951, but he didn't hold his own drag race until an event at Pomona in April of 1953. And I can bore you with more details about all of that, but it's going to be a whole lot better to watch Colalilo go down here, as we can also spend more time criticizing him for that massive transmission leak oil down earlier in the week, both lanes.
You criticize him for that, but you also have to praise him for the comeback. You know, they took that thing apart.
It's been awesome.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we like to go to the low-hanging fruit, and the most critical hanging fruit is kind of what I do. But yes, they have made a huge comeback with this car. The car is loaded with an engine very similar to what used to run in Bryant Goldstone's car.
Super clean car. I'm wondering, though, well, not this car. There have been a couple of Grand Nationals out here, David. And do you know if Grand Nationals were available with crank windows? One of the cars out here is Grand National skin.
Don't think so.
Fugazi.
Yeah, don't think so. All right, Colalilo, it's been an interesting story because he did have those difficulties throughout the week. He ran 11:46, which really harpooned his chances at an overall win, barring any breakage from his competitors. But it has run as quick as 8 O's. Excuse me. It has run as quick as 773. 773 in this big block Chevy-powered Grand National. Now, he's in Super Street, big block power adder, and he has traded positions back and forth throughout the week, or actually just yesterday, and right now he is third overall in class. His average, 896, but he is going to average that up big time here if he can pull off another 7. He gets out real soft. He actually wags the tail a little bit. He's going to lay into it. 789, 185 miles an hour. What a great recovery story from Hot Rod Drag Week in the right-hand lane.
100%. Thought he was going to head towards the cone for a second. Glad he didn't.
I wonder if he's going to come back, because I think that was a safety run where he knew that he could get down. I think he can lay some more into it and come back and get a lower number.
Go quicker, yep.
I mean, we know he can get a tenth or two out of it.
Leroy, the master mechanic, is back.
Did he ever get his package?
I don't know.
We have a package for Leroy up in the grandstand. I was about to say if any of his guys want to come pick that up. He doesn't have guys. He's got to be riding alone in this thing. It's a single-seater.
No, he's got a guy. If you look over to your left, you see the guy with the camera there? He's been with him. Of course, he can't ride with him.
Or help him along the way, because of the rule, of course, is you can't have crew traveling with you. But you know what? There is a drag pack where people can drive along, and we do see photographers, social media guys, stuff like that. Think of the suffering Leroy has done driving this thing 890 miles. Of course, we're talking about the yellow contraption in the left-hand lane.
Contraption is the operative word here.
It is a 572 Chevrolet ProCharger contraption.
There you go.
Yeah, there you go. Our live feed, fortunately.
572 with an F3. I think it's an F3 136. Gosh, that's rowdy.
That claims F3.
F3 136. That's a rowdy supercharger right there. Cog driven.
And he's got the nitrous, yeah.
Cog driven. Cog driven. Cog driven.
Yeah, but it would need to have the belt on it in order to be great.
Okay.
You know, I hadn't noticed, because we hadn't had the camera up close and personal with that car before. I don't know if he's been running it down track that way earlier in the week with no belt on it.
No, the belt was on it. The way that thing was coming up as soon as he left, and every time he blipped it, that was supercharged.
See, we were thinking that it might have had an issue with fuel delivery with the supercharger. No? What are you thinking?
The way that engine came up, there was a belt attached to that blower. I was looking at it. I watched every lap he made. He had the belt on it.
Well, he's been struggling, of course. He's been surging down the track. Street Machine Eliminator, the top 32, the quick 32, come to lanes behind the VP Fuels trailer. It is in the lanes next to the regular lanes. Street Machine Eliminator, quick 32, now is your time. Once again, your lane is going to be behind the VP trailer next to the regular lanes. And stick shift guys, you should already be there as well. Let me tell a little story. We do this stick shift showdown. It's a thing that grew out of the racers themselves. A few years ago, they came to us and said, can we do this shootout on the last day? We said, sure. They put it together themselves. It's now become semi-official. It is in the rules that we will have a stick shift shootout and a stick shift winner at the end of the day. Apparently, they are changing things up just a little bit. In some years, it has just been a random pairing, last man standing kind of race. I understand that they have discussed taking their 4-day average ET and making a ladder out of it. I don't have final word on that. I will get it before we start that competition, but I think that's changed up a little bit. Here's how it works, though. It's for anybody who has a manual transmission, who has completed drag week, and wants to go for a heads-up shootout. So you will see cars from all different classes going side by side as long as they have a manual transmission. It's a real fun one. It lays a lot of drive shafts on the starting line. It smokes a lot of clutches. On that note, we are attempting not to make these guys hot lap as we have in the past. It may be inevitable pending the schedule, but we do try and give the stick cars some time to cool their clutches before we hot lap them over and over and over. Tremec is the sponsor of the Stick Shift Showdown. And they're giving away a 5-speed conversion for the winner of the stick shift showdown. So that is a new thing that's super cool. I'm glad Tremec has jumped up and recognized. We're getting word from Hot Rod Magazine photographer Kevin Diassi, who is with Goldstone, who you just saw go down. Apparently, they're having, no? Apparently, I've been shut down. I'm not sharing that information, as there's a seizure going on with Galimi in the next room. Oh, I'm going to a different note. All right, if you are done running, please bring your time slips as soon as possible. Remember that at the end of the day, we need to calculate all of the winners, and we also need to find out what all of our performance trophies are. That means quickest V6 car, quickest Pontiac, quickest Buick. That takes some time to sort through, and we will be sitting there, and you will be waiting for the Gear Vendors Awards party if you don't get your time slips in stat, because otherwise we have to sit around and burn your time and ours making that happen. We don't want a huge crowd coming into the ET booth, or rather the time slip hand-in booth at the end of the day. And that's another reason to get your time slip in now. So if you've run and you're happy with your time, please go see them and hand in your time slip. Oh, wow. Okay. Here's news that KJ and I were unaware of. Wow. I feel badly for Colalillo because he's going to have a reputation. Fortunately, he's a super nice guy with a good sense of humor. It might end right now if I go too hard on this. The same guy that oiled down both lanes of our track of this track with transmission fluid just barfed his transmission all over the turnout to the return road. I didn't realize it because we couldn't see it from here. He's on the return road, I guess right in the sort of door, the exit, and there's ATF all over the ground. So we're going to have a little bit of a break while we vacuum that off the track. So let's talk again about the history of drag racing in Hot Rod Magazine. I talked to you about how the very first story was in April of 1950. Clearly, drag racing was going on before that. The question is, what are the origins of it? And obviously, drag racing happened when they manufactured the second car.
Right.
And it was going on, I think, before the war is street racing going on all over the country. The first organized drag strip with a gate, with a plan, with promotion was in April, I think, of 1949 in Goleta, California, on an access road to the airport.
Goleta, California, which is north of Los Angeles
It's
by several miles.
Santa Barbara.
Okay, Santa
Essentially.
Barbara area.
Looks like we do have the track clean and we're going to send cars, so I described more what was happening in the break rather than what was going to happen in the break. That first drag race was a couple of street racers named Fran Hernandez, who went on to work at Ford and invented the flopper funny car. He won that very first drag race with his nitro flathead-powered 32 Ford Coupe.
So you have Leroy here pretty much on motor. Belt is off the supercharger. Left lane, Leroy, the mechanic, 14-13 is 66 mile an hour.
And Herb White on the right-hand side, 11:41 at 122. Roger Blackford is back with the 68 Belvedere with the cool graphic down the side. Graham Hayes on the right. Graham Hayes is running in Ultimate Iron. Hayes has gone as quick as 7:18 during the week.
These guys built or made their own bearing for the front wheel.
Oh, the wheel bearing. That's right. Yeah, Hayes is looking pretty good as he motors through half track at 477. He goes 737 at 186 miles an hour. Graham Hayes, unbelievable that type of performance still doesn't get you in a podium position in class when you're duking it out with a bunch of cars that are averaging in the 690s and 80s and better. Unbelievable. However, that was the fourth quickest pass that you've seen thus far this morning. Are we in the afternoon? I've lost track of time. Oh, that's right. We started late today, didn't we?
I thought it was day 4.
Jonathan Bucci in the 84 Mustang runs 1366 at 100 miles an hour, and Kyle Osborne in the Pontiac Grand Prix 1607, 71 miles an hour. Man, I remember when Paul Nichols first showed up with this 55 Chevy Nomad that they pulled out of a barn, and he's giving you a nice long look at that car that has been here at Drag Week for many years. As Randy Kenny goes down 1309 at 101.
It's close to a 30-second look, I think.
Yeah, you got a nice gander. 20.167 second gander at the Nomad. Matt Kelly on the starting line was very much inspired by the Roadkill muscle truck. Mine is a 74 Chevy C10, his is a 77. Otherwise, they're essentially indiscernible, aside from the fact that he's out here doing it and I'm in here talking about it. He does have a 5.3 under the hood of that thing. Tim Woolen's on the left-hand side in the Trans Am that just ran 1176 at only 93 miles an hour. And the muscle truck clone goes down 1298 at 106, which is in fact quicker than the actual muscle truck, which in its current configuration has only been 1330s at Las Vegas. But if you subtract the elevation in Las Vegas, I am going to bench race this guy to a heads-up shootout if we ever get to that spot. This is really cool on the right-hand side. This guy's dad bought that car brand new, and he has with him a photo of him at 5 years old standing with his dad with this car. It's a 1951 Ford four-door sedan.
That's a cool heirloom story. I heard you guys talking about it throughout Drag Week. That's really pretty decent, man, to have that car still in the family.
And running 1372 at 99 miles an hour. The left-hand side, 1485 at 96. Kathy Rugg is in the left in her 67 Plymouth Valiant, the lowest end A body that you could buy at that time. 12.62 at 107 miles an hour. Jeffrey Sixt was in the 75 Camaro that went 13.11 at 101. Corey Rusak is in the actual PPV model 14 Caprice. KJ and I were talking about that earlier, and I said I knew a guy who had an Impala. It's actually, I forgot, a Caprice in the PPV that year. It runs 12.63 at 110. The Mustang on the right side, 16.42 at just 84 miles an hour, 85. Brian Hosner is in the right lane in the Chevy pickup. Tim Gregg has the 69 Dart. These are both Street Machine Eliminator class cars. I think they're just making joy rides at this point, and they're having the kind of joy that looks like 1178 in the right and 1162 in the left. So joyful. The right-hand side, Rob Senker. He is currently number 2 in Super Street Big Block Power Adder. He has run as quick as 8:06. That's the car on the right-hand side. Turbo Pontiac Power gets out with a 1:34 short time. He goes 5:23 to the 8th, and there you go. Another 8:05 at 173.63 out of the Pontiac-powered Pontiac. High fives on the starting line for that one, we agree. 14:58 for English in the left-hand side. I have information about the $500 Summit Racing prize pack. The winners are as follows. The winning driver is Stuart Barada. Stuart, please report to the Summit Racing trailer to claim your prize. Summit Racing has issued you a prize, Stuart Barada. And for the co-pilot, we also have an award for the co-pilot from Summit Racing, Patty White. Patty White, please report to Summit Racing. They've got their trailer down there, and you can go collect your prize. And here's another big one. Bringing the car back from Australia after a few-year gap in his participation at Hot Rod Drag Week, John Ferrone. Ferrone Engines out of Australia. We have seen this Australian Valiant Charger run as quick as 7:56 yesterday. It is powered by Mopar. If you don't recognize it, it is because it is an Australia-only model, not for sale in the United States. It is right-hand drive. Right, he's getting it up on boost. He's going to tear the tire a little bit. He's sliding sideways. He's still in it. He goes to the 8th mile at 5:0 and runs 7:42 at 2:03. His quickest run of the week. That was the 6th quickest run that you have seen so far today. All right, we're getting into the stick shift shootout. These are stick shift shootout cars. How cool. So you're going to watch guys launching off the clutch, banging gears as they go down the track. We're trying to get these guys to run eliminations and give them a little bit of time to cool off. We got Fedden Barisa, who's going to win this round against Danielle Doyle, who's in the Mustang, who's in the 79 Mustang in the left-hand side. Barisa goes 986, 143 for the win. Now remember, this is just heads-up racing now, straight-up drag racing. This is no longer time trials. Cars that go to the finish line first are going to win, and you will see them again. The others go home, likely for their very last pass of drag week, as Danielle just made with a 1460 at 109. Now we've got Nick Letomsky on the left. He's got the Camaro. Devin Noyes in the right in the 70 Duster. These are both Street Machine Eliminator class cars. I think that they have attempted to pair these based on a ladder, so you'll be seeing cars coming together depending. I don't know if they made a Sportsman or a Pro ladder off this deal. Are they even on a ladder, or is it random pairings? I don't have this information. Perhaps that can get texted to me. Well, Devin Noyes is going to get out of the hole late, but it's going to drive right past Nick Letomsky. Noyes gets to the big end, 1033, 132 for the win. And on the left-hand side, 1294 at 110. Ryan Buchel on the left-hand side, John Powell on the right, the S10 versus the Dakota. You can always spot these stick shift competitors throughout the week because you can see them launching hard and dipping the nose every time they bang a gear. And there's more and more of them that show up every year for the stick shift showdown. This time, it's going to Powell on the right-hand side with an 1167 to an 1190. And that time, we actually saw a similar side-by-side race. It was pretty good. Margin of victory, 350 thousandths, which for us
Close race.
is close. This is currently the eliminator for the stick shift showdown. Now throughout the week, the 55 Chevy gets a little sideways out of the hole. He's going to drive past the Pontiac, which earlier in the week I was claiming was turbocharged. This is not the car with the turbo on it. It is Pontiac powered, but it's not going to beat the 55 Chevy who runs 1160, the Pontiac 1271. We are not seeing any kind of good reaction times even yet. I haven't seen a single light, KJ.
It's kind of hard to do with a stick car, David.
Well, you got to do what you got to do if you want to win the stick shift showdown.
This is true. This is absolutely true. But as a former stick racer, I had a car with a stick that I tried to drag race, and everybody said put it on automatic, and eventually I did.
And there you go with a 303 light in the left-hand side, which isn't going to matter if it's slow because you can see that he's just going to freight train Everett in the right-hand side as Krakowski on the left wins with a 983 versus the 55 Chevy's 1136. Right now, I think what we're seeing is cars that are kind of wildly mismatched in the pairings, and so even if there's not a light, guys are going to outrun their competition pretty handily. Kyle Sherman this time is in the 99 Corvette on the left. Brian Doyle in the 69 Camaro at the right. This time, Doyle cuts an 019 light to Sherman's 226. So, of course, Doyle's also going to get there first. 1051, 131 versus a 1222, 113. He didn't even need to risk that light. He could have driven right past that junk. Scott Montgomery is the left-hand side. He has got the WRX. He got his license last week.
Wow.
Cody Helger is in the
Wow.
right-hand side in the 55 Chevy. We've seen this thing gear banging all week long. We've seen all these cars gear banging all week long. I would love nothing more than for 16-year-old Scott Montgomery to get a win here.
I was thinking the same thing. Anything can happen in a drag race. We know that. And if this kid gets a win here, that would be epic.
He's got the all-wheel drive. He could get the jump. He does not get the jump. Man, Helger gets out with an 023 light. Montgomery's going to get a great view of the 55 Chevy as he gets out with a 254. The Chevy wins with a 964 ET, 139 miles an hour. And what a great week for Scott Montgomery. We're stoked to have you here running your 14.14 second Subaru. Love to have you. Please come back. Love to see the younger guys out here. Now, looks like we got Brian Clark on a bye. I don't know how he worked that out.
This is a ladder system too. This is built on a ladder.
They did build it on a ladder. I don't know if it's sportsman or pro. I'm assuming sportsman.
Probably sportsman,
and I
David.
don't know if it was based on a 5-day average or if it was based on a 4-day average. But we are running this on a ladder rather than random pairings. And we did see Brian Clark take a bye at 1289 at 112. The Bowtie Hunter car in the left-hand side. KJ approves of this message.
Definitely approve of this message. And actually, in watching this car on the left lane come out of the water, I think that's the hardest it's come out of a burnout since they've been racing drag week.
Okay, the slower light goes to the left-hand lane, but he's also got the faster cars. He's going to outrun the dart of Nathan Broom.
Now, would a dart that early come with a stick? Were they manual?
You could get a 4-speed with those cars, even with a slant 6. That one goes 14:47, but the winning time is 11:31 at 1:21. Yeah, I had a slant 6 4-speed convertible 64 dart.
Oh, wow.
Briefly.
Pretty cool cruiser.
Brent McCoy, left-hand side. This is an instigator of the stick shift showdown. He at one time was the guy who collected all the names and walked around and made the ladder and controlled the lanes and did the whole thing. He helped make this happen. John Puckett, another guy who I think of in initiating this whole program. The pair of 55 Chevys is awesome. I'm thinking they staged that way on purpose. Look at the lights. 054 in the left-hand lane. 048 in the right-hand side. They are side by side. And the win goes to Brent McCoy. Frank Romano is out with a 10.00 as Brent runs 9.78. That was the best side-by-side shootout that we've seen in all of drag week.
Definitely. Frank spun a little bit out of the hole, and that's what did it to him.
For sure. Now Chandler Good on the left. Gregory Black in the 66 Mustang. Good versus Black. Good draws a red light. He is out. That gives the win to the Mustang on the right-hand side. 979 at 120 miles an hour. Here's breaking news. I didn't realize that the boat was a stick shift.
That's it. BMW with a stick. E46 with a stick shift. Actually, they broke, I don't know if it wasn't a transmission. They broke something in the driveline and had to get one from a junkyard. And then they broke two. Got one from a junkyard and then did the internet call out and someone brought them one.
Wow. You even got a wrench on your boat on drag weeks. Who's ever heard of that? Kyle Buntley on the left-hand side. That was real interesting. No reaction time from either side. I think everybody saw this result coming. If you can't beat a boat, who are you really? 10:24 at 119. 15:28 at 96 miles an hour. I wonder if that's actually Finnegan's favorite entry of drag week. He is a boat guy.
Now here's a question. These laps here in the stick shift shootout, can these laps be submitted if they run super quick? Can they submit this as an official time slip?
Keith Turk question. But I believe not, because I believe they've submitted their slips to make the ladder do this. But in other years, we have done the stick shift shootout, and their pass during the shootout did count towards what they could hand in, so I don't have that answer for you.
Gotcha.
Rob Courtney's in the 95 Civic. You know, this thing has made 888 passes earlier. He could be smart right now saving the second transfer case that he's put in this thing. Well, he put one transfer case in. It's the second transfer case that he's had during the week. And they are prone to shatter when you dump the clutch and run 888. So he's taking it easy. I hope he's back for the rest of the stick shift shootout. That was odd, though, because I saw 2 buys in the first round.
Well, one might have been a mechanical buy, competition buy.
Correct. Sure.
Come on down. You get in the middle.
There's too many people. I'll step out.
Nice shirt.
Welcome your way in. I told you it was mine tomorrow. I'm all in.
You stand over here.
Okay.
Matt, come on in. And your last name, Matt?
Arco.
We're in frame, I think. We got a little downtime now on the track as they just get it dressed up for the next session. And I have two visitors here in the booth with me from Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. And everybody watching this live feed, you thank these gentlemen right here and all of their colleagues because they brought it. They're bringing it to you. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels is our live feed sponsor. I have Matt Arco with us and my man J-Mo. I've shouted him out several times, but it's Jason Moulton. But J-Mo is what I call him. How you guys doing?
Everybody, all my friends now refer to me as J-Mo, so you created.
You're welcome.
It sounds way cooler.
You're welcome. It does. There you go.
Will it work better if I turn the mic on?
Repeat what you just said.
All right, so yeah, all my friends are now calling me J-Mo.
You're welcome, sir.
So I referred to my wife as A-Mo this morning. Her name's
Okay.
Amanda. We're still working on that.
It'll get there. it'll get there. When I see her, the next time I see her, I'll call her Amo, and it'll be official.
Yeah.
But Matt, welcome to you. This is your first in-person drag and drive. You're familiar with it by the internet, I'm sure, but it's your first time being here.
It is. Thrilled to be here. Really appreciate the support. Just awesome to be around all these badass cars.
A lot of badass cars and trucks, and cars and trucks.
And boats.
And boats, too.
Boats, yeah.
Cars, trucks, boats. I don't know if you'd outfit a boat with tires, per se, traditionally, but in this case, you might want to see that boat and see about putting a set of Mickeys on that, too.
That's right. I mean, I think Mickey's, they're sticky. They'll run fast. We'll have to talk.
Absolutely. Now, one of the things about Mickey Thompson, it's a brand. Understand that we knee jerk to slicks. We knee jerk to 275 drag radials. But when you look at Mickey Thompson in the big picture, I mean, apparel even now, but apparel, truck tires. Talk about the truck tires for a second. We did a little focus on the ones that Brian Goldstone is using for his road tour, his road segment of Drag Week. But on the truck side of things, you have a lot of trucks out in the pits. Do you have tires for stuff like that, the tow vehicles?
Yeah, we've actually got some great products for tow vehicles. We've got our Baja Boss AT, and we've got our Legend EXP. And the Baja Boss AT we use on a lot of our tow vehicles at work. It's got 3-ply sidewall, so it's great with stability when you're pulling that trailer. High load ranges, and we got a great variety of sizes. So it's a great all-around tire. For some reason, you're going down a dirt road with your race car. We don't recommend, not everybody wants to do that, but our tires will get you through no problem. So, we're really proud of the fact that Mickey was into not only drag, he started off in drag racing, building tires for the old Thunderbolt Superstock cars, but he went into off-road as well. So we've taken a lot of that DNA and we've put it in our products. So, we want to make sure that, hey, we've got products for your trucks too, and even some UTVs.
And even UTVs. And Mickey Thompson, the Mickey Thompson Off-Road Series, I actually went to one of those programs and checked it out. It was like really a wild deal that they had going on around Southern California. It was badass.
You're dating yourself.
I am. Well, I fess to be. I do fess to own my age,
seasoned.
you know what I mean? I'm very well seasoned. Thank you very much for that. But
one other thing to add in terms of trucks and SUVs. So one of the things we're really excited about, in T-minus about 2 weeks, we're launching 4 new lines of truck and SUV wheels.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
So 17
okay.
to 20 inch fit your current, your new Broncos, your new Jeeps, but also all the vintage 70s models as well. So really slick. They pair really nicely with all the Boss and the Legend products that J-Mo talked about. So keep an eye out for those in about 2 weeks.
In about 2 weeks, and I'm sure at programs like the SEMA show, maybe PRI show, you'll have full display. So people that attend those shows can see them in person and get to check them out and then eventually put them on your truck. Let's talk about real quick the 275 drag radial, Jason. That's near and dear to my heart, and you know that a lot of racers here are running on that tire.
Yeah.
Tell me about the evolution of that tire. We go back with it a long way.
Oh yeah. I mean, back to the PSCA days, the old
Correct.
Wild Street class. In 2003, we were working on a 275 radial tire, and we heard these guys are running 9s, and we thought that's impossible on that tire. Fast forward 20 years,
Exactly.
look at where everybody's at. But the 275 Pro was an interesting story because we had a regular radial, and people were running it, and then some other products hit the market that were, let's just say on the sidewall, said not for highway use. So we started talking to the sanctions and the other other folks out there in the market and said, what do you want? We'll make you what you want. And that's the great thing about us being present at a lot of these events. We can have that face-to-face interaction, and a lot of great stuff comes out of it. So, you know, the sanctioning body says, hey, we want a 275 that's just, it says 275 is DOT approved, bring it on. I said, it's about to get silly.
And it did get
and
silly.
It got silly.
It got really silly. It got very, very silly. Now, in the DOT process, this is for people that are out in the stands even, what happens to get that DOT approval for a tire like that?
Yeah, I mean, there's specific testing that's put out by the government that says it has to meet these certain criteria. There's endurance tests, there's mileage tests, there's all sorts of, like, there's some puncture tests, there's some other things that go on for passenger car tires. Got to have a certain tread depth to them, so, you know, but there's really not a whole lot that says how much pattern a tire has to have. So we do say on the 275 Pro, not for highway use, we're just trying to be responsible. I do get people call and say how bad they are in the rain. I'm like, yes, don't drive these in the rain. But yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it does pass all the DOT requirements. It's got to fit a certain DOT requirement for size. There's a size maximum for that kind of stuff. So we said, okay, we're going to look at the rule book like a racer would look at it, and let's build a tire.
There you go. And you know, a racer's going to look at the rule book with one eye most of the time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, yeah, exactly. So no, it's been a great showcase for all our products out here. You know, the ET Street Rs, SSs, the truck tires as well. And yeah, this is just a great testament. We feel like we're a huge part of this market, and we're just really happy to be here.
Well, we're glad you're here. We definitely thank you for everything that you do for Drag Week, that you do for Hot Rod, that you do for me personally as a driver. We have the tires on our truck at the house even.
Yep.
But thanks for everything, Mickey Thompson. The live feed comes to you from these guys and the ladies at Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels. We're about ready to go back to action now. So you guys get out of here.
I'll turn it over to the pros.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't want me up here.
See you later. Thank you.
David. David's showcasing some of our new apparel, so we need a model.
That was a blast.
You guys are out.
They're out.
Yeah, thank you. Matt. Nice to meet you.
So,
all right.
Hi, David. Thank you again for everything.
Oh, of course. Thank you.
Matt's in charge of our marketing, so.
Oh, good. There's an All right, here's the answer to your question, KJ, which is a good one that's coming from Tanya. For the stick shift shootout, they made the ladder based on last night's averages, so their 4-day average. So, yes, they can use this time slip to turn in for today. So that's good info for people watching all over the planet right now. We got 6,400 people watching. That's pretty good. We also have Jody Koyman on the line on the right with the Falcon. Rick Callahan on the left with the Challenger. Oh, there you go, Warren. Thanks for pointing that out. Perfect reaction time on the right-hand side. That is a 000. The 000 goes 11:54. Losing technically to the left-hand side, 10:53 with a 6. Oh, we're into Street Machine Eliminator. Okay, I just walked in after that deal with Mickey Thompson. And so what we've actually reached is the point at which we hand the microphone to Warren Evans to call the Street Machine Eliminator Bracket Race Showdown. Warren, who's running our Drag Racer TV live feed here, it's on you.
All right, David, thank you very much. We're a couple of pairs into it right now. These are running for real in eliminations, and they're dialed in. That means they have A performance prediction on the window. Frank Veneziano, Martin Villeneuve. The wagon over on the right, dialed in a 10 flat. That is as quick as you can go. The way we came up with those numbers, we took their average for the week, deducted a tenth of a second off of them. That's the number they're going to be running against. Martin Villeneuve for the win, 1040 on the 10 flat at 128. Frank Veneziano goes 1232 on the 1052. That's way off the pace. So Martin moves on to the next round. Chris Reeder, Clinton Taylor coming up now. Taylor in the Malibu wagon, bumping his way in. 1076 up on the scoreboard. He'll get the head start over Chris Reeder. Handicap Pro Tree. Off the starting line right now, Reeder 1036 on the scoreboard down there. Top end, they close on each other. A double breakout. That means they've been sandbagging all week. Chris Reeder goes 1034 on the 1036. He was 076 on the tree. That was the best light of the pair by a bunch. 1034 on the 1036. He breaks out by 0.02 of a second. Clinton Taylor broke out by a quarter of a second, going way under. Ken Cinco off and running right now in the Grand Cherokee. And the red lights start right side for Sean Gilbert as he rolls the beams. Gets no reaction time left before the tree was activated. Ken Cinco, your winner, 1091 at 125. Now, in a typical bracket race, you could take this type of information and change your prediction for the next round, but that's not the way this works in Street Machine Eliminator. The dial-in has already been set based on your average minus a tenth of a second. So Michael Turner would have averaged 11 flat for the week, and Paul Llewellyn would have averaged 1015 for the week. So they're 1090 and 1005 up on the scoreboard. Turner with a big time red light start. Paul Llewellyn gets the automatic win. The Corvette will go down there against the 1005 on the scoreboard and will run about 1163 at 87 off the throttle as he was slowing once he got to the 8th mile mark. Michael Turner, red light start, 1757 at 59. He's done here in round number 1. Kim Kelm comes up now. Current generation Camaro over there on the left. 1017 is the dial-in. And Pete Chongris over here right. That is a third generation Camaro. No, I was right the first time. Second generation Camaro. 1068, 1017. Chongris gets the head start, grabs a couple of tenths of a second as well. Kim Kelm a little bit late reacting to the green light. Top end of the track goes 1085 on the 1068 for Pete Chongris. Had the better reaction time. 1085 at 112. Got down there and took the win stripe by a little over a tenth of a second. Kelm was pretty close to that dial-in. 1022 at 136, but gave away way too much on the starting line. Slow to react. Walter Zeltner, the 29 Model A, trying to go 1080, and Phillips Little Nova over here on the right-hand side with a 1037 up on the scoreboard. Down track they go, and win light goes right side of the track. 1071 on the 1037 for Phillips Nova. He gets the win light. He was better on the reaction up front as well by about a tenth of a second. Walt Zeltner, 1117 on the 1080. Margin of victory down at the stripe, 16 hundredths of a second. David Lips in the Hellcat SRT. That's the purple machine over on the left. One of the quicker cars in this grouping, 1012. The prediction down there alongside the 1061 dial for Ricky Dorn. Dorn's Mustang on the brakes hard at the finish line. Drove around him down there, knew what to do. Tags the brakes and goes 1081 at 120. Had the light by a bunch. David Lips, 1025 on the 1012. Based on dial-in, Lips was closer. But based on reaction time, Ricky had him covered by about a quarter of a second. Timothy Bradshaw the 02 Mustang GT left side, and Ryan Palmer on the right. The Grand National hustling down track. And unless he breaks out, the Grand National. I'm louder than everybody else. I apologize for that. Palmer goes 11:56 at 93. Knew what to do when he got to the top end. 17:10 for Bradshaw. Trouble-plagued run there for his Mustang. He's done here in round number 1 of the Street Machine Eliminator. Steve Eden comes up now, gets the single here in the Nova. 10:53 up on the scoreboard. Let's give him a free look at it. 10:37 at 119. As we've mentioned a couple of times throughout the week, some of these guys may have been sandbagging to make sure they're in this Street Machine Eliminator field, because you can't run any faster than 10 flat. It's Doug Kistler now off and running alongside Kevin Augustine. Augustine rolled through the beams, no time there, automatic win for Kistler, and goes dead 6. How about that? 10:15 with a 6 at 135. His 72 Nova, he might have done this a time or two before. Kevin Augustine, again, rolls through and is taking the pout lap going down through there. Just taking his time to enjoy the Friday afternoon sunshine here. Ian Strecker, Isaac Poe. Poe's Mopar off the starting line. These two are tied on the starting line. They're only 7,000 apart on the reaction time. And a 10:77 for Isaac Poe. He's kind of got this thing figured out. He's 7 over. And the better light, Ian Strecker, 10:61 on the 10:22. Not running anything close to what he's been running on his average all week. Azim Sheik will bring that 73 Camaro to the starting line. One of the quicker cars in category. His imposed number is a 10 flat. David Studley trying to go 10:48. And the red light start for Azim Sheik. Gives the win light to David Studley. Studley, against his 10:48, he goes 10:20 at 115. He was holding a bunch, as they say in the bracket racing world. Azim Sheik, 10:10 on the 10 flat. But he is done in this category because of the red light start. Christopher Vandewalker, the modern muscle Mopar alongside the pony car on the right of Fedden Barista. Finish line says it is the Ford of Barista for the win. 10:52 at 131. He'll pick up the round win. Better on the light again by a bunch. Vandewalker, 10:77 on the 10:62. His race portion is done. Nicholas Delino, the challenger, and Devin Noyes coming up next. And I believe, looking out the window, this is our final pair on the starting line. Delino is dialed in at a 1070. We'll get the head start. Devin Noyes will be on the chase in his 70 Duster. A little popping and banging, and both of them off and running. They're both green. Actually, two of the better lights in the category. Looking at each other, top end of the track. How about a 10:52 for Devin Noyes to move on to round number 2, 128 for the speed. Nick Delano goes 11:17 off the pace at 126. So round 1 is complete. Street Machine Eliminator. Now we're going back to, I'm not sure which this is. I would just say all of our classes. David Freiberger will jump back in here to tell you all about it.
We do have a number of cars who still have not made their runs today, so I'm seeing some good stuff back in line and some fun stuff, things that we haven't seen run. They might not be fast cars, but we love every single one of them. They've all got character. Loans and I try and sort of attach some personality to each of these cars as we can throughout the week, so we got some entertaining stuff coming up. We also have a part found by a racer. Somebody found a piece of window trim, and it has been left at the Hot Rod Motorhome. So if window trim blew off your vehicle, it's probably at the Hot Rod Motorhome. Thank you, Warren, for handling the first round of bracket racing, and now we are back into just straight up time trials. Some of the people making fun runs, probably for the 5th or 6th time today. Other people getting up here for the very first time. We, of course, know that Bryant Goldstone is still in the pits thrashing to fix whatever problem he had, and he's got to come back and run a better number, or he's going to hand this whole thing to Alex Taylor. So you know there's a mad thrash to make that happen. 1302 on the left side, 1314 in the right. This pair is going to be Jeffrey Good in the 54 Ford F100 and Spencer Moorfield in the Volvo. KJ, I will not give you an opportunity to criticize my pronunciation of this particular product.
I'll let you live.
Yeah, let me live. Yeah, it's like very freeing. The pressure is off.
The LS swap in the Volvo, though, is interesting. A lot of, figuratively, a lot of car crafters and such do this swap.
It's become the norm, or a norm anyway. Who knew that those things would ever have value?
Competitive on a drag strip, they're tanks.
Yeah, they are tanks. The safety box. The Volvo, that.
You said you weren't going to do that.
The wagon went 1197 at 116 miles an hour, and the F100 1560 at 87. KJ, I may have allegedly gone to the beer.
Allegedly, there's no confirmation of it. There's no video evidence of it.
Nobody's filed a complaint. William Gregory is in the 93 Sonoma. Glenn Reese is in the left in the Mustang. The Mustang 1235. The right side 1260 at 106. Aaron Green's got the little red square body that changed an engine midweek, right?
Yes, indeed. Facebook Marketplace for the win on that one. They put a window in the LS that was LS3 that was in the truck, and got on Marketplace and found one and made a run to get it, and got everything swapped and arrived at Indianapolis at about 6 in the morning.
People have asked whether it's legal or not to change your engine midweek on drag week. You're not allowed to bring an engine with you and swap it back and forth or do anything like that, but if you have an impromptu situation where your engine frags, you can get it fixed. 1122 with the used engine on the left-hand side, 1205 on the right. We got some heavy hitters coming up, but first we've got Daniel Austin in his 29 DeSoto that is going to be running number 2 in the hot rod category. The sort of underpopulated hot rod category, only 2 cars in it this time. Kaylee Hawley is in the right-hand side, and you likely have never seen a cleaner 73 Plymouth Duster.
David, if you notice on the rumble seat flipped open. So
yeah, the rumble seat always flies open on that thing as it goes down track. And this time he goes 1368, and the other side 1431. But here is an awesome pair on the starting line. Once again, you've got Steven Spiess. Remember, he is in the top 3 shootout for ET overall. He already made a pass earlier today. He's back to put down a much better performance. Then you've got Evan Erkwitz on the other side in the 79 Malibu, and he is number 3 in Pro Street Power Adder. I'm thinking both of these cars are looking to better their numbers. Spiess did not get down at all on his first attempt out here, so this is going to be a make or break kind of pass, even though he does have some hours to get back in lanes if this doesn't go right. Oh, he's not going to get out. We keep seeing that, and Erkowitz is going to tear the tire off the thing and give up that pass. Wow, that is a bad scene for Steve Spiess. However, we've seen him come back from this 3 days in a row.
Absolutely, absolutely. 3 days in a row, having challenges getting down, and then all of a sudden, boom, here comes that magic lap. So, not to say that it's not going to come today.
You know those guys are beating their head against the wall, because what is the problem that seems to creep up, and then they solve it, and then it comes right back? Perhaps it's something related to having made the street drive from the last track to this one.
Possible. I almost like anything's possible at this point.
Yeah, but it's our job from the tower to just make wild speculation regardless of accuracy.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm learning.
That's
I'm
not,
learning.
yeah.
I'm new to this, the booth thing.
Right.
I need to be out in the field. I need to be with my people.
Evan Ulls running 10:17, 129 in the Malibu. Brian Robinson has a 13:08 at 112. Also known as making stuff up as you go along. Cole Poncelet is in the Camaro. Jake Youngblood in the square body. Stick shift shootout to the lanes. Stick shift shootout next round. We need you to the lanes. Cole on the right-hand side went 12.75 and a 13.04 out of the square body. And once again, there was a time when nobody went 13.0 in their full-size square body pickup truck.
Not at all. It's more like a 17.0.
I mean, that's a great street truck.
It's a good lap. And speaking of laps now, you called the stick shift shootout back. Would you call that a hot lap or a moderately warm lap?
It's at least temperate.
Tepid lap.
I think it's not too bad. It's a little tepid.
Tepid lap.
It's a better break than we have given them before, I'll say that. And my motto is, don't make it great, just make it better. And I think we delivered that. So did Kerry Nashim on the right-hand side, 12.68 at 108. And Harry Sozik on the other side, 12.30, 110. Oh, stick shift, folks, don't forget that your lane is next to the VP trailer. Not the conventional staging lanes, but the one right next to the VP trailer. Come on back with your smoking hot clutch. I bet it smells like friction material in that lane like nothing you can imagine.
Absolutely. The air is full of clutch dust.
The SRT Cherokee, 13.59 at 102. And Hosner's Vista Cruiser, 15.60 at 86 miles an hour. Jonathan Nucha's got the SRT-8 Dakota pickup truck. Red Klaus has the 65 Mustang.
That Dakota's a cool truck, too. I don't know what it's powered by, but just it's clean, has a good stance to it. It's been making the miles. Actually, he did his exhaust through the side exit through the bed. He's got a nice little trim piece around it. It's very, very clean. Nicely done.
Maybe that's how he goes 12.78 at 107.
There you go.
And the right-hand side, 14.06.93. John Gilliard has got the 69 Firebird. I think we did verify Pontiac power under the hood of this thing at a drive-through burger stand the other night. Blake Ayers is in the right in the 81 Fairmont sedan.
We have a need for support here. Someone's looking for a trunk key for an AMC Javelin, AMX.
Brian
How about
Goldstone?
that?
I don't
How
know.
about that? Maybe Brian Goldstone might have the key.
Blake Ayers, the Fairmont, 12.06, 121, and John Gilliard, 13.46, miles an hour. Oh, KJ, here's a treat for you. I bet you didn't see this coming, but you will for quite a while. It is Chad Witham's 75 Plymouth Duster, the slowest car of Drag Week this year.
The slowest car of Drag Week, so now, and that's making a full pull, because we've seen some 20-second passes.
Oh, no.
Okay, making
No,
a full pull.
this is full pull. This is clean, 6 cylinders all the way down, not a puff of smoke, not a bit of shake, not going to lift.
Moseying on down the drag strip.
Oh, wait for it. What's the over and under on the 22nd time? What are you on? What are you on?
He's
Quick.
under 20 seconds.
Oh, he got it. KJ wins 1996 at 68 miles an hour, 12:43 on the right-hand side. That was all Cage. Yeah. He'll come in clutch and get you that way. You got to watch him. They call him KJ because he's cagey. Here's an interesting pair. The 96 Beretta on the left, which actually hauls hiney compared to what you would expect from this thing.
That car gets down.
And the same is true of this 64 Buick Electra. It's got a 455 on a little 2 to nitrous. It's got a 4L80 or 4L60E, and you just put in there 1355 at 100 miles an hour from the boat. 12008 from the Beretta. 12008.
11-second Beretta.
Okay, here's something I asked Brian yesterday. He didn't know it. You probably will. What is the name of Beretta's bird, the cockatiel?
I did know it. Gosh, I did know it. Let me think of that
You
one.
work on it while I am calling the top 32 Street Machine cars. Street Machine Eliminator, the quick 32 Shootout. If you made it past the last round, you're going to want to get back into the VP trailer lane, the lane next to the VP trailer. We're missing 2 right now for the second round. 2 of you are missing from the second round, and we will just boot you out and forget you ever existed. So you're going to want to get in lanes next to the VP trailer. 1319 on the right-hand side, 1366 on the left. Here comes a pair of Mopars, the C-Body Fury, 1966 on the left-hand side, the 66 Satellite, the B-Body mid-size platform on the right.
So Fury is considered a full-size car?
In this year, they actually shifted that in 1966. In 1965 and earlier, well, in the 50s, it was a huge car. Then there was a time when it was the body style like with what Richard Petty won with in 64 could have been a Fury. And then they went back to the full-size car, and it became a C-body. More than you needed to know. Misinformation from the tower. 1360, 103 on the left for the Fury. 1397 at 93 for the Belvedere or Satellite. Uh-oh. Do you remember, as is mentioned in the live feed, the VIP, the Plymouth VIP?
Fury VIP.
I think it was just a VIP. I'm not sure it was a Fury VIP.
I do not remember that.
Oh, the VIP was a thing. I just don't know if it was a Fury VIP or just a VIP. But yeah, it was a real thing. I mean, it could have been named for aquatic life and probably leveled up a little bit, but could have been the Plymouth Flounder.
Well, there you go with that again. Mollusk, right? The
Studebaker mollusk.
Never heard
That was a real thing. Justin Dean, 1178, 124. Brian Decker, 1571, 83. Oh, yeah, the Studebaker mollusk. It was a concept car. Yes, KJ has come up with it. Cage, what's the name of the cockatiel in Beretta?
It was Fred. That was the bird's name was Fred.
That is correct. And he didn't even use his Googles for that.
No, sir. I knew it. I just had to think about it. It was Fred.
What was the name of the lion who was the sidekick to Super Chicken?
Wow. Oh, my gosh. I'm
out. For Super Chicken.
I'm totally out.
Call for Super Chicken.
I was going to ask you, did you
Call for Super Chicken.
My goodness. Was that your favorite cartoon?
Pass the super sauce, Fred.
Oh, gosh. The super sauce. Yeah, that was hell of a theme song there.
What was his vehicle?
He had like a rowdy. I mean, it's like
You're a Ford guy. You should know this.
It was a radical car.
Super Chicken?
What was it?
The Super Coupe.
Oh gosh.
It was shaped like an egg, as it would be.
The Super Coupe.
The Super Coupe. Daniel Chandler, right-hand side, 1191 at 116. Daniel Warren, 1185 at 115. Oh, Super Chicken was the best.
Oh my God.
I liked Roadrunner and Super Chicken. I was not a Rocky and Bullwinkle guy.
Boris and Natasha, right?
Yes, Boris and Natasha. Mike Snook has the F-150 that is currently leaving Tom List's Tahoe behind. He goes 12.86 at 104, the Tahoe, 14.11 at 99 miles an hour.
What about Underdog?
Underdog? Nah.
Didn't do it for you?
Could be better. Yeah. The Town and Country. The Woodside. What was going through their minds in 1987 where, you know what'd be cool right now, dude? Dude, check this out. Let's do the fake wood on the side of the K car.
K-car wagon.
I'm in. Let's do
Sell
it.
like hotcakes.
1452 banging gears at 100 miles an hour. The left-hand side, 1192. You know what? The Woodside wagons went clear into the Orca body style.
Is that right?
Yeah. You could have gotten the Buick, the Vista Cruiser with the wood in the Orca
well,
style.
You look at Steve Morris's wagon. Has
Yeah,
that.
Steve Morrison's Chevy,
Yep,
or
yep.
Morris's Chevy has
Yep.
that as well. Kayla Fournette in the Monte Carlo. Dan Mathias in the Camaro.
You've had experiences with wagons, and one of them you cut a roof off of, correct?
More than one.
More than one?
Yeah, unfortunately, we bought from the local dry cleaners when I was a kid a 67 Fairlane wagon. It was clean. You would die for it today. It was one of those patina things with the hand lettering on the side for the dry cleaners. People would eat it up now. But as a kid, it was like, this was worthless, and we bought it for a couple $100. I remember dingle-balling the 289 in it. It's probably my second engine rebuild, honestly. And then we cut the top off, cruised it all summer, broke it in half, tried to sell it at the Pomona swap meet for $400, failed at that, and dropped it off at Bob & Sons for its last moment on Earth.
Crusher.
Bob & Sons.
What yard did the Crusher Camaro come from? Where did you save it from?
That was Ecology in Wilmington, which is now a Pick Your Part.
Okay.
That's where they were collecting those cars to crush them for smog credits.
So that was the Crush Center. Basically.
It was, yeah. No, the morning that Canan and I went and bought that car, it was a deal where the state was crushing cars to sell smog credits to petroleum companies so that they could do more offshore oil something or other. And they would gather up the cars and give you $700 for them, and they'd get a certificate that allowed them to pollute more. And so we went down when they were collecting the cars, and there was a guy with a 67 Camaro that he'd bought new, and I paid $700 for it. And 30 years later, it is still the Crusher Camaro project vehicle. Randy Giuliani in the left has got an actual Hemi Super Bee in action here, and Ty Cobb in the 88 Ford Ranger.
His dad really did that to him. Ty Cobb.
I know.
Wow.
Yeah. But he did that roll bar to himself. I mean, I'm thinking that was a choice. Are you thinking Colt Sievers?
Colt Sievers.
Does that cross your mind? Sort of a miniature?
Or the Fox Hunt. It's a Ford. The Fox
Hunt. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Giuliani's Hemi Super Bee, 1174, 114. And the roll bar that's attached to a Ford Ranger ran 1469.92. The way that looks, it is in fact a Ranger bolted to a roll bar, not a roll bar bolted to a Ranger.
During our drive, we saw a Ranger, similar Ranger that had dually wheels on it. Really cool. It had dually wheels and stacks, almost big riggish, if you will, but on a Ranger like that.
And you said that was really cool?
I thought so.
Really?
Me and Lones both thought it was cool.
Huh. Well, then it must have been.
Well,
Wes Kawaja in the Corvette, 1249, and Dodd Springer in the left lane, 1358. Here comes another pair of cars that I dig a lot. David Hart has got the 69 Satellite. It has a Hemi in it with a little Vortec on it. And on the right, Dallas Shelton and 71 Super B. These guys have been pairing together intentionally throughout the week. Dallas in the Super B has a 446 pack NA car that has been outrunning the Hemi, but apparently David Hart figured out how to put the blower belt on or something, because he just went 1166 slowing down, and something's going wrong with a 1361 on the other side out of the Super B that should be running 1170s.
Roadrunner or GTX, David?
Oh, Roadrunner.
And you've had both, correct?
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't had a GTX now that you mention it.
Ah.
No, I don't think. Oh, No, I didn't have one. Have you seen the 69 GMC in the left-hand lane?
That truck is bad, man.
It's bad.
Have you sat and listened to it? At idle, it sounds like the
It
biggest big
chops.
line ever.
Now look at the 8th mile time, because he's going to lift after that.
He has to.
It goes 674, and he's off the throttle because he doesn't have a roll bar, and he cannot go any quicker because that garbage goes 1080s. It's a 427 on nitrous. It's fantastic. We love it to death.
60.
Oh, yeah. We kid because we love. 1192 at 113 miles an hour for the pickup truck. I mean, sorry, on the right-hand side. Pickup truck coasted to a sleepy number so that he doesn't get thrown off the track.
At idle, that truck bangs, man. I was like, oh my gosh.
It really does. Kind of in an undrivable way, honestly.
Seriously,
It's a little loud. Can I have a cookie, Cage? Yes. Okay, I'm going to the cookie.
Waiting for the Pontiac to stage. Jake Knopfsinger took his time. He's going to take his time going down the quarter mile now, David.
Oh, failed. These are soft cookies. You don't do the soft chocolate chip.
Not my fault.
I chose this, but it's a soft
Exactly.
chocolate chip.
Not my fault.
I need the medium crunchy, at least dense. 1340, 105 on the left-hand side. Mouthful of cookie, 14.0, 92 in the right.
It's a young lady I spoke with yesterday, Allison Jenks, in the left lane. 18 years old, just graduated, lit the red beam. But driving with her dad, or riding alongside her dad as a team.
Yeah, Tom Jenks, her dad, has the 67 Dodge Dart. I'd been whacking a couple years off of her life. I've been calling her 16. She is, in fact, 18. Apologies for that. She goes 16-16. Maybe that's why I was confused.
16, exactly.
14-18 on the right-hand side. Trevor Slusser is up in the four-door Chevelle.
John Marecki has a cool Pontiac Grand Prix. It's an 82, and you see the wire wheel covers on it. I'd like to know how he has those fixed on the wheels. I had a Mustang Project Cheaper Sleeper, and was demanded to remove the center caps from the 10-hole wheels because you can't run hubcaps, supposedly. You can't run hubcaps on the track. But these have been throughout drag week, and maybe wherever else he races, they don't seem to come off.
I don't have the answer to that question.
Loans.
Hubcap technology is
We're watching
beyond
the
me.
chat. Loans, answer the question, please. We took Sleeper. He's building a boost.
Yep, that's a 5.3 turbo in that thing.
Mile an hour. 120 and change.
12:39, 111. From your travels throughout the pits, can you give me an education on what is powering the red bump side short bed truck?
I cannot.
Listen to the shriek. I mean, I'm guessing it's
Coyote.
It's got to be, right?
Coyote.
I hear purging. Did you hear purging?
That was the printer.
The printer. Okay. Yeah, it was like I thought somebody was purging in the lanes. That's it. Jennifer Reynolds, 81 Camaro. What is this, a staging war out here? Yeah. Listen to the truck.
Yeah, it sounds like it might be a Coyote there. With a 6-speed.
It's not a 460. I'm fairly confident of that. 13:03 at 84 miles an hour for the pickup truck, and Jennifer goes 12:72 at 102. Here's Tom Jenks in the left in the Dodge Dart. The dad of Allie Jenks, who went down in the police car a couple pairs ahead of us. Trevor Miller has got the 81 Camaro on the right.
In the chat, Joe Sherman is a California engine builder. Joe Sherman claimed he built an engine with an idle that sounded like the drum solo for Hot for Teacher.
Not a unique line. Trevor, 1384. Left lane, 1436. Okay, KJ.
Yes, sir.
In your life as a Fox Mustang lover, notice I don't say Fox Body in
Thank
front
you.
of you. Did you ever see the values of the other Fox platform cars coming up the way that they have?
Forecast, you're asking.
Yes.
I forecast Thunderbird. I forecast Thunderbird because it was a good-looking car.
Yeah.
And you had your turbo coupes, of course, a little sportier looking, and you know the 4-cylinder engine with the turbo and everything. And if you got one with a stick, that was really cool. So I kind of thought that those would kind of creep up. But when you talk about the Fairmonts, I think you're being
the Fairmonts, the Zephyrs,
all
and that
such.
stuff.
I believe that was assisted. Their growth in value was assisted by the G-body Malibus.
Really?
Yeah, I think that's, the Ford guy or Ford girl seeing this G-body thing start to happen, and they're just, I need a Ford. That's the rival car.
I thought somebody just figured out that they were a Fox platform, took all the same bolt-ons as a Mustang.
Same stuff, absolutely.
And so they bought them because they were cheaper, but then they became cool and guys were going fast, and all of a sudden everybody wanted them and they weren't cheaper anymore.
Well, that's it. The cooling, again, in the G-body, they were doing the same thing with the G-body Malibus, and if you like Ford, you're going to do that with a Ford, and that's the one to do it with.
Nate Mahoy on the right-hand side, ensuring that the burnout box will never freeze over up there at Martin, Michigan. Puked a bunch of antifreeze on the ground a couple of times. But this father and son team has been here at Drag Week a few times. It's a great story. They're having a great time. They keep building these different cars, including this Monza Spider. I believe it has an LS engine in it. 1322 at 105 miles an hour. Justin Roby, 65 Plymouth, 1214 at 116.
It's one of those things where it's kind of conflicting, and you don't know really which way to go with that coolant deal. With like a street car, these cars are coming in off the highway. General street cars that you go to the dealership and purchase. Let's just say new cars. They're full of coolant.
They are. And the rule is that you're not supposed to have coolant in them, but
Exactly.
they all do.
Exactly.
And that poor guy just happened to take the bullet of our abuse because he happens to be the one who leaked.
He leaked it.
That's just the way it goes. Ask Sam Colalillo. It's the way it goes. You just become that guy. Yeah, we're discussing in the tower how there is no malicious oil down. Nobody pulls the dipstick tube out of their car and goes, you know what I'm going to do is I'm going to oil the full length of this baby.
Ruin it for everybody.
Loans is gone. I've got to be the worst guy here.
Okay, let's watch the chat. He's got to say something now.
We're still waiting for news on what's happening with Bryant Goldstone to see if that overall Drag Week leading car is going to come back to the line or not. Oh, wow, interesting. I see Dennis Taylor walking out here with the guys from Mickey Thompson Tires, and I have news that Alex Taylor is in the lanes. Now, she already made a hit that was, I think, an 82. Super, super solid. It's curious to see her come back, obviously seeking personal best. Maybe.
Personal best, or maybe inch a little closer.
Looking at her number at the very top of the screen because she is the quickest car of today. Alex Taylor, 682. Matt Beebe's on the line in his green 68 Chevelle. Brian Wanke in the 67 Chevelle. The 67, 1244, and the 68 in the left side, 1154. David Witt out there once again with his Mustang Coupe with the energy drink count. Kind of ready for a new shtick. I think he might have one written on the back, but I can't see that far. Witt's latest game is an 1196 at 118, and Rick Branson on the right, 1438 at 95 miles an hour. The winner, one of the first round winners in Street Machine Eliminator has still not reported to lanes. If you won your first round, you are the last person who is not in line at the VP trailer. Be there or be gone.
You hate to be gone that way, David. I lost a round by missing a call because we just weren't paying attention.
That would be me. Yeah. That hurts.
It sucks.
Nathan Bender, 1381 at 100 miles an hour on the left-hand side, and the 67 Mustang of Orlando Garza, 1562 at 108. '68 Belvedere on the left-hand side. So trim level-wise, it would have gone Belvedere, Satellite. I don't think they had a Sport Satellite in '68. That would come later. And then you would go to the Roadrunner and then the GTX. All in the same body style. 1192 from the Belvedere at 112 miles an hour. Paul Nichols is in the right in the Nomad. He didn't do that well last time. I think he's back on his pace now with that 1485 at 92 miles an hour from the high-riding Nomad. Well, I don't know if it spawned it. They would have been for sale concurrently. The Dodge Charger's an entirely different body style than a '68 Plymouth Belvedere. The B-body platform that would have come out in 1962 is essentially the same as what they used in the B-bodies all the way through 1972. They just reskinned all those cars. There were some little changes in them, but mechanically they were kind of the same thing. The '68 Charger had no body panel that it shared with any other Dodge or Plymouth. It was its own thing. I think that's one of the reasons why it's become so popular. Thank you very much, Dukes of Hazzard, Fast and Furious, Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry, etc. Corey Rusak has got that 14 Caprice PPV that runs 1262 at 110 miles an hour. Andrew Wamsley in the 92 Mustang saw 1619 at 86 miles an hour. A guy on the feed is schooling me that apparently there was a '68 Sport Satellite. I really thought that came in '69. Mike Alimi, what was the first year of the Sport Satellite trim level? He's completely ignoring me. It's as if I don't exist.
Sport Satellite, 68.
Here comes Scott Montgomery again in the Subaru. Once again, the guy who got his driver's license last week. What a better way to celebrate. I wonder if his insurance company has any idea.
It's really cool to get some laps on the drag strip and actually get miles on your belt too, driving on the highway, driving on the freeway, driving on the rural roads that we took between Columbus and here. You know, it's good hours in the car.
Good hours. And on a stick shift, which we'd like to see for the younger folks. And running 1421 at 101. People are critiquing me in the commentary saying that I claimed that my favorite car movie is Dirty Mary, Crazy Larry, and I completely bypassed Bullet. That's correct. And I also failed to mention Bullet in the list of movies that had popularized the 68 Charger, and I do give it credit for that. Have you ever tried to watch Bullet?
I've tried. I have not, believe it or not, I have not seen Bullet in its entirety. That's not because it doesn't do it for me. You know, it's the chase scene.
That's it.
Once it's over, you're good.
That's all it's got. Yeah, there is nothing else. It's like when you get the C's candy box. I mean, you don't eat the like weird nougat thing and stuff. You know, you go directly to the toffee crunch. You bypass the weird thing with the nuts on it.
As these things go, I don't know what Bullet's about. I don't even know the plot.
I don't care. No, I tried to watch it once and I thought it was really boring. I jumped to the car chase scene and I was done. Sorry, Steve McQueen. Chad McQueen, having gone down here, passed away last week. It's unfortunate. Steve McQueen's son, Chad, yeah. You might have run into him at press events here and there in your Ford travels, didn't you?
I've seen him, met him, but we're not boys.
Of course.
Thought so?
One of the things about those old car movies that makes those stunt scenes so much better is there's no CG. They did that
exactly.
stuff.
They went in the streets and did it. They got it done.
I don't care if the same 4 hubcaps rolled off 17 times during the scene.
Yeah.
That does not faze me. I like the actual driving.
Yeah, CGI, in my opinion, CGI is absolutely lame, man. You know, I mean, it's technology, it's today, but when you think about that as a car guy and you look at the movies and stuff that, you know, Dirty Mary and Crazy Larry, as you cited, of course, Smokey and the Bandit.
Oh, yeah.
Smokey and the Bandit, iconic. And then, you know, I like big trucks and stuff. In the truck space, White Line Fever. You know, jumping a W9000 through the glass house, that's epic.
Convoy.
Convoy wasn't too many stunts in Convoy, not a lot of stunts.
Nah, but still, yeah, you're right. Not too many stunts. And you know, for me, Chris Christopherson always takes the edge off. I mean, that just...
Yeah.
See,
okay.
He's got us actually on camera. The last thing that you guys want to
We're
see
here.
on the last day of the 20th drag week is this, but it's
Yeah.
what you get. I'm sorry the beauty of loans cannot be with you today. Sparkle up your day. Oh, wait till you see my T-shirt. I promised the Mickey Thompson guys that I would do this.
Rotate.
Willingly. Voila. The
Look at
Mickey
that.
Thompson cartoon on the back of the new
that.
Mickey Thompson T-shirt. Yeah.
Available here at Drag Week 2024, last day. Come through, see Mickey Thompson in the Midway and get yours.
You know what was the genius marketing move, I think, this week was Molly Pistons. All over the side of the milk truck. That's the jam.
Brilliant.
Talk about how to get in every photo and be discussed on every single pass. Molly Pistons, official piston of Drag Week, is down the side of the wheel-standing milk truck.
The milk truck went commercial, basically.
Man, VP Fuels totally styled us this week. Being here, offering race fuel to everybody, methanol.
Had
That was
Pooch out
very
here
cool.
in Indy.
Man, Tremec, what do you think of Tremec stepping up to give away a TKX
That's a
to
big
the
prize.
winner of the stick shift shootout?
That's a serious prize. That's like
That's stout.
top level right there.
Yep.
Definitely.
Definitely digging on that. Summit Racing here all week. got their guys on track and off helping people out.
Holly as well. My friend Rick Anderson was back there, and Holly
cool.
was helping out with nitrous fills, and also for Holly AFI tutelage, help, education, support. They were back there helping out as well.
Drag Week followers will remember Rick Anderson from, what was it called? The Ugly 4i?
Project Ugly.
Project Ugly.
Project Ugly, yeah.
That thing was
a cool little car, man.
What was the OE color of this 4i little Mustang
believe
coupe?
that was a sand beige car.
I thought it was chamois.
Might
Sand
have been
beige?
chamois. Well, there was a sand beige, and as Fox Mustangs go, sand beige is like a rare color, super rare.
Okay.
Color. So
does that make it good, though?
In my opinion, it does.
Really?
Yeah, in my opinion, it does. If you could have, the color that not everybody has, a black coupe, guilty.
Yeah, but you got the T-tops that nobody has.
Not a lot of people have. They started to surface after mine came about. So I want to say I started a trend of sorts.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
People digging them up?
Yeah. One of the things about that car, though, is that people didn't believe it existed. And I knew it existed. There was a guy in New York, Mike knows him, Mike Resta. Mike Resta actually had a T-top coupe.
Okay.
And that T-top coupe was actually Norris McCoy's car. Norris worked at Turbo People. Norris McCoy had it first. Mike Resta got it. No, I'm backwards. Norris got it from Mike. Mike had it first. He used to park it outside of the auto parts store that he owned. And that was the first time I saw a T-top coupe. And then go many years through Mustang. And as the internet comes about and forums come about, people are talking about, rare Mustangs, I would always interject, has anyone seen a T-top coupe? Oh, there's no such thing. Those don't exist. No way, you're making it up. And then finally I was able to get one, and through 50 Mustang and Super Force magazine, present it to the masses, and everybody went kind of crazy.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's going deep on Fox Mustang option history on the coupe with the T-top. The distinction, by the way, for those of you who are just waking up, is that it is not a fastback. It's an actual coupe.
It's
what they call a notch, but it has T-tops.
Trunk model.
What do we got? Trunk model. I like that, too. I call the early Pinto the trunk model instead of the runabout. I like the Pinto with the trunk instead of the big back liftgate class.
I like the liftgate one.
Yeah. D category lanes close at 2:30. Right now, it is...
It's 2:20.
2:20.
You got 10 minutes.
Okay, here we go. We're bringing up the next pair, and you are going to want to share this link for the live feed. Make sure everybody is watching, because this is going to be epic. We are still, as of this time, in a three-way battle for the top 3 quickest cars of Drag Week. It's amazing that it comes down to this. Every other class has had the same winner following us for the past 3 days. In this category, it is switching up, and the drama today is huge. We are looking at the fight with Bryant Goldstone, who just went down and had difficulties. We know he's working on the car in the pits. As of this very moment, if he has to stand on the ET that he ran, he will not win overall.
The call from the side, I have to cut you off. Bryant Goldstone is in the lanes.
Bryant Goldstone is in lanes, making this conversation even better. Awesome. So Goldstone is coming up, but right here at the front, we see Alex Taylor and Steven Spieth. And wow. This is the battle of the 6-second cars. And even between second and third, walking into today, Alex had an average of 6.850. Spieth had an average of 6.904. That is within shooting range. That's you can duke that one out. Now, Goldstone was way ahead of the pack with an average of 669. Now, 669 versus 685 doesn't sound like a whole bunch if we were dealing with a heads-up drag race, but we're not. We're dealing with a 5-day average. And so it is difficult for those two cars, Alex and Spieth, to overcome Goldstone, except for that Goldstone broke and ran 7-something. And as I said, if he has to stand on that ET, or if his next pass is slower, he will give up his leading position. So in the next pair, we could determine who's going to come in second and third. And when Goldstone comes up, we could find out who's going to end up being in number 1. Of course, it'll all shake out in the end at the Gear Vendors Party. You'll have to look at official results on hotrod.com, but we're going to have a solid idea of what's going to happen in the next half hour or so.
Now, David, when's the last time we had this type of drama for a win, for an overall win? Was that Lutz Larson?
That was a very big one, for sure. I don't remember having anything that dramatic subsequently to that. Certainly not a 3-way like what we're seeing right now.
High drama at Drag Week.
And once again, I think, Mike Galimi, we did confirm we can officially say this is the quickest and fastest drag week of all time. The most 7-second cars that we've ever had. No? The most 6-second cars that we've ever had. Okay, so we have had 13 7-second cars in the past. There's 12 that we've seen this week. But as far as 6-second cars, it's a higher body count than what we've had before. All right, we need to be driving up our viewer numbers here on the live feed on the MotorTrend channel of YouTube. Share the link. Tell people that they've got to see this. If you're in the grandstands, whip out your phone. Just turn on the live feed and sit it there. I see Mike Finnegan on property. Hey, Finnegan. There's Tony Angelo. Tony, rough week. Thanks for giving it your all.
Good to see him, though. They're back. Back where it started. This is going to be one hell of a race. Well, we hope that it will be one hell of a race. If they both go down.
If they both go down, this will be earth-stomping.
Absolutely.
Got to wonder if they're both going to take buys. That's probably what I would request if I was them. It's looking a lot like that, which is why I bring it up. Singles, right. Alex Taylor coming out of the water box. So Alex has run 687, 689, 683, 679, and earlier today, a 682. So a 6799 is going to be her drag week best. Keep in mind, this car has driven 890 miles this week.
We'll know in 60 feet, David.
We will know in 60 feet. As Spieth comes around the bend, waiting his turn for a bye. He's coming up on boost. Oh, that wasn't 60 feet.
Nope, not even.
That wasn't 60 inches.
Goodness.
Yeah. You know what? There's time to come back.
Yep. Got the open session coming up.
You know what that is? That was the throw everything at it and see what we can do. And now they've probably got some data. They're going to look at it. They're smart racers. Maybe they can come back and make another pass. Obviously, I say obviously, evidently, nothing is hurt on the car. They could come right back to lane, service the thing.
Take a swing.
Take a swing as the drama continues with Steven Spieth pulling to the line.
Who may have taken a swing initially, gotten his data, and this could be the blast right here. That's what I mean. He might have had so much in it that he didn't get down.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Yeah. Spieth has not gotten down today. In earlier days, he's gone 683, 690, 700, and 688. And he's done every one of those, I think, after the first day, after some difficulty on track. We've seen the difficulty on track. Let's go ahead and get that out of the way. That part of the script has been told. Let's edit it. And let's go back to the point where you go down track in the sixes. Nope.
Struck him, but it's going down.
It is going down.
Good lap. It's a good lap. $708.
708 at 200 even. So that is his best pass of the day, clearly, but I think he will bring it on back. When he first left the line, I saw some smoke through all the tent going on as the Boy Scouts are having a jamboree here on the starting line. All I could see was the tail of the car, and I saw a little smoke coming out the back, and I thought it was tire smoke.
Exhaust puff.
Exhaust. And Ferrona's back. His best today, 742 at 203. His best for the week, 742 at 203 earlier today. If you're watching at home, hang on to the edge of your sofa. We got this car going down, followed by Glenn Hunter. Taste the booger flavor. Oh, and he just tears the tires right off of it from the hit. Parachute's out.
Has literally fought it all drag week. All drag week.
And Glenn Hunter. Okay, Glenn having run a 792 earlier today at 195. You're looking at your leader in Pro Street Power Adder. You're looking at a car that has gone 700 here and that is capable of sixes in past testing. Multiple class winner, longtime drag weeker out of New York. As Hunter goes in. That's looking pretty solid.
Good hit.
Just a little bit of a wiggle right down there in the middle.
That's good.
754 off of it early. Yeah, 165 miles an hour at the shoots out. And here is Bryant Goldstone. This could be a determining moment in Hot Rod Drag Week. He is fighting to maintain his position at the very, very top of Drag Week. He needs to run another 650. We won't know if he's won for absolutely certain until we get that news from Hot Rod later in the day. But it is looking good for Bryant Goldstone if he can lay down another 650 right now. Or honestly, anything in the sixes is going to average him up solid. The dark 20-degree headed big block Chevy twin turbo Ultratech engine. His father-in-law builds the engines for these cars. And he had it all apart the other day after torching ahead, after having some difficulties earlier than that with some water seepage. And they're pushing him back. There's still time. He's just trying to build the tension for us. That's what that's all about. You know, you got to make a show. This was part of the script. The producers came in. It's like, oh, man, you know, we got to go to an act break here. You know, what can we do? Let's create some drama. Let's throw some wrenches. But in truth, if they don't get down, they kind of lose the shop.
They lose it.
They kind of do.
Lose the shop. Absolutely. This is crazy.
Yeah.
This is crazy.
This is a good drag week. For us. Probably not so much for him at this point. Stick Shift Challenge is coming out from underneath the tower next.
Showdown, Shootout, Challenge. Now it's Challenge.
Whatever.
The stick shift race.
Stick cars. See the dog's in the background. He doesn't even care. It's like KJ. Quit your yapping. There is no official term. Maybe it is. Maybe I need to look in the rule book.
It is Shootout.
No one else here has read the rule book. Why should I?
It is Shootout. Actually, there's a cool trophy with this deal, too, with the stick shift Shootout. Someone fabricated a
they
trophy.
do have
And they passed it around to each winner. And
John Puckett may have initiated that.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty neat.
Are they actually going to fiddle with this thing and put it back in? No.
Going back.
They have given it the fiddle, and they are not putting it back in. They're going to take her back to the pits and figure out what was wrong, I hope. Got to give them points for driving it back, which you kind of have to at Drag Week. Here comes the stick shift something or other.
Stick shift SN95 Mustang, David.
I know, I'm talking stick shift showdown, battle, War of the Worlds.
Stick Wars.
Challenge.
Tremec stick shift showdown. Shootout. Got me messed up.
How about just guys having fun beating on their cars, bang shifting, while winning a Tremec transmission? That's the short version of what this is.
Tremec stick shift shootout. That's for my buddy Mike Kidd out there who's on the line in the left lane. Big Mike.
What this actually is a gathering of drag week racers with manual transmissions who have volunteered to be part of this heads-up showdown, regardless of class, all cars with manual transmissions, supported by Tremec. Kyle Buntley in the right-hand side, Brian Kurowski in the left.
Watch Krakowski. I mean, if you want to look at somebody who might be a favorite on this, as we get down the rounds, that's a car to watch.
Yeah, Krakowski for sure, 9:31.58. And in the right-hand side, Buntley goes 9:755 at 1:44. Let me tell you, these are some clutches that have taken some abuse throughout the week, especially on the quicker cars. A lot of tweaking on these things to make them survive with a trailer behind them in many cases. Fed and Barisa in the left. Devin Noyes in the right. That is an 097 light on the left and a 226 on the right. Barisa is going to go down. I think he's looking pretty solid as well. He's going to mow through a bunch of these 9-second neighborhood cars, I think. He goes 998 at 141. The Duster 1047 at 130.
Fedden was the racer who was looking for a leaf blower to cool down his clutch earlier on in the day.
Good play. Matt Backus in the green 55 Chevy Gasser. Cody Helger in the primer 55 Chevy Gasser. This is going to be a fun one no matter how it goes. Oh, and they're out. It looked to me like Helger got out first. He sure did with an 044 light. That is going to be very hard to outrun when you got a quarter-second reaction time in the other lane. It's also hard when you got a 963 pass with Helger going against an 1162 at 114 if you're Matt Backus. More stick cars. Brian Clark on the right. The Bowtie Hunter on the left. Ooh, that one's going to go to the left-hand lane by a red light. Big ol' red light. Obviously, the win goes to Brian Clark in the right, who went 1295 at 108. All right, the Civic. Okay, the Civic does not need to cut a light to outrun John Powell's S10. If the Civic is not hurt. See what I mean? Look at that thing. That was a 137 60-foot, which is going to belie what you're going to see on the big end. 582 to the 8th. That's not going to quite make it. No, it doesn't. 974, 115. I'm thinking he might have gotten out of it. 1198, 118 for the S10 pickup. You'll see the Honda again. Now we got Gregory Black in the 66 Mustang, Brian Doyle in the 69 Camaro. This is the final pair of stick shift for this round. Then we'll send them back to hopefully cool them off a little bit. The 69 Camaro is going to get way out front of him with an 052 light. Ooh, but look at this cage. Man. You just got to hate that when your guy cuts a 473 and you're 052 and you still get spanked by a 1002 to your 1090.
Classic drive-by.
I hate it when that happens. And here comes the bracket race, which means here comes Warren Evans.
Well, thanks, guys. Let's jump back in here. We should be at 16 cars now. We started out with our 32 best qualifiers. Rick Callahan, Steve Eden rolling up right now. Left side, Callahan in the Challenger. 10:26, the number up on the scoreboard. Same as last round. They don't get to change it from round to round. It's set at the beginning of eliminations. 10:53 for Steve Eden. That's the number that they're running against. Eden is on it, on the starting line. Reaction time starts with an O. Gives him the advantage, but Callahan runs closer to the number and gets the win by 0.2 of a second. Getting there first, Callahan 10:39 at 1:32 on his 10:26 dial. He was behind up front, but Steve Eden can't run anywhere close to his prediction, 11:16, way off the pace. Paul Llewellyn on the chase, trying to catch Ken Cinco. Cinco in the Grand Cherokee, right side. Top end, it is Cinco for the win, 11:14 at 1:23 to take the win. He reacted to the green light much better. Llewellyn's Corvette is out of here, 10:33 on the 10:05 at 1:28. Again, closer to the dial in, but further off up front. Cinco gets the win. The 57 Chevrolet over on the left, Josie Kirker, Pete Chongris. Right side, 79 Camaro. 1068, 1084 up on the scoreboards. I think these two might actually be regular bracket racers based on their reaction times. And how about a 1097 for Josie? Josie in the prune over there, the angry prune, goes 1097 at 122. Pete Chongris at 1083 on the 1068. Margin of victory at the top end was only 8 thousandths of a second. And those big cars, that's about a bumper width. Doug Kistler, left side alongside Phil's Nova. The Nova with a 1037. That's what he's looking at right side. 10:15 on the left. Wind light goes left side to Doug Kistler. 10:29 at 126 for the win. Phillips Nova off the pace, 10:56 at 126 miles per hour. So Kistler goes on to the quarterfinal round, the round of 8 cars. Isaac Poe and David Studley. One of these two will be there as well, and it's going to be Studley. The red light start for Poe as he left way too early. Studley gets a free look at his 1048. He will go 1019 at 115. He's been sandbagging a little bit this week. Isaac Poe, red light start, 1081 at 126. Chris Reeder and Ricky Dorn come up now. Mustangs left and right. The ragtop Mustang on the left. 1036 left side, 1061 right. Head start goes to the blue Mustang on the right. Away they go. He gave a bunch of it back on the reaction timer right there. In fact, I think Reeder actually might have left first. But Dorn, winner, 11:10 at 102. He'll take the win. Chris Reeder, 11:76 at 121 miles per hour. The big old wagon over there on the right side, Martin Villeneuve. 10 flat, the 67 Belvedere wagon. The quicker of the two, Devin Noyes, will put the Duster down the left side on a 1024. Villeneuve with some work to do. And at the finish line, Villeneuve is out of here as Devin Noyes, 10:53 at 127 miles an hour, will take the win. Villeneuve can't run the number. He's a half second off. 10:46, 127 miles an hour. Faden Barisa, the 2015 Mustang. Ooh, big time backfire there for Faden Barisa. See the car slowing. Palmer, 1275 at 75 miles an hour. He's off the pace, but Barisa even further. I'm speculating it was the Mustang, but one of them, with that rifle shot backfire, Palmer, if the car's not hurt, will be back for round number 3. Graham Hayes coming back up now as we get back into our all-run category. Hayes, the 66 Nova. 737, best run of the day so far for Graham Hayes. That little Nova, strong runner. Hayes, a little purge of the nitrous. See what kind of lap we'll see out of the little 66 Nova. Like I said, 737 and 186. Just overpowers the starting line right there. He'll kind of coast on down through there. Not the run that he's been looking for, as it turns out. And for Hayes, 1598 at 68 miles an hour. We know that car can be a 190 mile an hour player. So, 4th quickest of the day earlier today, but that was not the lap. Dave Freiberger back to tell you about these cars and maybe a little update on where we stand.
Back with fewer beer break moments just now. KJ Jones heading in. Here's the word from the staging lanes right now as I ask the question about how long some of these competitors have to get prepped and back in lane to make another run today. The answer is there's no time just yet. As long as we have cars in the lanes at this point, we will continue running, but there will be a closure time announced at some point. Right now, we have about 1.5 lanes full. So we will keep going. Listen for the announcements about when we will close. I will attempt to give you the longest heads up that I possibly can. As a reminder, racers, we really need you to hand in your time slips so that there is not a big time delay between the end of action and the beginning of the awards ceremony, which I also refer to as the Gear Vendors Party because such things happen. We will not live feed the party. People often ask about that. That does not happen, partially for logistics, partially because that is for the Drag Week family. You want to be part of it? You need to get off the sofa and out to Drag Week.
Exactly. Get on out here and do it.
Allie Jenks, 14:27 at 96 miles an hour, and Marecki goes 12:43 at 110. Once again, hand in your time slips, please. If you've made your last pass of the day, don't be hanging out, packing your trailer, or do anything that conveniences you. We would like to convenience every other racer by getting this thing handled quickly. So hand in your time slip. Dan Mathias is in the 68 Camaro. Cole Poncelet is back in the 78. (12:23) 106 on the left-hand side, 12:78, or sorry, that was on the right, 12:78 left. KJ, I remember going up to LACR and stuff for magazine testing and agonizing over cooling the car off. You'd go up to the fence where they had all the hoses lined up. Yeah. You remember that? And you would cool your car down to the bone. These guys do not get that opportunity.
Not at all. They just got to keep coming back for more. And of course, heat it can be a car killer. I mean, attrition is attrition, but heat just expedites things.
It is absolutely a performance killer. The hotter your chambers, the less air you're going to ingest because the chamber becomes a high-pressure area which is resisting the cool incoming air charge. So you end up making a lot less power.
Got a car pulled over on the left. Car down on the left, driver out. Door open. Checking things, and it looks like we're down.
Oh, did you hear the diesel off something that just shut down? You know when your engine runs backwards for 30 seconds after you kill it? We just got a car stopped on the track for a minute.
Yeah, somebody's got a third gear problem. The truck's got a third gear problem. It's got a little drawing on there. It's 1, 2, and 3's not there.
This guy in the El Camino just need to pee or what? Okay, I pulled that one off the live feed. I can't take credit for that one. And it wasn't Brian. Hey, live feed chatters, if you'd like to throw us a question, we'd be happy to address them. Well, we might not be happy about it, and we might not even address them, but we'd be appreciative of you putting them on the screen. Yes. Maybe it was a 10-2 instead of a 10-1. I don't know. So is this like an endurance race for drag racing? Essentially, but involves actually, you know, a major part of the competition here is the drive, not just the racing. So I would say yes. Guy asks, have you offered to buy the Toyota with the rear engine? You know, I should, because it's a whole lot less embarrassing than the Maserati 2 that Finnegan and I just put together. It's superior in every way. But no, we've got to follow through and make our own Maserati good. Someone asked, does this event come to Texas Motor Speedway? Here's the deal. Drag Week changes from year to year. It tends to center in the Midwest because that's where the population density of these types of cars is, and people seem to be willing to travel. And so I don't know what next year brings.
That is in 2012. Is that the Motorplex in 2012?
Yes, it has been there. Yeah, good point. But I don't know what's happening for next year.
Getting dragged off.
People are asking about the original Roadkill Maserati, which was a Mazda rotary pickup truck, I believe in 1972. That, wow, he's coughing up a lung here in the background. Who had a 455 Oldsmobile in the bed on a Toronado transaxle. And that thing got stolen out of Blythe, California. And people ask me all the time, did you get it back? Did you get it back? No. And didn't even try that hard, to tell you the truth.
How it could vanish like it did is beside me, though.
We have the video of the guys stealing it.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was a couple of our guys were towing it home from Arizona because I think I'd blown the rings out of it. It still ran and drove. Oh, the transmission was also puking on the ground, like at Cololillo levels. And they had it at a hotel in Blythe. And the video coverage shows a couple guys in hoodies. They walk up, they unstrap it from our trailer, push it off, and push it out of frame. They literally pushed it away as we stood by watching. Oh, Puckett is informing us, thank you very much, John, that Frank Romano is the creator of the Stick Shift Trophy. Cool. I had fumbled that bit of information.
It's a neat trophy. Really is pretty cool, and they put every winner's name on it.
Freiberger, what month and year was the first article you wrote for Hot Rod Magazine? When was it published? Let's see, I started in December of 1991, and I think March 92 was probably my first byline. Couple cars already going down. Paul Nichols, the Nomad. Craig White in the Silverado. Man, it might not be too good when you are that much slower than a 02 Chevy Silverado that runs 1381 and you go 1681 in your Nomad. Just saying. Danielle Doyle.
We met Danielle in Indy. She painted that little Mustang herself.
Oh, cool. Danielle, 1278. Mike in the pickup truck, 1393.
In the many cars that you've owned, have you ever owned a gasser?
No. No, I guess it's debatable what that term even means. I mean, to me, I think it means a lot different to what it does to a lot of people. A lot of people think you just jack up the nose of a car and boom, gasser. People call my Gremlin a gasser, and it's not. So I'm going to go with no. Matt Lewis in the left, 1236. Kylie Hawley in the right, 1424. Do you know why gassers are called gassers?
I do not know.
Because they would be typical of the styles of cars that ran in the gas category of drag racing back in the 50s and 60s. The Cam Wars, the Stonewoods and Cook and all of that stuff. D-gas cars coming in later, small displacement cars, 55 Chevys with the nose high. They didn't necessarily have to have a solid axle in the front. Some of them did. They just happened to jack the nose up for a weight transfer issue, and it's become a styling point. 1096 at 126 for Trevor Slusser, and 1275 106 for the right-hand lane. The gas category of drag racing back then, honestly, was a first kind of attempt at sorting out the fastest street car. Of course, every drag race at the very beginning was sorting out the fastest street car, but at the time there was stock category, and those were stock cars, but they wanted to see a street legal category, how quick they could be. The earliest gas class rules say that they have to have license plates, headlights, brake lights,
drag week car,
just like what you're seeing at Drag Week. It was the earliest possible attempt at doing that, and like most drag races, it got mission creep, and the cars turned more and more and more into race cars, till eventually in the very early 70s they turned into almost like miniature funny cars. They were floppers. They had fiberglass bodies, and that's arguably when the whole thing went away, because it just didn't have the appeal that they did in the mid-60s. I would say 1964 is about peak gasser era.
But that's just the pushing of the envelope that we see so many time after time after time with new innovations. People just pushing the envelope and performing.
Oh, look at Chad Garut. He gets way sideways in his nitrous Mustang out there. He gathers it back up. He's going to keep it off the wall. Neil Torbett goes down.
It's a good lap for Neil.
Yeah, 10.25, 144. That's truck spend 950s. But yeah, it's the same reason that we start out with simple rules at Drag Week. Initially, it was small block, big block, power, adder, or not. And now we have unlimited and ultimate iron and pro street and modified and super street and all motor and street race and so on.
The other side of that, though, is Drag Week gives racers a place to race. Different combinations, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Different packages and combinations.
Well, that's the thing. Anybody can come out here with almost anything and run, as long as it is not a motorcycle or a side-by-side or a snowmobile. Terry Kiefer, 968, 144 miles an hour. And I often tell people, we went over this on day one, if you're a guy sitting at home on the feed going, I'm looking at this ultimate iron car, this unlimited car, that's not a street car, that's ridiculous. Okay, avert your eyes. Look at some of this other stuff. Look at Jeff Mull's four-door Nova that you're going to see here in a few minutes, a couple pairs back. It's a 940s car, and it's a four-door sedan 67 Nova that drives around anywhere. Look at the stuff on the starting line. These are pretty regular cars. They're going to run 8s.
But that's what they're doing today. That's what's going on right now.
Not getting a hold of the track at all for Uls on the right-hand lane. Chris Mary, will he do it? 851, 161. I promised 850s. Chris Mary delivers. William Jordan in the left-hand side in the 71 Dart. This is the car currently riding in 3rd place in Unlimited. Paul Mangelsdorf in the electric 40 Chevy Coupe built out of junkyard parts. He's going to get the doors sucked off his car. As William Jordan goes by, he's pulling over in the electric car. Jordan 899 at 152, which is going to be his best run of the week by far. So he pulled over, charged the car for a little bit, took off. The guy doesn't know how to make it more than about 600 feet before he has to stop for a charge.
The battery light came on.
That's what you saw there. Yeah, he had range anxiety. That's what that was.
Can I make it to the end of the quarter mile?
See, here's a couple of fun cars that you could focus on if you want to be in the That's Not a Street Car crowd. Travis Fathy on the left-hand side, 83 Malibu station wagon, blown big block Chevy in it. Maybe you don't want to see past the garbage hanging out of the hood, but that's really your problem and not his. If you want to do it that way, you can be Jeff Moll and stuff your supercharger under the hood, as he's got with his big block with a Pro Charger on it. So if Unlimited is too unlimited for you, here's a pair that I would argue should appeal to anybody.
Struck the tire.
Nope. Oh, wait. Fathy's got something broken. He's pulling over to the side. Let's see what happened there. Yeah, he spun the tire a little bit. He bounced a couple of times. I think he figured out something's wrong with his front suspension. He's pulling it over. Jeff Moll goes down. Also not on a good run. 10-16 at 140. We'll go see what's going on with that supercharged station wagon. See how it's sitting low in the left front?
Came down, yeah.
Yeah, look. Oh, yeah, there's some. Oh, the blower belt came off, right? Nope, the blower belt's still on it. Seat belt's hanging out the door is what threw me off. We're looking at the video on the live feed. He's going to hop in it and drive it away. I see him cranking it over. There he goes. All right, he must have just heard something go wrong after he got loose there at the starting line. Glad to see that driving away without dropping fluids all over the track.
Absolutely.
All right, here's a good one. Wayne Baker coming back up. On his last run, he went 9:02. All right, they're going to rosin the track a little bit. I was talking about Wayne Baker. Our camera guy's trying to get back here to have a look at the Nova of Wayne Baker. We're bringing him up because this has been one of the most interesting races that we've seen, is the shootout for first and second, the overall win in the A-Gas category. Of course, Wayne Baker in the Nova versus my television partner in crime, Mike Finnegan, who is running Drag Week with Tony Angelo from Stay Tuned on YouTube. And they gave it their best with the Hemi-powered 55 Chevy known as Blasphemy from the Roadkill Show. But they had just one too many difficulties, and Finnegan threw in the towel last night. So we know that Wayne Baker is going to win overall because he has been running 870 and 880 all week long. He did make a 902 earlier today, so that secures him. He's done. He can splatter the absolute living guts out of it here. And the only thing that is bad about that is we're going to criticize him for a year about having left parts on the track. Hopefully that does not happen. Hopefully what actually happens is he's got the pulley on this thing, and he's going to go out and run quicker than he has all week. He has put in a good performance with this thing.
What do you think with a party pulley that car would run?
Let me do some maths. Let me find I mean, I obviously don't know his combination, what
Right.
he's running
But
now.
based on what he's run.
I would love to see it run 850. He has run 882, 879, 880, 871.
But pick up 3 with a party pulley.
Right.
That would be pretty cool.
He's at least an 860 car.
That would be really cool.
The thing is, now here would be an interesting conversation. Mike Finnegan holds the record for the average ET and the single ET in class. Let's see if Wayne might be shooting for that. Let me find my records document.
He's thinking about it. There's a picture of him in the live feed's looking at a picture of Wayne. Look of consternation through the helmet. Eyes peeled on the track. Saying, let's go get this.
Here are Mike Finnegan's records in A gas that he has held since 2019. He had the first 8-second average in the class. His record average is 8.906. His record single run is 8.529. So I think Wayne's sitting in his car going, you know what would be a great number? It would probably be 8.528.
8.528, just to get in front of him.
He's giving us the thumbs up.
Wayne said, yep, that's it.
That's what's going down.
Wayne, is there a party pulley on the front of that blower now? Yeah, the party puller is
Oh, he's
installed.
giving us the thumbs up. He's got the party pulley installed. Now, I am Switzerland on this issue, but I do understand that Wayne is a guy not thrilled to death with the new front suspension design on Finnegan's car. And I think that's a little bit of the rivalry here. I shouldn't say rivalry. I have no idea where these guys are at with that, but I would say it's Wayne's drive. Obviously, he wants to win class, as does everyone. But now I think he's trying to take a record if he possibly can. And why wouldn't you? That's what everyone's out here to do. You know, one of the great things about Drag Week is that racers like this can be going at each other and still have a great time together. This is not like the tension in the regular drag race pit.
0%. I've maintained from the first time I've been on Drag Week. From the first time I've been on Drag Week to present, and I've done a lot of things in motorsports, David, as you know. This is probably pound for pound the most driving yet fun thing I've ever done in motorsports, bar none.
It is laid back and intense all at the same time.
And you can meet genuine friends through this program.
You can also beat your wallet and your body to death and go, I am never coming back until next year. All right, Wayne Baker, left-hand side. Let's see if he can lay down an 8.528 and take Mike Finnegan's record. Nope. He laid too much pulley at it and not enough traction.
That's it.
950 at 143. Jim Weiser on the right-hand side, 1218, 80 miles an hour. And he smoked it out at the top end. The party pulley ends in the walk of shame.
It did its thing.
Yeah.
That can go two ways. It went the wrong way. It did its thing, though.
In case you wondered what it was like at Martin, Michigan for 2 hours in the morning, looked very similar to what you're seeing at the big end there. Lots of fog. Not a petroleum fog. Yeah, you can see Baker's car still pulled over on the left-hand side there. The good news we're hearing is that we do not have petroleum splatter all down the big end. There is definitely going to be some cleanup, but it looks like it's not going to be a marathon. So hang in there and we'll get back to action. All right, very, very minor cleanup at the top end, right up against the wall. Thank you very much, Wayne Baker, for pulling over to the side and probably for having a diaper on the car. Joseph Ocone goes 10.02 at 134 on the left-hand side and 10.10 at 132 on the right. We're seeing some more smoke at the big end. We're going to roll some equipment. And we have another car parked up at the top end. All right, the story we're hearing here is that racer unfortunately locked up the brakes at the top end and flat spotted both tires all the way down to the end of the track. So that's a downer.
Good opportunity to talk with Mike Kidd. Mike, don't sit down.
I was hoping I could sit.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Come over this way.
Yeah.
This way.
This way.
This-
Oh,
there,
I see.
there,
Now,
there,
all right.
there.
You got a camera. All right.
Got my buddy Mike Kidd with me. Mike Kidd of Tremec Transmissions. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good, KJ. How are you?
I'm doing really well. You enjoying yourself out here?
Absolutely.
Thank you first and foremost for supporting Drag Week the way Tremec does. We really appreciate that. But what you've got is some really exciting stuff going on in the staging lanes right now. We're going through a few rounds already of the Tremec Stick Shift Shootout here at Hot Rod Drag Week.
Yep, absolutely. And we're down to the last 7 cars, I believe. So we've got 1 by and 3 pairs that'll run down and looking good.
And
so.
Specifically now, what are these racers racing for? It's a pretty big prize.
Absolutely. So, when Mike came to me on this and said, hey, what do you think about participating in this? And I said, hey, I'll give away a TKX to the winner. Does that work?
Did you catch your words after you said it, or you're standing on it?
I'm standing on it.
Okay.
I'm standing on it, yeah.
And a clutch package goes with that as well, or is it just a transmission?
Just the transmission. Yeah, and it's a $2,900 value. So,
Awesome.
Yeah, so that's a good prize for one.
How many cars have you surveyed are currently using Tremec transmissions? Exception the cars with the Lenko, the cars with the Jericho, or the long transmission.
Out here?
Yeah.
Probably, I'd say probably 40% of the stick shift cars that are running out here are running Tremecs.
That's pretty awesome. Now,
Yeah.
Tremec, you have some stuff in development right now. Are you able to talk about that? I'm pretty excited about it. You know, as a Mustang guy, of course. There was a Mustang that was sighted and spotted with a very unique gearbox in it that Tremec's either making or are thinking about making. What's going on?
Yeah, so we got a couple of new prototypes going right now. I think the one you're referring to is on the Power Tour. We had a little Fox body that had a 7-speed in it. So
7-speed. So
yeah.
Now, Overdrive and then another. Well, Overdrive in a sense.
Yeah, 3 overdrives.
3 overdrives.
The final drive being a .42.
Good gosh.
Yeah.
So that would take, say, a supercharged combination or even a turbocharged combination and make it like the Drag Week specialist.
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
What's the tentative forecast for like yay or nay? Like we're really going to do this. Can you say?
Yeah, I mean we're working on it right now. I mean right now I'm just waiting on them to put together the timing for me so that I can decide when I'm going to make that announcement. I'm hoping that I'm making that announcement at SEMA.
Okay.
I really want to launch 2 new Magnums at SEMA. One being the Magnum 7-speed, and then I think you've been over and you've seen my car that's hanging out in the booth. We actually have developed a Magnum XL with a gear position sensor, so that we can now replace those 19 and up Mustangs with the Gatrogs with the Tremec, with the Magnum XL with the gear position sensor. Still have your rev matching, and still have the hill hold, and everything still works.
So make it act in a sense almost like a stock transmission.
Yeah. So you get all the rev matching when you're downshifting, and yep.
That's good. Good technology coming from Tremec. Anything else you need to tell us while we have the time?
I think that'll do it.
Does
I
it
mean,
cover it?
stay tuned for SEMA. I mean, there's going to be a few announcements at SEMA. There's one that in particular that I'll keep a secret until it comes out. But come by the Tremec booth and you'll see it.
That sounds good. This is Mike Kidd from Tremec Transmissions. Once again, thanks for supporting Hot Rod Drag Week. Really appreciate it.
Thanks.
We'll see you soon.
All right. Sounds good.
Waiting for the track to be cleared.
Playing jump rope in here with the mic cables. It's on me. Everyone else has walked away. Here's interesting news that I get from Hot Rod Magazine editor-in-chief John McGann. Bryant Goldstone is thrashing hard on the AMC right now. They are changing the transmission. Now, you might think this is crazy, but there's a lot of drag week racers who travel with transmissions in their trailer. Obviously, he thinks that's what was going on some of their difficulties. Remember, they have not made a good pass today. And so that car is doing everything it takes to remain at the very, very top of the drag week, of the 20th drag week. I think winning the 20th is probably a pretty big deal. It's going to be even bigger when we get down to the 25th. KJ, did you hear that news? Goldstone is changing the transmission.
Right on.
Right on.
Go through engine anxiety, get that fixed. Transmission anxiety, get that fixed. Come back, and I mean, theoretically, he could be better than ever now. Once he made the engine repair, the car went really, really quick. Transmission repair, we'll see what happens.
It is getting very interesting. I am loving the Thrash. I'm loving the level of cash and blood and sweat that is poured into this thing, all for a jacket, a guitar, and the Gear Vendors Trophy.
That's it, David. And now let's talk about something we talked about in our journey to get here, and the output. You know, the physical output, the monetary output, of course, the emotional output to complete Drag Week. Would you say, I mean, bottom line is there's some scuttle, and I don't know if it's big scuttle or little scuttle, but there's some scuttle out there that Drag Week is more of a corporate entity than it is just a soulful entity. Disagree wholeheartedly, I'd assume.
Well, it's run by a big corporation.
Sure.
But the people who are involved in it are you and me and Galimi and McGann and Loans
100%.
and the Turks and Lonnie and all those people, and even the people who you don't know, whose faces that you as the audience don't know, who are running this from an operational standpoint, the people from the MotorTrend events department, they're all passionate about this too.
Heart and soul, truly,
Yeah.
heart and soul. And as far as, calls being made, et cetera, Keith is, of course, our leader in that space. And the calls are made based on what he perceives or what he knows are the rules and enforcing rules, and not a matter of, in a sense, a favorite this or that. And then MotorTrend does not come in and make a favorite this or that decision in anything that has to do with Drag Week.
Let's be honest, there's no one on the ground for this that has run their own big business. There's no venture capitalist guy standing off to the side telling us what to do. There's no marketing VP that is over my shoulder going, I need you to build this drama.
Correct.
I need you, hey, can we get this guy to set his car on fire again?
Correct.
There's none of that actually happening.
It's all 100. The cool kids say keep it 100, and that's what we do at Drag Week.
So yeah, owned by corporate, run by real people.
Get out here. If you're one of the people who were thinking that it was too corporate, get out here and do it.
Cody Helger is out here needing some fuel. Of course, that's the gray Primer 55 Chevy. It looks like a two-lane blacktop car. He is in lanes now. He needs some C12. If you've got some C12 left over, please help him out. All right, Beer Catfit going down in that Chevy Camaro. 564 to the 8th mile, 879, 155 to the top end. Right side, 1056 at 127. Now we've got Mike Weissert, and TJ Linebaugh is back again with the station wagon. He's going to need all that extra cargo space to carry all the time slips from this week.
He's made a lot of laps since he's been here. Taking some time staging, David.
Can hear them up there trying to build boosts so they can bump in. There's Weissert. There's Linebaugh. 863 at 159 for the wagon. Sailing, sailing over the drag strip blue. Wow. The things you see at Hot Rod Drag Week. Show me that anywhere else. Jason Nashim goes down with the 70 Mustang, 881 at 152.
Think about that from a bracket race perspective. How far out do you think the Jenny would have to be in order for the Mustang to clip it just at top end?
Has he gotten there yet? He did. 1562 at 101. Oh, here's the little red bump side pickup truck. We did get confirmation from John McGann at Hot Rod Magazine. This thing is stuffed with a Whipple 3-liter blown Coyote.
Gen 3 Coyote with Whipple. That's kind of like the Mustang package, the Mustang engine package in the truck.
Fred Simmons Jr. on the right-hand side's going down in the Camaro. He goes 596 to the 8 and 924 at 150. The pickup truck, 1024 at 138.
With the Gen 3 engine in that truck, I could be mistaken. I had said 6-speed transmission. That might be an 8-speed behind it.
I see Glenn Sheely coming back. He's on the right-hand side here in his 62 Corvette. He has gone 9-0, 893, 880, 883, and this is a naturally aspirated small block. Glenn Sheely. Not this time. That right-hand lane's giving people some trouble. Even for the naturally aspirated cars these days, now that they're making enough power to run in the 8s. This time he goes 986, obviously just taking an easy pass to come back and try and do it again. Paul Bigelow eventually gets there. 2052 at 52 miles an hour. I could have had my Italian sub by the time this guy's going to get off the track. James Jekyll solo in the 67 Skylark Turbo LS program. See, he's got those LED taillights that do the bloop, 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 bloop. As a Mustang guy, you must think.
There was a clinical term for that.
A clinical term. 1056, 136. The blue bloop light?
The blue bloops, right. Those are sometimes, I forget what they call them. Gosh, I forget.
Dan Dynan with Betty White in the left-hand side. Ronnie Santucci with the 70 Duster on the right. Santucci, 943 at 146. Dynan, 10-0, 132. And here comes Glenn Hunter for yet another attempt. 754, Glenn's best hit of the day. 700, his best hit of the week. Yeah, I don't know if I would have picked that lane at this point in the day. You can see he pedaled it a couple times on his way down.
Randy Seward.
Randy Seward trying to go again. This is the guy at the head of our 850 index class. His best number today, 8518. He's looking for 850 for personal pride, I guess, but nope. He's going to rip the tires off that one too. Joshua Felix is going down in the 72 Pontiac Ventura. 1077 at 134.34 miles an hour. Randy Bellahar, the right-hand side, having gone 845 with a 9 earlier in the day, and he is your leader in street race big block power adder. That was his best run of the week. However, he's in street race, so he can't hand in a time quicker than 850 because of his technical specification on his roll bar. That time 848 at 158.99. What I don't know is if he handed in something slower than an 850 earlier in the day.
May have done that, and he's just going out there making hits, trying to see what his personal best at this point. Well, not necessarily personal best, but best this week can be.
Well, I hope so, because otherwise he has an issue. He's got 2 time slips he can't hand in.
Yep.
Yeah, he's in street race. He cannot hand in a slip quicker than 850. Right, while we're prepping the track, you will miss nothing as we go to commercial.
Get the best racing features with MSD's Ultra 6AL and Ultra 6AL Plus, and an all-new MSD mobile app for configuring your ignition. Completely redesigned, all in a smaller package. Find out more about MSD's latest products at Holley.com.
Now customers can save up to $140 when you purchase an MSD ProBuild Ignition Bundle. These packages include a ProBuild distributor, new Ultra 6AL ignition box, plus a Blaster 2 coil. Your complete ignition upgrade is one click away. Visit MSDignition.com for all the details.
You know, primary sponsor of Hot Rod Drag Week. I hope we can retain that position forever because it's just a fantastic event. For those top products of people that really use stuff, you know, really people who are working on their cars and know about cars and stuff like that. Great support from these fans. We have probably 30% of participants out here running our product.
Without gear vendors, you couldn't have low 6-second cars driving in the street because, you know, the heat's immense. And you need that extra gear to get the RPMs down. And when your RPMs go down, your heat in the motor also goes down.
You guys aren't ready for this, man. This is from Trimic. It is their TKX. It's not just the latest offering in a 5-speed. This is the first performance-based aftermarket 5-speed designed for us in the aftermarket.
You said it, man. It's got awesome features. I didn't want to miss this one, man. Yeah. Everything from an in-load versus a top load. So they spent a lot of time getting this package shape down so it fits up under tunnels a lot easier. You can drop this in a Chevelle A body without a single mod of the tunnel.
Yeah, no floor pan work, not near the tunnel work. And look at all the features it has, man. Everything is designed for performance, from the guts to the gaskets to the packaging. And check out these shifter positions. All right, you can alter it. If you don't like the shifter here, you can move it here. If you don't like it there, you can move it up here.
Yeah, and the synchros inside. So this is the old TKO, a single centered bronze, a single friction surface. Now you've got a modern multi-cone, right, with carbon fiber lining on the inside for extreme bite, extreme durability, and 7,500 RPM shifts all day. Wider gears, everything's been shot peened, roller bearings on the in shafts. I mean, this thing is ready to go pound and hound the guy in the next lane.
All right, there you have it, man. The TKX from Tremec, the brand new 5-speed. Woo, it is sweet.
Oh, I'm fired up on this baby, man.
Since 1963, the name Mickey Thompson has been synonymous with pushing boundaries and gaining traction where others dare not venture. Mickey Thompson Tires and Wheels.
What does it mean to be built with Summit? It means turning some rust into rolling artwork. Built with Summit means you're making something that was already fast, even faster. It means that your project will be on the road or track long after you've bolted it together. And Built with Summit means you're doing it with in-stock parts, fast shipping, expert advice, and the best prices. Summit Racing Equipment. Let's build it together. SummitRacing.com.
And we're back, and you missed not a single car. We've brushed up the track. We haven't. The National Trail crew has. We got Keith Turk in the tower here, so it could get profane once again.
We're going to have a word with Keith. I'm going to have a word with that guy.
All right, let's do it. Well,
come over this way. This way, right here. Oh, hold on a second. We good? KJ here with Keith Turk. And Keith Turk, as Drag Week goes, you are the man. You are the guy. Drag Week, the shot caller, the man of all operations here. How you doing, first and foremost?
Tough questions all day. Been a pain. You want me yours or mine?
No.
Okay, it's been a tough week. You know, a lot of questions around. So yeah, just today the big question is when are we closing? When are the lanes closed? That's the big question today is when are the lanes closing? And today they're scheduled from 10 till 6, so we will run until 6. The last car will go down the track at 6 o'clock.
The last car.
Where lanes are open till 6, but they'll be closed at 6 o'clock. Exactly.
And thus far, what have you seen? What's the hardest baseball that's been thrown at you thus far?
There's been a bunch. Most of it's just little nickel and dime stuff. But for the most part, the biggest thing that I'm here about is the Spirit of Drag Week. I'm very interested in your nominations for the Spirit of Drag Week. I'm interested to hear what you have to say. And genuinely, I've got a lot of nominations so far. There's a couple of people that have obviously just killed themselves helping other people. And it's nice to hear that, you know. We're not just here helping ourselves, but we're here to help other people. There's one welder guy that's just been killing himself. So just nice stuff.
And let people in the audience know, and our viewing audience, know what Spirit of Drag Week is.
Well, Spirit of Drag Week is essentially the one award that we give simply to the person or the team that has best represented the spirit of the event. And they're nominated by virtually anybody can nominate somebody, and they just nominated by handing me a piece of paper with their car number and who they are and what they did. And then I save all of those nominations, and they mean the world to me. I keep them in a safe place, and even if your guy doesn't win, know that I really care about that nomination itself.
Certainly,
big deal.
Certainly, and that award is actually a plaque with that person's name on it.
It's a perpetual plaque. It's
Exactly.
a plaque with the original Drag Week Drag Week winner's camshaft on it, and another one, and it's really pretty cool. So they just continue it, and they carry it for the year, and then it comes back, and we give it to the next person.
And Keith, this is the 20th running of Drag Week. How many Drag Weeks have you been involved with?
19.
19 drag weeks.
19. I just missed one. Michelle Terzin and Tanya Turk are the only two that have been to every single drag week.
Longevity. Well, we appreciate everything you do, Keith. Thanks.
Absolutely.
Keep it up. We look
I just
forward
wanted to get up here and let you know that Spirit Drag Week's still open. A and B, the lanes close at 6.
Very good.
Thank you, Keith Turk. He says he's been here 19 times and neglects to say he was part of the very first one. He was part of the team that made this happen to begin with. Very quickly, we were going to get this GTO down track, and then we were going to get back into the stick shift shootout, challenge, race, etc.
He's a stick shift car.
Is he? Great. I understand that we only have 7 cars left. So a couple more rounds. Yeah. This will be the bye. As the GTO goes off for our stick shift buy run. Now we're going to have 6 more cars, 3 pairs. The GTO, 1198 at 116.
This is a cool pair here, David. You know, this is any given Friday night in any city in America, basically.
Does any city in America really have an 8-second Honda? They probably do.
They might, exactly. That's 550 Mustang and a Honda Civic with all-wheel drive.
Oh, yeah, Barisa's done. The Honda's going to do it. 585. Will it get there? Not quite. 904 at 155 miles an hour for the Honda. The win goes to the Honda after feeding Barisa tears the tire off the car. Brian Clark and Brent McCoy. Brian Clark, the Mustang. Brent McCoy, the 55 Bel Air. Oh! Once again, not hooking up there in that right-hand lane, but McCoy's going to be able to drive away from it anyway. Besides, there was a red light on the left-hand side. So that's an instant win. He goes 1031, 124. Brian Clark went 090 red. Last pair for this round of stick shift is going to be Gregory Black in the left, Cody Helger in the right. He's once again getting a little bit moderate on the launch RPM that time. He was able to see the other cars ahead of him, not quite getting a hold of the track. He bank shifts his way down to a 963. I think it's run 963s before, so that's consistent for that car. Gregory Black actually loses with a 954. That's a whole shot win. An 007 reaction time out of Helger and a 217 in the left lane. That was pretty brutal. All right, we're going to get into our first pair now for the Street Machine Eliminator Showdown. First race, 16-year-old Josie Kirker on the left-hand side in the 57 Bel Air, and Ken Senko with the Grand Cherokee on the right. We got a dial of 1073 and a dial of 1084, the slower car being the 57 Chevy. Oh, well played, Josie.
Slow car wins. It's a good race.
On it. Oh, not quite. Senko takes the win. The margin of victory, 0.096 seconds. He runs 11:02 at 124. She runs 11:52 at 107. This time, Doug Kistler, the 72 Nova, Rick Callahan in the 2020 Challenger. For some reason, my perception is that it's easier to be very consistent in a newer car. Seems like they'll just go lap after lap better than an old muscle car will.
They do repeat very, very well. Same temperature, they maintain temperature.
Right.
It's all about traction, really, with the new cars.
It's all about having to deal with the traction control situation, turning it completely off. On these new cars, do you deal with the launch mode on them? I would think no. Probably just going to drive the thing out of the hole as he just did. Callahan... And the win goes on the left-hand side. Doug Kistler, 10:51. Rick Callahan lost with a 10:57. The better light having gone to Kistler. Ricky Dorn out of the hole alongside David Studley. He got a 1061 dial on the left, 1048 on the right. The 1077 on the left-hand lane wins versus the 1089 on the right-hand side. Reaction times there roughly similar. We haven't seen a whole lot of good lights. Remember Josie pulled off that 00 with that 57 Chevy?
That was a 007.
Devin Noyes, the 70 Duster. Ryan Palmer in the Buick Grand National. This is definitely not a battle of the reaction time wits at this point. It's going to be ET that will dictate it. Or breakout, potentially. 1041 in the left-hand side, not a breakout, and neither is the 1093 that happened in the right-hand side for the loss. Here's what's going on right now. We are down to, let's see, 2 more rounds of stick, 2 more rounds of Street Machine Eliminator. We also have all-run cars just making their 12th lap today. A lot of that happening. We know Brian Goldstone's working on his car. I think that would be the big one that we're all waiting to see. What we're also waiting for is the final call on lane closure. So we're still working that out on the final call on when lanes will close for the day at the last day of the 20th drag week. So stay tuned for that information as we get more test and tuners coming out on the line. Everybody at this point should have handed in their time slips. These are probably just joy rides or personal bests. Oh, look, this is teen versus teen. Allison Jenks, 18 years old. Scott Montgomery, 16, I assume. He just got his license. They've actually got pretty good side-by-side there. 13.98 on the left for Allie. And on the right, 14.15 for the Subaru. All right, Chad Garut is on the line on the left-hand side, and he came up last time, and I'm assuming had more pill in the thing and got real sideways with his 950s Mustang right there. He's going to do it again, try it again here next to the black lung generating choo-choo train on the starting line. I'm dying to write my name in the soot on the door. How has that not happened yet? Chad rolled the beam, so he's going to back out. Looks like the Chevette is going to do his thing. $15.28 at 114. I don't know what's going on out here with him trying to get in the beams. Oh, they're resetting the tree. Chad rolls the beams again. We don't know the issue. He's going to throw on the towel. 3 shots and you're out. All right, what's interesting here on the right-hand side is this Camaro that we're looking at with the supercharger. He has been running an 871 on gasoline all week, and it now has a 1471 on methanol.
Oh, okay. What was the ET at the 671?
Well, the best time that he has run was on day 2. He went 9:088. It's been in the very low 9s every day. It's Mike Ogilvy. We're going to see what happens with the 14 and the methanol. Should be a radical difference. The change from the bigger blower, but the change to the far cooler inlet charge of the methanol. Will it thunder into the 8s? Well, 5:45 to the 8th mile tells me he's going to go about 8:50, 8:51, 160 miles an hour. This looks like an episode of Roadkill down here. He's trying to put a fire out. Oh, it's getting bigger. Yeah, definitely that episode of Roadkill. He blew it out.
How many of those Roadkill carburetor fires have you blown out?
Well, I don't know. How many have been blown out versus the hat swipe versus the, like, you know, $200 North Face jacket melted to smithereens? Yeah. Do the math. Hey folks on the live feed, we are going to be sitting here moving a little bit light of cars here in about 10 minutes. If there's any questions you have for KJ or me, we would appreciate you posting them and we will address it. Today's a great time for questions. We're still waiting on the information about what's going to happen with Goldstone, what's going to happen with lane closures, what's going to happen, well, we know what's going to happen with Stick and Street Machine Eliminator. We're going to see those back for their semis and their finals. But we are slowing our roll just a little bit here towards the end of the day. I can't even imagine how many laps some of these things have made. That I hesitate to even say this, but I would like to know who has the most laps of Drag Week, but I don't want that to turn into a shootout, because then we'll have guys making lap after lap after lap.
I was just thinking that, like, who has made the most laps collectively?
All right, here's what's going on, folks. We are going to have lanes open till 6 p.m. So if there are any stragglers out on the road trying desperately to get here for their final passes, that will be their best opportunity to be able to do it as we stay open till 6 p.m. That also means we know we've got Bryant Goldstone struggling to get his car back together out in the pits, and that means everybody's going to get to see a final opportunity for him to run. Talk to Keith Dirk. He's like, the published time was 6 p.m. We had an issue a few years ago where a couple guys rolled into the track late, and we're not going to do that this time. We're closing at 6 p.m.
All right, this is the semifinal. 4 cars left in Street Machine Eliminator. Ken Cinco, left side, the Grand Cherokee. Dialed in at a 1073. Devin Noyes over here on the right side, the Duster. 1024 the number. They are 1/2 second apart, leaving the starting line. Red light start for Cinco. Must have rolled the beams as will not get a time slip. Noyes goes to the final. 1060 at 127 miles an hour for Devin Noyes. So one side of it is set. Here is the other pair. The Nova, left side, Doug Kistler taking on Ricky Dorn. Kistler with a 10:15 performance prediction. He'll be chasing down the 1061 of Ricky Dorn in the current generation Mustang. Slight starting line advantage goes to the bow tie. Top end, let's see what they got. How about a 1087 for the Mustang for the win? 1087 at 130. Closer to his prediction. Kistler misses it by almost half a second, 1052, 127 miles an hour. So Ricky Dorn is the other half of your final round pairing in Street Machine Eliminator. Josh Jablonski. The Running Rust Project Falcon over here on the left side as we get back into all run. Alongside the Comet, right side of Matt Lewis. 64 Comet, 62 Falcon. Again, these are just all run time runs right now. That's what we're doing for a little bit. Again, we're off and run a little bit red there on the left. Lewis, right side in the Comet. And the Comet, 1265 at 106 miles an hour. Josh Jablonski, 1328 in the Running Rust Falcon. Back to it now. Martin Villeneuve and Brandon Totoro. Villeneuve, the 67 Belvedere wagon, that's the long roof racer. Over on the left side, right side, he calls it Jenny. That's the boat sitting on top of the BMW frame. He runs this thing as a drift car as well, just like this, in drift mode. Little tire chatter there for Totoro getting off the starting line as he heads down track in the Jenny. 1040, 127 miles an hour for Villeneuve. Right side, Jenny goes 15:48 at 96. So right now we're kind of in a slowed down mode. We got just a handful of cars as they come up. We understand that Bryant Goldstone still may be working on the Javelin back there. Last we heard there was a transmission swap in progress. And looks like my camera guy's got his camera in. There we go. We're straightened out now. Anyway, been a long week, but we're nearing the end of it, and we're not very far away from crowning winners in each of the categories out here. And, of course, our overall championship is still up in the air. So we got Three cars that are all still kind of close together. You see there on the feed, you'll see the Aussie Charger of John Ferrone. That thing is a wild piece of hardware. See all that induction there on the front of it. The right-hand steer machine. He's had his hands full every time he's gone down the track with it. Builds some boost, then it picks up the wheels about 300 feet down track, and goes left and goes right. It was kind of a magnet for centerline blocks yesterday, but hopefully today's better. In fact, today has been better. And there is the Chevette. I guess you could call that a two-tone Chevette because one side is white and the other side's black. I think David Freiberger was going to go out there and autograph the soot. That's what he said anyway. It's got a little Mercedes-Benz diesel power plant out there in front of the driver. And boy, he fogs the coal, rolls the coal with it. For all you folks that have been tuned in all week, we sure appreciate your support. We've had some incredible numbers for our live streaming effort this week, and for everybody that supported us, we greatly, greatly appreciate that. Happy to bring you this program, the 20th running of it. John McCann over there from Hot Rod, the staff over there. He's been enjoying himself. I think, John, you've been enjoying yourself. He says it's great. Good time. Thumbs up over there from John. Here comes Jenny back to the staging lanes one more time. Must not have liked that. I would say, I don't know how you set up weight transfer on that thing because, I mean, it chatters the tires every time it comes off the starting line. To the Duke of Speed, you're welcome. We're happy to be here. Doing this for you folks one more time. This is the OG Drag and Drive event. And yeah, we're pretty proud of the fact that we still have almost 5,600 folks watching here after effectively 40 hours of streaming for the week. 6 hours today. Happy that you're tuned in. I know we've had over 100,000 views of this stream and continuing to climb. So, Jenny makes another lap around the corner. See the Ferrone Mopar getting set to roll under the tower as we get back at it. Brandon Totoro hot laps it right back up here to make another run here in his very unique ride. Certainly stands out from the crowd. Mr. Freiberger can barely contain his excitement.
Been a long week, been a long day, and it's getting longer.
Yes, sir. I know it has. So Brandon, a little bit better run that time around. Let's see what he's got in mind. Here comes the big old Belvedere wagon one more time. I've only been announcing about 10 minutes. I think I've called this one 3 times.
It's fair. It's fair. Speaking of which, you know, the lanes are fairly empty right now, But we are closing lanes at 6 o'clock. So if you're still in the pits and you still want to come attempt to break your car, we're giving you every possible opportunity. If you want to make laps, come on up, make laps.
Yeah, for the number of folks that are still out there, and I'm not sure how many actually drove to the event versus trailered them in.
Very, very few people have driven their car to the event and will drive them home. It does happen, but I'm thinking that it's a low number.
Well, I'm sure thinking if I drove it to the event, I wouldn't want to come in here and beat on it any more than it's already been beat on for the week. But that's just my opinion.
And that's why normal people don't do drag week.
Well, I think that's a compliment. You called me normal. I appreciate that. I think.
I'm here with JC Cascio, Strange Engineering, first-time drag weeker.
How about it?
Unique drag weeker. Unique drag weeker. Unique drag weeker in the fact that he took an F-150 and towed a new Mustang. Drove the truck. The truck is Pro-Charged. This was actually a test project for Pro-Charger just to see how the truck would, the Coyote-powered truck, would tow with the supercharger and uniquely towing a Mustang. How'd it go?
It went great. You know, when we last year we came out and we did this deal as a vendor for all 5 days and thought it was such a cool deal, but it would be even better if we actually participated in this event. So we started putting together a plan to do it, and actually the Mustang we're pulling around was ideally what we were going to use, but then as we started talking with ProCharger and got the new F-150, you know, they wanted to start pushing that kit pretty well, and so we installed one on the truck, and we're really impressed and said, you know, hey, we got an idea here, and so we came on Drag Week with the truck, we pulled around the Mustang in our display, and then got to actually participate in the event on all 5 days, and I'll tell you, the truck performed flawlessly. We towed, we raced. It was what we feel competitive for a 5,600-pound truck, and we're hooked up, and we'll be rolling back to Chicago in the morning.
What was some of the test criteria? Did you have like a list of test criteria for the blower just to see how things would go?
Well, we data logged all of our passes, and we were in communication with ProCharger throughout the week, and so they were tweaking on the program a little bit. We're also keeping track of the mileage we're getting on the truck.
Exactly.
And and again, for what it is, we're really impressed with where it's at. We've been averaging anywhere between 16, 17 miles to the gallon, which is pretty good, and and that also factors in our racing as well. So that's going down the track and towing. So we hit the reset button when we got here, and been following it ever since.
Now, going down the track with that truck, JC, what was the lowest ET, and how did things either progress or maybe even digress as you raced throughout Drag Week?
Well, we started out on a high note. Our fastest pass was on day one. We went a 1280 with an 8 at almost 110 miles an hour. We sent that back, and we tried to play around with the launch. The launch was the tricky part. When we look back at the time slips, it seems like where it varied was in the 60-foot. The mile an hour stayed real consistent, upper 108 to 110. But the 60-foot is where the variance is. That was the tricky part, because we're launching the truck in four-wheel drive and then switching it over to two-wheel once it gets going on the fly. We talked to a few guys that race these things, and that seems to be the setup. So we can play around with some traction bars and some suspension of our own that we're working on, and play with the two-wheel drive a little bit, but the four-wheel got us there.
And Mickey Thompson drag radials up front?
Oh yeah, the guys over there were great. We had Mickey Thompson all four corners. One of the things with Drag Week, we wanted to make sure we stayed within the rules, and any drive tire needed to have a race purpose tire. And so we did all four tires and changed all four back and forth every day. So we got to work out on top of it.
And listening to the PA throughout the week, I recall hearing somebody needed something from the strange trailer, and you had it.
Well, you know, that's one of the highlights about being out on this thing is we brought a whole pile of service parts with us and being able to help guys out with brake pads. We had a guy with some broken wheel studs and had another guy with a bearing that went out on him, and you know, and so just being to have it available and get those guys back out on the track, you know, that's the point of being here, and that's what's different about this event than everything else is everybody's here for everybody else and helping them on the side of the road, and you know, just it's good to be a part of that.
So are you hooked on Drag Week now? Are we going to see you again, maybe with another combination? What's in the future now for JC Thrash?
Well, you know, as we talked about a little bit before, I said, you know, we were very excited coming here and, you know, and got here and we're gung-ho to go, and about day 3, which I think you call pivot day.
Pivot day.
You know, you're kind of asking, why did I do this to myself? And then here we are on the last day and we're making our list for next year. So, you know, definitely looking forward to going faster, bring something a little different next year. Probably be pulling it with the same truck. Maybe we'll do double duty. Who knows?
That would be cool. Well, listen, JC, thanks for coming to Drag Week. Thanks for all the support that you give, not only the Drag Weekers, but you give Hot Rod. Strange Engineering is a long-time supporter of Hot Rod, and all the other friends that definitely have helped me out many, many, many times. JC, I do need it tomorrow, and it's gotten there tomorrow, but appreciate everything, man.
Well,
I'm
happy
glad you had
to
a
help.
good time.
All right, Cage. Thanks very much.
Yes, sir. Thanks.
Take care.
All right, back to some of our all-run time runs here. And let's turn this down so I don't blow you guys out there. There you go, I think. That's a little better. A little better. Maybe a little better. Mustang out there of Chris Mary. He's been fighting a little bit. But how about a 790 at 173? Nice lap there for Chris Mary here on a Friday afternoon. They're happy about that, high-fiving each other down there at the top end. As Mary slowly heads for the exit down there, and he makes the turn with the laundry out. Next up, it's Joshua Felix with the Nova. Felix, the 72 Ventura. I think I just called it a Nova, and that is just not right. Felix, 999 at 136. I don't know how close he's been to the 9-second range, but he got it in there. 999 there for Felix. Up next, how about the Honda? The Civic for Rob Courtney left side, and the 55 Bel Air left side, Brent McCoy. This is your stick shift final. Coming at you right now. First one to the finish line will be your winner. They'll be banging the ears, heading down track. And it's a red light start for the 55. That means Rob Courtney will be your winner here in category. He eases off of it. He'll just coast his way on down through there. McCoy's 55 is done via the red light, 993 at 139. Win light for Rob Courtney finally getting there. 1774 at 57 miles per hour. So we got one other final coming up here in a little bit. That'll be our Street Machine Eliminator final. Ryan Krakowski yanking the gears in the Mustang alongside Cody Helger. Left side, Krakowski, 922 at 161. Right side, Helger, 961 at 139. In the high and handsome Tri-5 Chevy. We are back to time runs right now. David Freiberger is back to the microphone.
Good stories down to the very last second. I'll tell them when we get the Chevette coming up here in a minute. Still got some heavy hitters out here. Not referring to the Nomad particularly. Paul Nichols in the Nomad. Michael Lyons in the Grand National. Ooh, that didn't look good. That was weird. Still runs.
All right. They've been working on this all week to get in that 32-car field to get to the bracket race, and here we are. Final round here in Street Machine Eliminator. Left side is Ricky Dorn, 2020 Mustang. Dialed in at a 1061 on the left. Right side, the Duster of Devin Noyes, 1024 up on the scoreboard right side. That means the Mustang will leave first. The Duster will be on the chase. 510's Pro Start, Handicap Pro Start. We run it like a bracket race. The islands were determined before they came up for round number one based on their averages. The Duster in better shape off the starting line as they head down track. At the finish line, it's going to be Devin Noyes for the win at 10:58 at 128, beating Ricky Dorn's 10:90 at 130. How about this here in our final round? The margin of victory for Devin Noyes is .009, 9 thousandths of a second here in our final round in Street Machine Eliminator. Great tight race right there to finish it up here in Street Machine. Now we're back to time runs. The lanes are open. John Ferrone's going to take advantage of that. I see him back there already. David Freiberger. I think he's going to regale us with some stories here before the end of the event.
What I was actually going to do is admit yet another one of my lifetime failures. I've been calling the guy in the dark Tom Jenks, which is another guy. It is Neil Jenks, and I think for 2 days I've been Tomming this guy. So once again,
you see the back window out there?
Yes, that's right. He's correcting me.
Yeah.
Yeah, as Loans pointed out, I am a tool. Complete tool. This is Neil, who I should know because he's been here, I think, 6 years running.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Well, in your defense, because somewhere through the process, his name's not in the computer to help you autocorrect.
Yeah, his name has not been in the computer all week, which is a lame excuse, but I'll stand on it.
Just trying to help you out there. That's all. And now we go into Tractor Eliminator. The low horsepower green machine.
Those of you watching the live stream, yes, we are still here. Still giving you a look at the cars that are in lanes down there. Looking at John Ferrone's car. Looking at the freshly 1471 supercharged methanol burning Camaro. So lanes are still open. They will be until 6 o'clock. That is another hour and 25 minutes. At this point, it's a little bit like watching paint dry, except for the paint has already dried, with the exception of the one big moment that we're all waiting for, which is that Goldstone is still working on his car in the pits. We hope that the thing will come up here and make another run. We expect that it will. The question is, will he get that done in time to make more than one pass if he needs to? Because it is a very pivotal moment depending on what his next pass is. As far as whether he retains his top spot or whether it goes to Alex Taylor. Here comes Ogilvy for another lick as soon as we get the tractor off the track. On the live feed, people are looking at the Camaro parked underneath the tower, getting ready for his next hit. This is the guy who's been running in the Pro Street Power Adder class. He's actually averaging at the very bottom of it because we had a very quick class this year. The red car went 9:14, 9:08, 9:11, and 9:11, and I think he just ran 8:50 something on his last pass. He's got the thing on methanol now with a 1471 supercharger on it. He has been driving it on, I believe, an 871. If you have any more questions about stuff, be it Drag Week or old days at Hot Rod Magazine or random history or stuff that goes on my Roadkill Garage TV shows, throw it out there. All right, look at the Chevette that's on the screen. This was a cool story. Remember when he went down last time, I said I wanted to write my name in the soot on the side of the car, and I was surprised nobody had to this point? Well, he came up here to the tower and said, I have brought your tableau. I am ready for you to scrawl your Freiburger into the side of my Chevette. And what's even better is that this guy who drives the Chevette, he has a photo with him at, I don't know, I would guess 12, 13, 14 years old of him with me and Loans at a drag week. And he said, yep, I'm a drag weeker from that moment on. And that's why I'm here driving the Chevette with the diesel in it. They also said this thing has a really tight converter. And that's why Brian and I have been saying all week long that the short times are long times. But they're going to get more converter in it. They think this thing will go in the tens. Frank Romano, how's it going, Frank? So that's what's happening there, is my scrawl is now in the soot on the door of the Chevette. Someone's asking who won the Sealed Hood Award. We won't know that till we get to the gear vendors party at the end and give out our promotion, or give out our it's been a long week. I am tongue-tied at this point. Our performance awards, which would be things like the quickest V6, the quickest Buick, the quickest Pontiac, the quickest without a trailer, the quickest sealed engine, the quickest sealed hood, and so on. So we will be doing that tonight, and you'll have to look for the report on hotrod.com later on to see who won those things. Here's a great question. How did we get our Pontiac off Evel Knievel's Snake River jump? As you might know, we just passed the anniversary of Evel Knievel having done the Snake River attempt. I think it's 50 years on in that. It was in Twin Falls, Idaho, trying to jump across the Snake River Canyon. We did an episode of Roadkill where we pulled a Pontiac T37 out of a junkyard, got it running. Long story short, at the end of the episode, I had stuck this thing in the dirt on the ramp where they built the big metal structure that was supposed to launch Evel Knievel's rocket. We were able to get that down with the help of a tow truck and a snatch block. We are now forbidden from entering the state of Idaho. Here comes Ogilvy in the 68 Camaro that he's going to try and better his 850 time with his big old supercharger on methanol. Pretty solid launch on that thing, a 1:22 short time. He goes to the 8th mile, 5:36. That should be a low 8. 8:40 at 161 miles an hour. Now the Chevette has come back to the burnout box as we watch the parachutes blossom on the red Camaro. Oh, is he trying to erase my signature? That could happen. You can see that I have scrawled my name on the side of this thing, so the car's going to slow down quite a bit. Oh, yeah, it's now Fribe. Well, it's better than, it's Fribe. It could be Erg. Things could be worse. Wow. The 60-foot is often called the short time in drag racing parlance, but we call this the long time. 2.9 seconds. He goes to the 8th mile at 10:59 and the quarter mile, 14:92 at 115.6 miles an hour. People asking, when is registration for next year's Hot Rod Drag Week? That is yet to be determined. You need to follow Hot Rod Magazine on Instagram and Facebook and watch for that warning that typically comes. The warning comes February, March-ish. There's still 5,400 people watching worldwide, and new people come in. Some people drop out. Fresh questions. Is Goldstone still working on his car? Yes, as far as we understand, they're still trying to get the Javelin back together to make another pass here. The nose is on the car. They're coming soon, says Mike Galimi from Hot Rod. Goldstone coming soon. And since we're keeping the lanes open till 6, that means if he can get a hit in the next 15 minutes or so, they've got a good opportunity to turn the car around to come back again. Someone's relentlessly asking me if I kept the 6-cylinder in my Camaro. Yes, I have a 1968 Camaro that has a factory inline 6, and I have been driving it around that way. I kind of dig it. I got a lot of horsepower cars, and it's nice to just drive a stocker once in a while. Here comes the Nomad. People were criticizing me on the feed for being rude to the Nomad because the last time he was out here, I said, oh, man, we got some heavy hitters coming up. That doesn't necessarily apply to the Nomad. I don't think that he would argue that this is a heavy hitter. I was talking about 7-second cars coming in behind him. And besides, we kid because we love. You've heard the whole week long here at Drag Week, Loans and I absolutely shredding ourselves more than anybody else, but we do like to throw some shade here and there. It's just good fun. Jennifer Reynolds on the left-hand side goes 14:43 at 82 miles an hour. All right, I got news that he has now run this thing 6 times today. Oh, did somebody else make a run? Aha. $15.23 at 90 miles an hour. Arguably not a heavy hitter. They question, what are the rules for the tires that are allowed to be out on the track? Drag Week does require that you run a drag racing purpose-built tire for competition on the drag strip. Obviously, you can change for driving on the road with whatever tire you got. Some people run off-road tires because they're tall enough that they kill some gear ratio. But we don't want treaded tires tearing up the track. And we also did that in an attempt to not have people showing up in rental cars. We figured nobody was going to buy slicks for a rental car and show up and run down at Drag Week. And we failed in that estimation because that has happened. People still asking me about Mike Finnegan and Blasphemy. They did throw in the towel last night. Someone asking me if I own the Roadkill Garage 283 powered Falcon Ranchero. This was a great car that was on an episode of Roadkill Garage that my buddy Sam Strube found in a backyard somewhere in California. And it had been sitting there since, I don't remember exactly when, let's call it 1978, something like that. It looked like a total 70s street machine with a solid axle in the front. Ended up being an absolutely terrible car, but it looks great. And we do still own that, but it is MotorTrend property. Strangely enough, people ask me all the time about ownership of the different vehicles that appear in our TV shows. Some of them are Finnegan's, some of them are mine. The majority of them belong to MotorTrend. Dulcich has a couple that we use. So it's sort of a non-specific, or there's no hard rule as to who owns the cars that you see on our shows. Has anybody ever showed up with a 4-cylinder to do Drag Week? Yes, all the time, including this time. And we do have an award for the quickest 4-cylinder of the event. Here comes Chad Garut once again. This has been a 950s car with some nitrous on a Stroker 351 in the 67 Mustang. Today has been struggling. He'll go up and stage, and it seems like either the trans brake isn't working or the thing dies off the line. We'll see if he's got that fixed. Another guy asking me if I own the Vanishing Paint Challenger. I did. Steve Dulcich and I built that car. It now belongs to Derek at Vice Grip Garage. Derek also owns the 68 440 Dart that I used in an episode where we went and visited the Memphis drag strip. Actually, I was about to say right before it closed. We visited there just after Memphis International Raceway closed for the last time. Gonna tear the tires off of it. Still gonna roll the thing down the track rather than back up and give it another shot. Is there a story as to why I call Steve Dulcich sometimes? Yes. The man's name is Steve Dulcich. D-U-L-C-I-C-H. Dulcich. But we did know a guy in common who could not pronounce his name, and he called him Dulcich. And for whatever reason, that stuck as a nickname. So every once in a while, you will hear that. Guy asking, has 850 been wrapped up? He's talking about our street race small block power adder class that runs on what would appear to be an index, 850. I do think all of those cars have thrown in the towel, and we have our winner. But lanes are open until 6 o'clock, and Bryant Goldstone is in them now. There he is, Bryant Goldstone himself, hopping out of the car and waving. They've had the transmission in and out of this thing. They've had the engine out of it. They have welded up a cylinder head. He has not gotten a good number today. He's going to walk out here and have a look at the track and pick a lane. As it stands at this moment, based on the run he made earlier today, he is behind Alex Taylor for the overall win. And so, of course, this next pass could determine whether he is going to hold on to that number one spot or pass it off to Alex Taylor. And with the lanes not closing for another hour and 10 minutes, he honestly has another shot at it if this one doesn't go well. Hey, KJ, I'm going to go there. Ready? All right, chat people on the MotorTrend YouTube channel live feed, throw it out there. Who do you want, Goldstone or Alex? Man, you should see this. Now the comments are coming rapid fire as I threw out the, do you want Alex or you want Goldstone? Man, they're making it rain. This looks like Loans at his gentleman's club. Oh, and they've put up a poll. Wow. This is like Loans with the dollar bills. Rapid fire. Making it rain.
Hey, for you folks on the live stream, no, we have not lost audio, just so you know. We are just in a holding pattern right now. We've got a little bit of off-track activity that we're taking care of. Bryant Goldstone sitting under the tower in the shade, waiting for his opportunity to see if he can put down the run that he needs.
We could have a little music. I could hum if you like.
Are you any good at it? Yeah, you could sing cartoon jingles. That's right.
I could probably work up the whole Super Chicken song if you're really going to insist. Were you not here for Super Chicken? No, I was. Are you going to start clucking too? Super Chicken. Just for the questions about what's going on right now, we are on ambulance hold. It is otherwise occupied. We do have Goldstone in his car under the tower, debating on whether he will or won't unstrap for a moment. Problem solved. Here we go. And here comes Bryant Goldstone, the moment we've all been waiting for. The question is, can he get his number back? Can he run another 650? If he does, he will likely hold the top position at Drag Week. This cannot be verified by me from the announcers group. It'll have to go to the final answer of Hot Rod at the very end of the day.
And to be clear, David, this is 650 with an anything.
It's probably slower than that. I have not done the math at this point. I don't know what he takes to average up. I think if he runs the 650 that he has been running, that he's solid. But that's once again why I say winners announced from the announcers group are not an official word.
Exactly.
The math has to be done. People have to be consulted, have to make sure that it's, an allowable run, all those things that are beyond the purview of the person behind the microphone. People think I'm still responsible for calling all the shots at this. And my answer to that recently has been, did you know that I haven't been the editor of Hot Rod for 10 years? And I have not been in the hands-on working of Drag Week for that long. Of course I know all these guys and talk to them and consult and have strong opinions and such things, but with no clout. Here comes Bryant Goldstone.
In such high esteem, though, I'm sure. This is where the movie version of this goes to slow-mo with that music, that dramatic music.
He's getting down clean so far. He goes to the 8th mile, 4:33. and 6:59 at 216 miles an hour. He pulls it off after having the engine out of the car, the cylinder head off the engine, welding up the cylinder head, having the transmission changed today, having survived 890 miles. There you go. Bryant Goldstone, 6:59. 6:59 with a 0 at 216.03 miles an hour. And once again, lanes will still remain open for another 47 minutes or something like that. Closing at 6. Lanes will close at 6 p.m. Once again, racers, you absolutely must have your time slips in by now. Please do not linger that. Unfortunately, we need to calculate up a whole bunch of stuff and work out our performance awards and so on and so forth. Please hand in your time slips so that we can get that done stat. We still do have lanes open for another 35 minutes. On the live feed right now, we're actually inside the time slip booth. You can see Hot Rod's Mike Galimi shaking hands with Bryant Goldstone. Then there's Keith Turk. And there's the door. And there's John McGann, editor-in-chief of Hot Rod Magazine. And there's the tower. And the final in stick shift is coming up. stick shift final rolling up, and how cool is it to see the Honda?
Called it, Freiberg. I told you this Mustang was going to get to the promised land.
You are correct. You did tell me that.
Once again, Friday night battle. On any street in Mexico, huh?
I'd be lying if I didn't have a favorite here.
Well, you know where I'm leaning.
I know where you're leaning.
You know we like to gamble.
Oh, dude.
You know we like to gamble, Freiberg.
Yeah. Might have to put something down here on the side, on the down low.
Yeah.
On the hush hush. Rob Courtney in the right-hand side. Brian Krakowski on the left. Oh, he red lights and throws it away. The Honda red lights and throws away the whole thing, and he is going to outrun that car so bad. 9:43 out of the Honda, 11:42 coasting for Brian Krakowski. Brian Krakowski takes the win in the stick shift showdown challenge battle
The
war.
Tremec stick shift shootout, and you know the bet was for 100. I had the Mustang.
There was no hun. No, there was no nothing.
You got away with that one.
Brian Krakowski is going to take home a Tremec transmission for his trouble. New TKX transmission floating his way.
That's awesome.
Courtesy of our sponsor, Tremec Transmissions.
0%.
All right, we are back in the booth with me and KJ Jones, thanking you for an excellent 20th running of Hot Rod Magazine Drag Week. That is a wrap for cars going down the track at this point. The lanes are still open for another 20 minutes if you're a racer in the pits or if you're just arriving. But as far as the live stream goes, we're going to shut her down. It's been a great week. Thanks again to Brian Loans for being here the first 4 days. You have a good time, Cage?
Had a great time. This was awesome.
And we obviously have to thank our sponsors, Rick Johnson at Gear Vendors #1 for making this happen for so long. Of course, we also had Mickey Thompson Tires, Summit Racing, always a big help. Molly Pistons with the Genius logo on the side of the milk truck. I love that. VP Racing Fuels, Tremec for supporting the Stick Shift Showdown. That was amazing, giving away a TKX to the winner. Awesome. And of course, all of the Holly brands were here as well. And that is a wrap on Hot Rod Magazine 2024, the 20th running. You can read all about it at hotrod.com. KJ?
Can't wait till next year. Thanks for watching. We'll see you soon.
And out.